Gemini, can you help me plan my 3-day vacation?
Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStax.
Hi Gemini, quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email?
Yeah, I can help with that.
Welcome to Academic Labs, the pulse of innovation where the horizon of education is expanding beyond our wildest dreams. We are the architects at the intersection of transformative technologies, fusing the power of adaptive AI, the solidity of blockchain technology, and the versatility of non-fungible tokens, or NFTs, to weave an unparalleled learning paradigm.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number one Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
We have reached the end game. It is game 12 of the FIDE World Championship Match presented by Google, and what an exciting time it is. Yesterday, Ding Liren lost his game. This means that Gukesh leads 6-5 at the most critical point of the match. Will Ding make a comeback and defend his title, or will Gukesh claim the throne? Stay tuned to the FIDE broadcast to not miss any of the action.
Hello and welcome, and we're nearing the finish line as we reach Game 12 of the FIDE World Championship Match presented by Google. I'm International Master Jovanka Houska, and it's always a great pleasure to be alongside, right here in Sentosa, the one and only, very wise Grandmaster David Howell. Now, David, it was 7 draws in a row. Everything was tied. Then suddenly, just like that, it was all broken.
Yeah, it was a crazy game yesterday. So many surprising moments, beginning with Ding Liren spending 38 minutes on move 4. Later, that came back to haunt him in mutual time trouble. Just as the game seemed to be approaching its climax, Ding collapsed. He blundered in one move. He lost a piece, lost the game, and understandably was heartbroken. Jovanka, the main question now is whether this match goes the distance. Best of 14, yeah. He needs to avoid defeat today.
Yeah, I mean, we will see whether yesterday's loss does have disastrous consequences. Well, as David mentioned, yesterday was a roller coaster ride full of dramatic highlights. And here is Charlize showing some of them.
World champion Ding Liren blunders in Game 11 of the FIDE World Championship Match and immediately resigns. The 18-year-old chess prodigy Gukesh D took a huge step to become the youngest classical chess champion in history. After one of the most exciting games of the match, in which both players spent almost an hour on one single move, he defeated the champion Ding Liren and sets the match score at 6-5 with only 3 games to go. On this occasion, the lack of time was decisive. With only 7 minutes to go, Ding blundered on move 28, dropping a piece in a one-move combination. Instead of 28 knight b4, giving back his extra pawn with decent drawing chances, he played the losing queen c8 and after queen takes c6 had to resign. Gukesh was very appreciative of his team of coaches and thanked them for the effort they put in their preparation, which caught Ding by surprise. He admitted he did some stupid things, but was happy to compose himself and get it back together. Ding Liren said that by move 4, he was unsure whether he made the correct choice as he could not remember the theory and spent too much time calculating nonsense variations. But in an attempt to remain positive, Ding recalled that in the previous match, he managed to make a comeback in game 12. There are only 3 games left. Will Ding make a comeback or will Gukesh maintain his lead and clinch the title? Let's find out.
Yeah, that is exactly the question on everyone's minds. Will Ding manage to make a comeback? Will he pull himself together to just take it to a big fight in game 12? He's got the white pieces. David, do you think he'll be able to recover from such a disastrous blunder?
Well, he's definitely capable. Last year, when he became world champion, Ding, he also had some really rough moments, some moments that were uncharacteristic. He lost 3 games out of the 14 last year, but he did also win 3. And it's just that spark that we're yet to see from him, that aggression, that dynamism, that belief that he can do it. I think the confidence is the issue, Jovanka. Just the fact that he spent so much time on move 4, the fact that he went to the press conference and said he thought he was losing from a pretty much equal position in the middle game. It just feels like he's not quite as confident as he was last year, and that's, for me, the big issue. Gukesh can't win the match today, but if Ding loses again, it's almost impossible.
Yeah, if Gukesh wins, then basically Ding Liren is in a must-win situation, not once, but twice. Yeah, and there is some freedom, though, in playing with your back against the wall, because the end is in sight. Both players are going to be nervous, and for Ding, he said it before himself, you know, when it came to his mindset in the 2023 World Championship, it's okay to lose. I'm okay just to play chess and just enjoy myself.
And he's got to use that kind of knowledge that Gukesh is going to be nervous as well. It was far from a perfect game from Gukesh. He made some strange choices in the early middle game. He was actually lucky not to be worse with white. He spent 1 hour on one move, Gukesh, the longest think, at least in recent World Championship history. And yeah, Ding has to remember his opponent is young, is going to be nervous as well. So if he can somehow block out his own emotions with these 2 whites out of the last 3 games, there's still plenty of time.
There is plenty of time, but David, it's also not just Gukesh's emotions. We heard yesterday after Gukesh won, the crowd, the fans, they went wild. I mean, I have rarely seen chess be in such a primal, the fans be so enthusiastic. And it was a delight to see, but the expectation does wear heavy, right?
That's right. A lot of support for Gukesh, but that comes with pros and cons. We've heard Vishy Anand talk about it when the World Championship was in Chennai. He felt that pressure of all the expectation, all eyes on him, and a lot of eyes getting ready to watch our players enter the arena in the next couple of minutes. Yeah, yesterday it was a bit of a stampede out there. It's lucky we were hidden away here in the commentary room, Jovanka, because it was crazy. The cheering, the stamping of the feet, everything. Just that outpouring of emotion after 7 straight draws, the fact that the tie was finally broken and someone taking the lead. I think Gukesh taking the lead is actually going to bring out the best in Ding, or at least the Ding of 12 months ago, 18 months ago. That was a player who thrived, as you mentioned, with his back against the wall with nothing left to lose.
Exactly. And Ding, he's been in this situation before. And then let's not forget that last year in that World Championship match, Ding had to bounce back 3 times. And there we see Ding make the entrance. Oh, and did you see that? His fans cheering him on, just getting a wry smile there from the world champion.
Ding's seconds, Richard Rapport and Nihua doing their habitual walk, their traditional walk. They come to support him every day. Richard Rapport has a new pair of colourful shorts every day. maybe some new opening ideas on this very important day. Nice the respect between these 2 seconds. 2 very, very strong grandmasters, of course, in their own right.
And Ding Liren with the white pieces, what are we expecting? Are we expecting some kind of D4, some kind of London system, some weird and wonderful try? Maybe one knight c3?
Yeah, anything that gets Gukesh thinking early on, and anything that gives Ding the first surprise in the game. I think that surprise value is so important. We've seen the clock play a big role in Ding's 2 defeats, in game 3 losing on time, and game 11 yesterday with the time trouble blunder. So he needs to get Gukesh thinking first. Gukesh is not infallible in the opening. Yes, his preparation's been very impressive on the whole, but often Gukesh spends a lot of time as soon as he is hit by a new move. Jovanka, you mentioned actually beforehand, when he won game 12 last year against Dommaraju, Ding chose a slightly rare sideline in d4.
Yeah, he chose something called the collie, which is known to be very, very tame. And yet the position got complicated, and Jan was actually, in fact, better winning in that game. But in those complications, Ding actually held his nerve, turned it around, bounced back. So that will definitely be a source of inspiration for him, because he can draw on that experience. He can draw on those feelings that he sustained in that game.
And that's often the narrative, actually, especially when I was younger and hadn't got too much experience leading tournaments or being ahead in matches, often as soon as I got near the finishing line. So in this case, being in Gukesh's shoes, I did get nervous, tense, and these complicated battles, you often play a bit negatively. You kind of tried to take the risk out of the position, and that's what happened to Nepomniachtchi last year. He felt that he was close to sealing the match almost, and Ding struck back.
Yes, and there we do see Ding resting in his player's room. It's where he can just sit down, take a pause from the game. There's plenty of refreshments, and he picks up a bottle of water, and he's gotta bring his A game to today. You know, I also reminded of that conversation that we had with Grandmaster Pavel Elianov, where he was the second of Boris Gelfand, and Boris Gelfand in the big match against Vishy Anand in 2012, he won. And he took the lead. And Pavel said that somehow Boris felt uncomfortable with that. And almost immediately after, lost.
Exactly. And that is quite a common tale, I would say, throughout chess history. It's very rare even, Jovanka, to see a player totally dominate in the closing stages of matches. Often there's 1 or 2 nervy moments. And there have been cases in chess history of a player striking back at the very end. Kasparov did it in the final game against Karpov once. Kramnik did it against Peter Leko. Often, when the nerves get high, it's impossible to play a perfect game of chess, impossible to perfectly stabilize and kind of smoothly close out the match. Oh, look at the anticipation there.
I know. All the nerves are jangling, not only for the players, but also for the crowd. You can just see everyone is eagerly anticipating today, because everything's going to be revealed. We're really going to see Gukesh and Ding tested to their very limits.
Gukesh is soon to arrive. He often arrives a few minutes later than his opponent. With black, he's been very happy to be solid, rock solid. He's not been overly ambitious in the early stages, at least, Gukesh. But interesting, there was a silence please sign there. I don't think that will be obeyed in the next few minutes when Gukesh finally does make his entrance. But yeah, I think Ding can maybe use that against Gukesh if he makes it a bit more tense, a bit more complicated, and actually embrace that chaos, unlike what he was able to do yesterday, Ding. Maybe a similar opening to what Gukesh tried, that type of vibe where you give your opponent loads of choice in the first few moves. I think that might be the key, but of course easier said than done.
Right, and also Ding has been, I would say, relatively successful with his white openings. He's managed to get middle games that have been, where you have been able to perhaps press. And
just got to be willing to play them out.
You just got to be willing to play them out. And now it's crunch time. It's got to do it.
Yep. And of course, Ding, a draw isn't the worst result. It means he stabilizes. It means he keeps the match going. But a draw today would mean Gukesh gets the white pieces tomorrow and can finish the match. there and then. So I think he'll want to push Ding. He doesn't need to go all out yet, but you would you would think that he at least needs to show some ambition.
Yes.
At least show Gukesh that he means business.
Yes. I mean, there is some solace in the fact that tomorrow it is a rest day as well for both players, and they can just go back to the drawing board, just crack out those opening novelties, those dangerous moves. And there we do see the lift. I can't wait.
Here we go.
Here we go. Gukesh, supported by his father and his second, Gregor Zgajewski. Oh.
Again, with purpose. Barely a look sideways, barely a look at the audience, the crowd who are cheering him on. Gukesh strides confidently into the fair play office. Quick scan, and the players will soon enter the playing hall, the fish tank. And we see Ding in his favorite position, his favorite spot on the whole of Sentosa Island.
Yes. He needs to take inspiration from this scene. You know, the light is flowing through. There's beautiful warmth. Sentosa is an amazing, amazing place. And wherever he gets his inspiration from, he has to dig deep and draw from that. He's been the world #2. He's an amazing player. He has to remind himself of that fact and just forget about what happened yesterday.
He once went 100 games unbeaten, Ding Liren, against world-class opposition. Of course, today isn't necessarily about staying unbeaten. It's about winning, which is a whole different kettle of fish. But he's capable. He showed that last year in the World Championship match. He's shown it in the candidates tournaments before. He's shown it on many an occasion. And yeah, this is Ding just getting that last-minute energy. He needs to play powerfully. He needs to trust himself. He needs to go for it. And actually, the opening could be vital in that regard. Giving himself a position where he needs to go for it might be the key, as Gukesh doesn't hang around, straight in. And he wants to get going.
I mean, completely different body language from the two. Gukesh striding confidently in a hurry, whereas Ding Liren pensive, contemplating what moves he will be making.
Ding, notable that he has been chilling a lot, but now is not necessarily the moment to chill on the board. You need to switch things up. You need to keep the opponent guessing. Gukesh takes his seat. Ding will enter shortly. We see Grandmaster Maurice Ashley ready to open this round.
And there we do see the world champion leisurely make his way to his seat, where Grandmaster Maurice Ashley is ready to announce the dignitary who's going to be making the first move and announce the beginning of the game. So let's go straight to Maurice.
Ladies and gentlemen, and children of all ages, welcome to the FIDE World Championship 2024, presented by Google, held here at the Aquarius Hotel at the Resorts World Sentosa, here in lovely Singapore. I am Maurice Ashley, and it is my pleasure to introduce the two players who are competing for the title of World Chess Champion. First, from India, the challenger, Gukesh Dommaraju. And from China, the world champion, Ding Liren. The match is currently 6 points to 5 in favor of the challenger. We have 3 games, including today's, remaining. We have a special guest here to make the ceremonial first move. He is the Chargé d'Affaires ad interim of the Chinese Embassy in Singapore. He joined the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of China in 2001 and has worked in the Department of Consular Affairs, the Department of Personnel, and the General Office of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He has also served in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs Commissioner's Office, in the Macau SAR, and the Chinese embassies in Kenya and Ghana. He was appointed Deputy Chief of Mission of the Chinese Embassy in Singapore in July of 2023. Please welcome Mr. Su Jing. And with that, let the game begin.
And there we see the first move from Ding Liren. Now, I did see some people speculating that it might be in English, and sure enough, c4 is the first move, and Gukesh not opening with e5, sliding the e-pawn 2 squares, but instead the more solid e6. So now question time for Ding. What is he going to do? Is he going to go g3 and take the game into some kind of Catalan formation? Is he just simply going to go d4, or maybe develop the knight out to f3?
Yeah, plenty of choice here, but it is notable that Gukesh has switched up his openings. And yeah, we've seen the English once before from Ding. On that occasion, as you mentioned, Jovanka, e5 was played. It was a very complex battle. Actually, maybe an opening success for Gukesh, but you don't want to be a sitting target too often. And it's clear that Gukesh wants to surprise Ding early. This is just move 1. You would think that Ding had expected this. Black angling potentially towards a Queen's Gambit declined. But yeah, Ding often does like to freestyle early. He's a c4 expert. He's a d4 expert. He can do anything under the sun. So yeah, I think g3 might be the choice.
Yeah, I think he's just recalling his preparation, or maybe there's a little bit of acting going on, because there's no way that Ding hasn't looked at this, because e6 is to be expected. Gukesh is in the lead. He needs to play solidly.
Yeah, and I mean, Ding can play in a variety of ways. As you mentioned, knight f3, g3. You can kind of play with queenside fianchettos. You can play e3, b3 type of ideas. Yeah, so he's very flexible. It's just, I think he's just deciding what mood he's in. Decide Ding. Oh, very good, David. I like it. But I just feel like maybe he's trying to, you know how we are at the junior level, and it actually continues until quite, like, we have planned something, but we want to fake that our opponent has surprised us. So we're like, and you know, just... Have you never done this? I do it all the time still, but not normally on move 1 or 2. Normally I wait till a bit later in the game. I did that against Levon Aronian once. I had this novelty I knew he was going to walk into, and I already arrived like 5-10 minutes late to the board, but then I sat there like, oh, shaking my head, and he walked right into it. I was like, boom, f6, and I won in like 25 moves. So yeah, yeah, it's still, yeah, it is a strategy. It's just not Ding's style, right? He's so honest and upfront.
But maybe...
We see that in press conferences.
Yes, I know. But now it's game 12, 3 games remaining. If he wants to be world champion, why not throw in some dramatic flair?
And I mean, yesterday, Jovanka, we saw a 1-hour think by Gukesh.
Yeah.
And actually, I was trying to kind of go back through, you know, the memory banks and just figure out how long the longest think I'd ever seen in a tournament game was. And apparently Gristruk once spent 72 minutes on a move at the candidates tournament.
60 minutes.
But yesterday, a close competitor, 60-minute think by Gukesh. Now we do see only a 2-3-minute think by Ding, and pawn to g3 as one of the options we expected, at least, and a fianchetto. So one of those neo-Catalans, pseudo-Catalans, maybe.
Okay, well, interesting moment now. Are we going to see knight f6? And maybe the game will go into some kind of close Catalan. Are we going to see d4? Are we going to see d takes c4? That's the move that I sometimes like to throw about.
These feel like the main 3 options. D takes c4 is actually... it's interesting. There's a massive difference in this position whether white has a bishop on g2 or a knight on f3. And also black's knight on g8 is quite flexible after d takes c4. There are some variations when it comes to e7. And the fact that white's knight isn't on f3 means that after a quick d takes c4, you often move the e-pawn twice, occupy some space in the center. Yeah, there's pros and cons. There's lots of little move order differences. But OK, Gukesh doesn't want any funny business.
Yes, and there we're seeing knight to f3. So I remember that I was investigate. Oh, there comes d4. Gukesh is ready for the battle. I thought that he wouldn't go that direction. I thought maybe he might do some d takes c4 ideas, because I've been looking at them with c6 and b5. Quite an interesting try for the equality.
Yeah, black could have just built a pawn center with c6, but it's reminiscent of yesterday, Jovanka, where we got this reversed Benoni pawn structure with black in that game. It was Ding putting a pawn on d4 very early on. In that game, Gukesh had already expanded on the queen side. That's often white's big goal. But we could see something very similar arise, right?
Yeah.
Black can put a pawn on c5 later. White might play e3, take on d4, and roles reversed. But no, it's knight to c6 from Gukesh. An interesting move there. I'm trying to recall if this is still following Nepomniachtchi against Carlsen from 2021, with black's bishop quickly coming out to the c5 square in some circumstances. Also, black now ready to build with e5. It costs a move, but if you could build a big pawn center, it might be worth the time. Ding looking down, trying to recall something here.
Yeah. So it's apparently it's not quite quite Nepomniachtchi Carlsen, although it could transpose.
Lots of these positions they could transpose, right? And yeah, here it looks like the main two moves by far in our little opening database, our masters database of top-level games. E3 is slightly less common than D3, but both of those are very logical. E3 is a bit provocative. You ask black to step forward in the center, although that pawn might be too far advanced. D3 just safe. You kind of open up your bishop. You stay flexible.
I do remember a plan that was suggested by the Bulgarian Grandmaster, Alexander Delchev, and that was just to go d3 and then b3. And then the whole point was to go knight a3, knight c2, and then bishop a3, or go bishop a3 first. And just get the dark square bishops off the board, and then you can concentrate on expanding on the queen side in a very snail-like but consistent manner.
Yeah, and that would kind of follow the approach we expected from Ding, at least the approach we saw from him last year in Game 12 when he eventually struck back from Nepomniachtchi. Not mainline stuff, not too direct, at least in the early stages. Yeah, I'm very much expecting it starting with d3 at least.
And by the way, d3, if white plays d3, bishop c5, knight b d2, then we have transposed into the game that you were talking about, Nepo against Magnus.
Yep. And that one was actually very deep preparation from both players in that clash. Eventually, Magnus emerged victorious.
Famous blunder of the piece,
Famous
right?
Blunder, white bishop, or something got trapped behind enemy lines.
Yeah.
Bishop on b7, I think. And yeah, of course, both sides have a bunch of options here. But interesting to see Gukesh, he's playing quite ambitiously. Rather than go pure Queen's Gambit decline, pure Catalan opening, allowing white to put a pawn on d4, he's taken space with his pawn. So he's not backing down from a fight. Ding ultimately plays e3, so more of a direct try than d3.
It's a similar recipe to Gukesh's game yesterday.
That's true.
Anything you can do, I'm going to do it better.
You might put a pawn on b4 in the near future. Yeah, I mean, I've looked at this ages ago. I used to play this a lot with white, but not always with too much research done beforehand. I used to try and freestyle these positions a lot, but e5, I believe, okay, we actually see it on the Masters database as well. e5 is the main move. Bishop to c5 also playable, as well as just bishop to e7.
And by the way, we've been told that Gukesh doesn't tend to push the pawn to d4 so early on. He plays the Rogozin, the bishop b4 line, the bishop b4 check line against the Catalan. So this is a departure from his usual stuff.
Yeah, but maybe predictable in some regard. Just like Ding, who against the Catalan loves putting his bishop out on b4 with a check before bringing it back. So that helped Gukesh predict Ding's opening choice. If Gukesh doesn't go into the main, well, one of the main lines of the Catalan, just to show this, to backtrack, he's developed his bishop to e7. But here, if black just plays bishop e7 first, after pawn to d4, now the black pawn cannot advance further. Castles, castles. This is one of the main starting points of the Catalan, but you've pretty much restricted yourself to just taking on c4 now or playing the move c6, and not to everyone's taste.
And that's not in Gukesh's repertoire, right?
It wasn't for Ding's yesterday.
And also, if we look at the earlier, say the Rogozin would be actually...
Let's say by transposition.
So you go knight c3, d5, d4, knight f6, knight f3. The whole point is out you come with a bishop and you get dynamic play. And that's not possible using the old c4, g3 move order.
Bishop would hit precisely nothing on b4. And yeah, that's why both sides, Ding yesterday and Gukesh today, have put their pawn on d4, avoiding that particular branch of the Catalan, which I think is in quite good health for black. So very surprising. That was Nepomniachtchi's main weapon against Carlsen and Ding, if I remember correctly. And instead, this variation, bishop e7 does look a bit odd. It doesn't look so consistent.
Yeah, it's not the main move. So once again, we're being treated to the Gukesh opening database.
Pretty impressive database. I would love to get my hands on that one.
Main moves are bishop c5, e5, and then only third choice is bishop to e7.
And with white, I would be considering two moves. I'd probably just think about what happened if I took this pawn. That's actually a bit of a race. We'll investigate in a moment, but d3 would be the other move, but slightly less ambitious, I would say, giving black time to play e5, protecting this pawn in the center. According to our database, the third most popular move, with only 2 games, is a3. Unclear how useful that is. If black plays the move a5, for example, stopping white from expanding, a la Gukesh yesterday. But yeah, I don't know. I can't see Ding playing anything other than one of these 2 moves.
Yeah, interesting, because the highest rated player from my database who's had this position with the white pieces is Wei Yi. And it was a draw against former Women's World Champion Tang Zhongyi. And that game continued with, it wasn't quite d3 just yet, it was e takes d4, which is something that you mentioned. And then after the captures, then d3, everything got taken off.
Yep. Were Yi a close friend of Ding's?
Exactly. And do you remember, it became very clear after, in an interview, Ding said that Wei Yi wrote a poem for Ding, and he described themselves as, like, Ding was the eagle soaring high, Wei Yi was the fish, and they were carrying. Yeah, it was a beautiful, very poetic.
Yeah, I think that came to light at the Tata Steel Masters. Was it at the beginning of this year, in January? Yeah, 2 poets. Maybe they should they'll form their own society. The
chess players, Poets Society, yeah.
Exactly. I'm sure there's lots of chess players who are poets, right, Jovanka? Lots of wordsmiths out there.
It's interesting because when it comes to types of players, I found that I can categorize very loosely into 2 types. You have the scientists and the mathematicians. And I'm not talking about chess style. I'm actually just talking about what subjects they were good at school.
Okay.
And then you have the linguists, the ones who are good at languages and good at their native tongue.
Yeah, there's a lot of linguists out there in the chess world. I'm very jealous. As English people, I think we're just programmed to be lazy and not need to learn other languages. But a lot of chess players. And there's the artists as well.
I don't know any chess player that's good at art.
I assume there are.
I mean, they create art over the board, but
maybe not at the top level, but there must be some who dabble in a bit of.
Yeah, I mean, we have some singers as well, right?
Singers,
musicians, Taimanov, Portish, Smyslov, I think, yes.
Huga,
Sutovsky, Elizabeth Pates,
musicians. And okay, this position, we mentioned e takes d4. Maybe we can break down that game that Wei Yi played. How recent was it?
That was from 2019.
Okay, so the big
not
question
that recent.
Yeah, is Ding aware? This game between 2 of his compatriots. Okay, let's jump in. E takes d4 is the most popular move. Very natural. Let's say everything disappears in the center. At least historically, I believe this is why black didn't play so often, at least, as Gukesh is playing right now, because according to conventional wisdom, the queen gets kicked back very shortly. Knight c3 will come, bishop e3 will come. This is why it was described as a race, but I guess black castles, right?
Yes.
And rook to d8.
That's exactly what happened.
Coming.
So knight c3 was the move, because you can't go bishop e3 because the queen takes b2.
One was hanging, so rook d8, I'm assuming.
Yes, and then knight b5.
Yeah, if white gets one more move, like if white gets bishop e3 followed by d4, white is just fantastically placed in the middle game.
So we might see something like this because the game really sped up with a lot of tempo moves. The queen dropped back to d7. Yeah, bishop f4 was the move in order just to keep the momentum going. And then knight e8, queen b3. So you can't take the pawn because c7 is hanging.
What if we kick the knight back?
Yeah, then I'm assuming knight c3. And yeah, you can take the pawn on d3. In fact, I invite you to take the pawn.
Reluctantly, I'll say yes.
And then rook ad1, and then start taking control over the d line. And this bishop on c8 is so bad.
Tell me about it. That bishop needs.
Yeah, exactly. Basically, black has just neglected to develop their pieces. That is the whole foundation of openings. You've got to develop your pieces in a harmonious way. And
there's this bishop as well. This bishop in every opening.
Yeah, completely.
Especially d4 openings. I mean, the French defense, Caro-Kann sometimes.
Yes.
Yeah, all d4 openings at least.
Yeah, well, that resulting position really highlights the dangers for black in the Catalan. This bishop on g2 is so good. This bishop on c8, it's not very good. Yeah, and you do have to respect the principles of opening. And there we do see not e takes d4, but instead d3. And once again, we have an intriguing battle going on. Ding is going to destabilize black's central control. Black, on the other hand, will be looking at quick development and maintaining that control in the center. Maybe it's time to ask our AI assistant, Gemini. Tell us more about the opening.
We asked Gemini, what should I know about chess opening strategy? Explain it to me using an analogy. Here's Gemini's response. Imagine the chessboard as a battlefield and your pieces as your army. Let's understand key strategies using this analogy. The center of the board is a strategic hilltop. Whoever controls it has a better view to reinforce areas. Pieces are like soldiers who need to leave their starting positions and get into active roles. Castling is like building a safe fortress for your king and bringing powerful rooks into the game. Weak pawns are like gaps that opponents can exploit. Remember, the opening is just the beginning of the game. Be ready to adjust your strategy as the game progresses. Chat Chess with Gemini, your AI assistant from Google.
Yes, the opening is such an important phase of the game. And we do have some quick moves. Now, what was really interesting, David, was that just before Gukesh's last move, that was d takes e3, the highest rated game played in this particular position was between, can you guess?
I found out, so...
Okay, well, okay, I will reveal it then. Richard Report and Ni Hua. The seconds of Ding. Maybe, it was...
Some foreshadowing there. I believe that game was 11 years ago?
2019.
Oh, 2019.
Yes.
I misread a screen. Okay, it was a long time ago.
Yeah.
It was 5 years ago. Before, of course, Ding Liren became world champion, before Richard Rapport started working with him. And Ni Hua and Richard Rapport both on site. This is, that's a crazy coincidence. I wonder whether Gukesh and his camp were aware of this. Maybe helping them predict what the opening might be, predicting the fact that Ding might play d3. If he had looked at this, at least with his seconds, and hence Gukesh's quick reply. He didn't castle, as happened in that game, I believe. And actually, that might well have transposed to the line, the variation we were talking about, if white now decides to capture everything in the center. We spoke about that Wei Yi game, but instead, very quickly from Gukesh, he takes this pawn on e3, and Ding thinking yet again.
Yes, he is thinking once more. Okay, the choice, it's clear. Bishop takes pawn, pawn takes pawn, which way is going to go? Bishop takes e3 has the advantage that you're developing a piece. Always good, and you're getting ready to go d4, stake your claim in the center. F takes e3, on the other hand, gives you like a mini pawn center, and also opens up the f line. And if you're looking to unbalance the position even more, F takes e3 is a little bit more attractive.
Yeah, it's a hard call here, Jovanka, because I think just instinctively I would take with the bishop without too much. Without delving too deeply, at least. It just feels like you want to get your bishop out, feels like you're close to achieving d4. But if we delve a bit deeper, it's actually interesting. The stats favor white. There's only been 6 games, according to our database here, but no black wins, it looks like. But yeah, bishop takes d4. If you get it, again, you just have a huge advantage. If black castles now, then yeah, we occupy the center. This white bishop is clearly superior to its counterpart on this diagonal. Knight to c3 is coming. It's hard to know what black is actually doing. But so black is pretty much obliged, I believe, to play e5 to try and clamp down. And it does look attractive for white still, but if we ever play the move d4, black's just going to take everything off the board. And he's going to argue that, okay, it's almost symmetrical, but now at least this pawn blunts the g2 bishop. Black's going to put his bishop on e6. Black's not fighting for advantage really ever, but yeah, rock solid.
It totally rock solid, and there's no real problems for black either, because you can just, you know, connect the rooks with queen to c7. The rooks will come into the middle of the board, and there's no tension in the center whatsoever. And this bishop on g2 is just hitting at granite.
Yeah, I'm starting to like your f takes e3. He actually takes with the bishop.
Okay, well, big moment though. Because Gukesh now really has to stake the claim in the center. And yeah, of course. No hesitation whatsoever, e5.
And it's clear he's still in his opening preparation, Gukesh. He seems to have all bases covered, I've got to say, Jovanka. It's as if he's slightly inside Ding's head. And of course, he's studied all of Ding's historic games, and Ding does kind of play these types of systems. But he's predicted everything very well so far,
yes.
Gukesh.
Well, okay, interesting moments here. Okay, the most natural move on the board is just to develop the knight, connect the rooks, and then get going. But my eyes are drawn to weird and wonderful things like b2, b4. And I'm kind of drawing upon the ideas in the Catalan, you know, where you use the fact that a minor piece is on that square to go queen a4, perhaps to destabilize the defense of e5.
Like knight takes pawn now can be met by knight takes e5.
Yeah, exactly. Knight takes e5.
I guess here you just have to weigh up whether it was worth the b pawn for the e pawn. I guess if you get one more move again as white, it looks very attractive. d4, you could start hammering through the center. Ding, meanwhile, thinking about his options. And bishop takes b4. Jovanka, talk us through the tactics here.
Well, there are some tactics. There's a few, some involving queen a4, but the main one was just knight takes e5.
Flexion.
Yeah.
The black knight now recaptures.
And then queen a4.
Attack. It's a check.
And then you go knight c6.
Drops back to defend its bishop.
It's just a weird position.
You move the knight and take
I don't know whether white has been that successful though.
Well, it depends. If black can castle, then black's doing very, very well. But
actually,
maybe it's not possible to get castled. It's a weird position, right? Black's so close to getting everything he's dreamed about, but how do you get the king to safety? Not easy. Any attempts to trade the queens will be met by a refusal.
Yes.
The rook will come to e1. So yeah, b4 is definitely possible. This position, I'm assuming, has been played before?
It has been played before. So, okay, so knight c3 has been played twice. And the big question is, what is the answer after castles? I mean, what is the plan? That's the most important thing. And then, okay, white has been playing a3. a3, b4. Let's go.
Go. And if a5, I guess at least the white knight has access to quite a nice square.
Yep. So then you just go rook e1.
One.
And do you remember Torre when he came in? He was saying this is like the Filipino school of chess. You you just get your pieces developed. It looks, to all intents and purposes, like they're passively developed, but then you kind of just get the pieces out and then go f4 at the right time. And that's exactly maybe what they're planning for.
White might play like h3 just to cover any knight jumps, and then after h3, move this knight out the way, and then later play f4. Yeah, it's really flexible. It's really fascinating, this position. I do wonder whether black is just going to try and brute force the way to simplifications. Could black attack this pawn, for example? Trying to trick it into stepping forward when
yeah, well, then
get traded off.
It's almost tempting to...
Or just queen b3, maybe?
Yeah, queen b3. Yeah, it's not easy.
Yeah. Rich, it's full of life. That's what Ding wants. That's what he needs.
As long as Ding doesn't release the tension in the center too early with d4, or if d4 has to come at the right time at least, where black isn't able to deal with it in a really simplistic way.
At the moment, just to put this on the board here or over the next half dozen moves maybe, it feels like d4 is a bit too rushed. Queen takes or bishop takes, they're likely to end in the same thing. And yeah, castles, rook e1, c6, and feels like black is totally fine. Bishop comes out to e6.
Yeah. So a good version of d4 would be, say, if white were super quick with their development, were able to line up the rooks against the queen. So maybe like if we could just fast forward, like knight c3, you go castles, a3, let's go a5. And say, for instance, I'm trying to get like a queen to b3, rook to d1 business, and then or maybe even d4 now, because at least c6 is going to be met with some kind of...
At least in this type of position...
got a square on b6.
For example, I don't know, if you could get one more move and get the knight into b6 or put a bishop on b6, stop black challenging for the d file.
Yeah.
Still hard to imagine too much going wrong for black, but...
Yeah, but that's the kind of aim. That's when you do d4. You do it when your pieces are dynamic, when your opponent is still one or two moves away from that complete equality.
Or maybe, for example, here, yeah, already it gets quite dynamic. You attack the bishop. After bishop e6, it looks like blacks have got everything covered. Maybe you kind of flick in a bishop h3 in this type of position. Trade of bishops. Yeah, you're hitting the knight, you're hitting this pawn. I could imagine this being a little something to play with.
If you want to.
If you want.
Yes.
Yeah, but okay, Ding first needs to decide. And I've had these positions in blitz quite a lot, Jovanka, and if I don't find a plan, especially when you just don't have too much time on the clock, essentially, at some point it's so natural to get impatient and play d4. And computers actually, from my experience, they do always slightly favor white in those positions we mentioned, but I do think he needs to play around a bit. Knight c3, I quite like that a3 and rook e1, just waiting, maybe h3 at the right moment. And it's a question of how many useful moves, waiting moves, both sides have.
Yeah, and also, if you kind of go for this plan of rook e1, knight c3, you do remember that the pawn on e5, it's a stronghold, but it's also a potential weakness.
That sticks out a bit from black's position. The bishop on e7 gets in the way if black ever wants to castle and put a rook on e8. I guess this knight might want to jump, but this knight is a bit stuck. I quite like your b4, to be honest.
It's a bit direct.
If Gukesh is prepared against it, then I would never play d4. And the speed he's going, Gukesh feels like he's studied these positions in quite a bit of depth.
Okay. Well, no one has tried b4, by the way.
Probably for a reason, but
yes,
you never know, right? Maybe it's a brilliant novelty, double exclamation mark.
Maybe it's or maybe it's just over ambitious. And this also leads us to the question: how much risk should Ding take? So we see him burning time. Should he be like just developing normally? and just anticipating that it's going to be a game, or should he try to force things?
I can understand taking a bit of time now to just choose between those two strategies, as you mentioned, Jovanka. Personally, I would be trying to keep some tension. I was about to make another really bad pun, and I would be expanding on the queen side. But yeah, somehow you have to keep the tension. I don't think playing a move like d4 is the way to go yet. By the way, sorry, I just turned it over to Ceci to see what Ceci's top recommendation is. B4, not so stupid. Ooh, but it's 0.00. Oh, it's chess these days. Yes. So, okay, its top move is actually A3. A second move is rook E1. Which, okay, again, I think that the plan is interchangeable. Rook E1, knight C3, A3, preparing to expand. And then, you know, just waiting for the right time to break out with d4. Quite like it. A rook on e1 as well. Once d4 does happen, put a few moves on the board again. For example, rook e1 has been played before. Ended in a draw, apparently, according to our database. But say a3, a5. Let's say rook e1, castles. At least now, again, I'm reluctant to release the tension, and I think Ding will want to keep the game going as long as possible before forcing Gukesh's hand. But if everything disappears now on white's terms, then suddenly black doesn't have time for c6 because this bishop is hit. Maybe you can play bishop e6, but it comes at the cost of this pawn for now. On b7, rook e8 comes with the downside that you might be able to break the black pawn structure, although maybe not the end of the world for black. It is slightly awkward, this type of position. Not immediately clear what black should be doing to guard his bishop. So a rook on e1 might be slightly more useful than a knight on c3, at least in the short term. But okay, weighing these things up, it's minuscule differences. Totally. And we're looking at this position very much from Ding's perspective, because we're trying to see how he can play. But what's black's plan? So black definitely has to react. So a3 is always going to be met by a5. Let's have a look at what happens if white just plays all the normal moves and white keeps the tension going. So a3, a5, you have to do that. Rook e1, castles, and let's say there's no d4 forcing the pace. Let's see there's knight c3, and is black going for the pincer movement against the pawn on d3, bishop to c5, f5? Very tempting. It's basically saying, please play d4, because then black will take, and in an online game, at least, I would pre-move c6 as black, no matter how white recaptures on d4. But, queen takes. You can't go queen takes, because you get into trouble. This is a hit. Something drops off for black. The queen takes d4. Let's say black plays c6. But now you can maybe even keep the queens on. I don't know. Oh, rook d1. Very active as white. Again, I'm not sure what the breakthrough is, but ooh, maybe this way actually. Holes in the black camp. Yeah. Okay, unless the queen is in trouble. Any issue? No. White's so active. All of the white pieces are playing a big role here. So it feels like bishop f5 perhaps a bit compliant. If white is ready for d4 now, then maybe it helps to keep this pawn defended. How about rook to e8? That looks like a useful move. Okay. Defending the bishop. Okay. And he plays knight to c3, Ding. Okay. Nothing wrong with that. We are heading in this direction. No. Keep them coming. I want to see how. Fading. Promise. This is the ending of my pun. Okay. Castles. I don't think we'll see d4 anytime soon. Not just yet. Ding has a move or two. a3. One we're expecting.
And just to go back to that A3 idea, A3 is white obliged. Sorry, black obliged. There's something in the air, right? A5 to stop B4 because we did see that it was a potential weakness. So why not just go bishop F5?
Good question. And now I guess one question would be whether I can sacrifice on D3. Again, the first thing to calculate is the move D4, but let's say white tries to remind black of the consequences of his last move. This B pawn no longer defended.
That's true. But if I just go queen C8 and I say, I'm okay with that.
Queen C8, it's always a blunder, as we learned yesterday. I'm joking, here it's fine. Sorry,
you made me panic a little bit.
Too soon, I shouldn't.
But yeah.
Yeah, that was the decisive mistake yesterday for Ding, but here it's probably fine. Okay, I want to be a bit tricky. I'm not sure I need to defend this pawn. Let's play a move like rook E1.
Okay. And now rook to D8.
Ah, yeah. Not falling into my traps, Jovanka.
Okay, well, yeah. I didn't want to take on D3, just on principle anyway. I wanted to stop you from going for D4.
Now there might be some tactics.
Yes.
This bishop is hit, this bishop is hit, this knight might capture a pawn. I mean, yeah, who knows if it works, but rook D8 is an even stronger move, of course. Rook D1. A lot does revolve around whether black can capture this pawn, because if not, then white is now actually fully mobilized. Might be ideas like knight H4, maybe D4 will come, maybe even knight D5. I'm seeing a lot for white, but not so many ideas for black.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing I can see for black is you don't want to be taking on D3, you just want to let that backward pawn live for as long as possible and control the square in front. But the thing is, bishop to H3 doesn't really do too much, because after bishop takes bishop, if you want to get greedy, you do this and then take on saddle.
And you say to Gukesh, mate me if you can. I don't think black's quite in time here. The white knight protects some key squares, and yeah, this one is hit. Knight to D4, you'll always keep the white knight on the board.
Loose, it's not working.
Not quite working for black, so... Yeah, A3, that is a good question. Like, if black can do something very useful here. If not, if it's just like a neutral move like rook E8, then just to show, it feels like B4 is a big gain, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
Like the things I actually want to be playing is like bishop out to G4. But the bishop to G4 is just going to be met by H3.
Yes. The tickle, as we call it.
It is. And
break the pin.
What next?
Yeah, exactly. If you go back, I think white might be quite happy in the near future to play G4. I'm not sure when, but
so
maybe even B5, hit the knight. If knight to D4, then maybe G4. And then it might be time to start grabbing some material.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, it is a judgment call whether A3 is helpful, whether black is obliged to play A5. I think Gukesh, unless he delves into 30 minutes of thought and surprises us, I think he'll play A5 quite quickly. Because by transposition, I think he'll have this in his opening prep. His notes just to stop white pushing B4. But yeah, it's interesting. Ding's approach, if he's not being direct and playing D4, then it's got to be one of these two moves, surely. What else? Queen moves look a bit premature. H3 looks a bit slow. Especially if black's not threatening knight G4 or bishop G4. Okay, how about this one, Jovanka? A3, knight G4.
Yep.
Will this cause Ding some concern?
Maybe. But I'm not going to move that bishop. Because I have got no square to move it to, basically.
I mean,
home
is where the heart is, Jovanka. Bishop back to C1.
Yeah, so I have to get...
I agree. Don't retreat.
Yeah, don't retreat. Okay, but there have been consequences. So the first move I need to think about is knight to D5.
Yeah.
That's option number one. Also, there's rook e1, which I might just play because I want to, or queen e2. Or maybe rook e1. Let's introduce a new piece. Oh, we have a move.
We have a move. It's rook to e1 first, so very timely there, Jovanka. Yeah, a3 is slow, but does introduce a potential threat with b4. Ding keeps that one up his sleeve for later. And yeah, now knight g4 may be less attractive somehow.
Yes.
I'm not sure exactly how to explain why, but it feels like the e5 pawn might be vulnerable, even if we go back. Although now I'm a bit scared of some. I mean, this one can be met by knight e4.
Okay. You're
Okay,
getting away with it.
Knight g4.
But I don't think you have to do anything. You can go knight d5.
Okay, knight d5. And yeah, it's weird. Normally, top players try to avoid their bishops being exchanged, but here maybe both sides have to let those pieces go.
And I'm tempted to go queen b3.
Oh, it's getting messy, which is probably good for Ding under the circumstances.
Yeah, I think that Ding will be happy with the chaos. It's a really, for me, it's an unusual position because I find it so rare to play with the white pieces with a backward pawn on d3.
Yeah, you're right, actually. And actually, conventional wisdom, normally we're black, right, when we have a backward pawn. For example, lots of Sicilians, Sveshnikov Sicilians, Kalashnikov Sicilians, Naidovs. Yeah, you always often find yourself with a backward pawn, but the goal in those positions is to actually move it forward and trade it off, ironically. But here, white pushing it forward and trading off, it's different, right? With black, you've got a backward pawn. If you push it forward, you've equalized, and that's a success. Here, pushing d4 and equalizing is not a success. So it's, yeah, it is a weird situation. I know what you mean. It's uncomfortable having this backward d pawn, but I like the move rook e1. I think it's, yeah, just a nice reminder for Gukesh that his e pawn is weak, as you mentioned a bit earlier.
Yeah, and also there are consequences to whatever Gukesh does. He has to be calculating at every turn whether white is going to be going d3, d4. What are the consequences there? If the bishop develops, say, to f5, he also has to calculate the queen coming to b3, attacking the now undefended b7 pawn. So it's not entirely clear as well, because we did see scenarios where the black queen could find herself very vulnerable. So we were just experimenting. At one point she was on c8. That wasn't that great. And if she moves to d7, I can see that suddenly white is going to connect the rooks and then play for d4.
Yeah.
Serious.
She's vulnerable on the open files. And actually, if we count the development, I mean, it's a fight for the center right now, but if we count the development, white is only one move, two moves away from getting every single piece into the game. If the white rook ever lands on d1, that's kind of the signal for action for Ding. It's going to take black Gukesh here a lot longer. This rook needs to mobilize, wants to go to e8. This bishop needs to go somewhere. f5 or g4 look the most tempting. Then the queen needs to move. Then you get your rook to d8. So black's essentially 3 or 4 moves away from being ready for the center to open. But yeah, Jovanka, maybe it's that moment. Maybe we need a helping hand from our assistant.
Yes, well, we know that the center is very important, but here is our AI assistant, Gemini, to tell us about how to control the center.
We asked Gemini, explain what it means to control the center to new chess players in a way that will stick. Here's Gemini's response. Imagine the center of the chessboard as a busy intersection. Pieces moving through the center are like cars on a busy road. They can go in many directions quickly. If you have pieces in the center, it's like controlling traffic lights. You can control where other pieces go and when. Controlling the center gives you a big advantage because it lets your pieces move easily and attack your opponent's pieces. Remember, the goal is to get your pieces into the center early in the game and keep them there. This will give you a better chance of winning. Chat chess with Gemini, your AI assistant from Google.
Yeah, and Gemini just explaining things such as the center crystal clear in a crystal clear manner. That's how it should have been phrased. Okay.
Yeah, and it is a fight for the center here because we've seen different types of center throughout this match. We've seen a French defense where it was really blocked up. We've seen some E4, E5 openings where it's very symmetrical. We saw some Catalans, Queen's Gambits where, yeah, it was very much about both sides having a solid foundation. This time there's an imbalance. White has this backward pawn. I'll change the color. It's going to be a green one. It's a backward pawn right now. And it's not the worst pawn in the world because it's able to advance any time it wants to d4. But the black pawn on e5 is essentially waiting. It's like that car that's stuck at a red light on that intersection that Gemini was talking about. It's, yeah, it's just waiting for some action to happen, for the lights to change. And at the moment, yeah, likewise, the black pieces, there's not a traffic jam yet, but it's really unclear where you put those pieces.
Yeah. You know, there's been a few games, though, and I can have a look at them. There's one game between Evgeny Postny, an Israeli grandmaster, and Yair Parkov. And that one went with black, putting the bishop on e6.
Okay, interesting.
So now there's an idea of perhaps going e5, e4, as the bishop is now looking at the pawn on c4.
Yeah, I didn't actually think of this square. I think I'm just it's so deeply ingrained in me that bishop e6 is never a good idea while the opponent can play knight g5, gaining a tempo, attacking this piece. But the black bishop can now move, for example, to g4, gaining a bit of time against the queen. And although the white queen can jump out, there are some consequences here. Black at least has full control over the outpost on d4. White cannot advance in the near future, so this would have to be evaluated really well. Yeah. Maybe black just plays rook b8, defends this pawn, and says, okay, you've actually lost time with your knight. I've gained the center. It's all about those squares in the center, the outposts, the pawn breaks. I quite like bishop e6, as you say, the main reason because as well, it holds up d4, just keeping white honest, tied down to this pawn.
Yep. I like it too. I also didn't spot it. I was looking at bishop f5, bishop g4, anything but e6. But okay, so after bishop e6, there had been 3 tries by white, 3 draws, by the way. The bishop came out to g5, h3 was another idea. And, well, do you remember yesterday Maurice Ashley said the worst thing that you can face is when you threaten to stop something and your opponent does it anyway. It's like, yeah, you do you. And d4.
Yeah. Who cares if the opponent is allowed to make moves? We fulfill our plans anyway. The one downside here is that the center is disappearing, right? And it's pretty much what we said earlier. Knight takes knight, and no matter what white does, c6 might happen. c6 might come. I'm not sure whether now or on the next few moves. And this is the ideal setup for black, right? These bishops solid, keep everything protected, no weaknesses. This pawn blunts the beautiful fianchetto bishop. Maybe some pressure against the a7 pawn, meaning the black rook on a8 can't mobilize, but I don't see this being enough for Ding to get excited about. I've seen him kind of bail out for draws in this match alone with far less of an advantage. No, sorry, with far more of an advantage than this one. So, yeah, bishop e6. I think we would not see d4 in that case.
It feels a little bit too accommodating, to be honest. I think you've got to keep the tension brewing, especially because if there's one piece that can potentially be misplaced, it's the queen. Like we highlighted, if like, for instance, the white queen managed to step out of the way, rook a to d1, then d4 is a serious, serious idea. And also, black will never really jump in with a knight to d4. No, because I mean, you basically play knight takes e5 in response, so that's not scary.
Yeah, I mean, even if knight to d4, just for argument's sake, even if white wasn't able to win a pawn here with knight takes e5, this pawn structure, I don't know, unless black is able to put a pawn on c6 and control the light squares, it's not necessarily the most promising either, even if white is forced to, I mean, again, knight takes d4, I think wins the pawn. Because the bishop on e7 will hang if the black queen ever moves. But yeah, even if white plays a move like knight to e2, this type of thing, with the knight coming to f4, another knight coming to e5, this white bishop will become a real beast. So this change in pawn structure doesn't necessarily favor black. Although now we can start joking about how it looks like a Benoni, kind of. And the backward D3 pawn.
Actually looks very similar to yesterday's pawn
just,
structure.
Just move the black pawn over to E6 and it's basically the same. It's interesting, yesterday I was getting some flashbacks, Jovanka, about that reverse Benoni. And I was like, I've seen Ding have these reverse Benonis before. And then it was only afterwards I went back and I realized it was his defeat against Magnus Carlsen in Norway chess this year, where he blundered checkmate in 2 moves Ding. So these reverse Benoni pawn structures don't bode well for him when he's on the other side. So it feels like he's trying to switch roles. He's seen Gukesh now and Magnus defeat him in those structures. So he's trying to take a leaf out of their books. As we here see the fan zone, there was so much buzz there yesterday. Some of my friends were actually in the fan zone yesterday. When the game's finished, I went in and, oh my gosh, the atmosphere. You could barely move.
Really?
It was,
wow.
Yeah, it was crowded. Everyone was pumped up, excited.
Yeah, I thought they were all at the press conference because, we had so much noise. And then when I came out, it was all, okay, big hello to everyone. Give us a wave. It's game 12. Could be a historic round.
Yeah, it could well be.
Yeah.
It was like a scene out of The Lion King, with that stampede of yesterday, with just everyone running out at once, and you don't want to get caught in that.
I thought it would be like the Lion King with the sun, where he's going.
Simba.
Gukesh.
Yeah, maybe come game 14.
Yeah. I mean, but it's like, joking aside, it's like seriously important, because.
Did you see that guy flexing at the front? Oh, he's turned away.
Smile. You've been caught on camera.
Oh, there we go.
Yes, big hello. Yeah. One must be always careful about flexing on camera because there are friends around that like to clip these things.
Yeah, I thought that was James Canty's long lost brother, just with the muscles. But yeah, I heard some laughter from next door there.
Yeah.
Maybe they're hearing us. But in the meantime, a long thing from Gukesh, and I'm a bit surprised, Jovanka, because opening prep, at least the way, I'm going to sound like a grumpy old man, but the way we used to do it, or the way I still do it, is you get in a position like this, and before you kind of cast it aside saying, I'm happy here, you try and figure out where you want to put your pieces, the middle game plan. I'm assuming Gukesh looked first at what happens if white tries to blow up in the center. He figured, okay, black is totally fine there, not much to worry about. But clearly the alternative is white playing moves like a3 or rook e1, just improving moves. And then normally before you finish your preparation, you want to decide, okay, where am I putting my pieces? Is it rook e8? Is it bishop f5? Where does this bishop want to go? It's a choice of 3 squares, basically. Do I want my pawns on h6? Do I want to play a5? Yeah, you basically decide what you want to do. And of course, the opponent has a variety of moves to choose from, so it's not going to be the same every time, but
yeah, you want to know exactly where to put the pieces. I remember when I was working with a Polish grandmaster, Tomasz Warakowski, he was always saying to me, where are you going to put your pieces next? Like, what next? Like, how are you going to press for an advantage? And I was like, whoa.
Work it out when I get that.
Exactly. No, actually, I'm also the same. When I'm working with someone and they're showing me a line, I'm like, well, tell me how I'm going to complete development. Tell me what the essence is. And I think it's a kind of throwback to when I was like learning openings. I was unsure. I'm not very confident about how to continue the game, so I would always make sure that at least that was just determined. I mean, it helps your confidence. I mean, you can at least, if you know that the bishop is okay to go on e6, you can take that decision and at least steer the thinking that way.
Yeah, and you might not have an exact map of how the middle game's going, but you want a sketch at least, or you want an outline of roughly what belongs where and what pawn structure you're going for. These days, that's the thing with computers, they spit out moves. So Gukesh might have been looking at d4 as the top move, a3 is the top move, and now he's like, oh wait, rook e1, I don't really remember looking at that one. Maybe it was only the third choice according to the computer, and maybe he's looking at concrete variations like bishop f5, how to force the issue here. Normally, when in doubt, he does try to force things. Gukesh, he doesn't necessarily like to play vague moves. Like rook e8 would be a bit vague. I think he'll play that as a last resort if he can't find anything better. Or like h6 is a bit of a waiting game.
Yeah.
But yeah, bishop e6, I like the look of best, at least from the moves we've seen.
Yep. So interesting, because there you mentioned about like Gukesh and his opening preparation, which we've seen is incredible. But Ding is a player who could more or less do anything.
Yeah.
How do you prepare for that?
As Ding?
As I mean,
Gukesh?
you say just like a random person is preparing for someone, and then you search their games in the database, and you're like, oh, that's e4, d4, c4, knight f3, just for fun. And you're like, what can I do? Do I prepare every single line, or do I just abandon the preparation and just enjoy the day?
Yeah, it's hard, right? Okay, h6 played by Gukesh, but often you need to just try and play it on your terms. So I think that's what Gukesh has been doing. He's been trying to get the first surprise in, so that at least Ding, who's very versatile, who can play everything, as you mentioned, at least he's the one kind of forced first out of his comfort zone. Yeah, I mean, the surprises from Gukesh have come very early in games, be it move 4, be it move 8, be it move novelties on move 7. h6, Jovanka, I don't really like the look of it. It looks a bit slow.
Yeah, it's also not in his style.
Yeah, it's not in his style.
You were saying that, and I was like, look, he's done it.
Commentator's curse. I knew whatever move I'd say,
he'd do it, and sure. But maybe he's afraid of knight to g5, and so the plan is to go bishop e6.
Yeah, without getting hit by a time-gaining move.
Okay, but the question is, if white were to go a3, are you obliged to go a5 once again?
Yeah. I love this a3. Just
me
creepy
too.
crawly move, just hinting.
Me too. I like the fact that you can go queen b3, d4, like b4, d4, and then you're ready to just pounce on the opening of the lines.
Okay, so 2 questions. One, if black does just autopilot a5 to stop white from expanding on the queen side.
I thought that was ending.
Yeah. I am blunt. No, I said that doesn't work. Yeah,
I am considering. Yeah, did you see?
He is ascending. Who is ascending in this position?
I think we're going to drive our team mad.
Yeah, sorry everyone at home. Deep apologies for these puns. Okay. Secondly, bishop f5 or bishop e6, it looks like he's preparing bishop e6, so I'll say a3. Is this really a threat? b4.
Okay, let's try.
Okay. b5 is certainly a threat, at least.
Yep.
Kicking the knight away from the defense.
I'm looking at that pawn on e5, and I'm licking my lips. You gotta go. How you gonna stop it?
Yeah, knight back doesn't really look great. Get in the way of the queen. b5 might still be very strong. Now d4 may be more tempting.
d4 is very tempting to me.
Knight d5 ideas, as you mentioned earlier. That just looks clumsy for black. I hate allowing b4. Okay, let's try bishop f5.
Okay.
I'm going to attack this
one. So let's go 4th, and yes, d4.
Okay.
Let's try the most critical lines.
Okay, take.
Knight takes.
Take.
And queen takes.
Yeah, we looked at something very similar, but black's h6 move does not make a great impression. It looks very slow. So this one is hit now. Black might defend it.
And now we converted them, David. The production team was always well aware that the puns will be never ending. Very good, very good. We are not worthy.
The tone of their comment there was very condescending. Okay, let's move on. c6.
Genius. Okay.
And now maybe queen f4. I think we mentioned something similar where white just gains loads of tempi, right? You attack the bishop, say it moves somewhere. Attack the queen.
Yeah, exactly. This is what I mean, like speedy play.
Speedy play, and suddenly black's in a bit of trouble. maybe the bishop goes the other way, but I mean, the point remains the same. White is very comfortable here. I'm not sure how much better White is, but bishop d4, there might be some...
I feel it's very comfortable because Black's queenside, the rook, it's not going to get developed.
Yeah, this pawn is actually going to be a source of trouble.
Exactly, and you can just like slowly expand. You don't need to commit to doing anything. You just keep making improving moves and then just passing the ball to Black.
Yeah, I mean, this doesn't look great either. So, okay, final last resort here. Instead of moving the bishop at all, a3, let's say Black agrees that b4 is a threat and pushes on a5.
a5, yeah, okay, so now the question is, can we just, we can go h3, a la waiting.
Yeah, I mean, very positional h3. I quite like it, just because, I mean, if you look at White's half of the board, every square is now covered. This is, I know it's basic, but everything is covered here. The question remains what White's next move is, though. If Black just continues the plan, develop, get the pieces into the fray.
Yeah, exactly. Just involve everyone. d4.
d4. Yeah, at least it's slightly different from earlier because the Black bishop's better placed. Take, take.
Queen takes.
Queen takes. Now I think Black might be more confident about taking the queens off the board before playing the move c6.
Oh, yeah, and there's no bishop h3.
Yeah, that was a cool try from earlier. Bishop h3 just to get through to the bishop behind.
But
also, this one might be hanging later.
But it's often said that you can, if you control a line, you can control the game.
Yes.
And the line that I'm thinking of, if I can park the bishop on b6, it's the D line. But unfortunately, there's a spanner in the works, and that is that there's actually no way to access it. Ah, now knight a4. Sorry.
Now
I talked myself into the move I want to make.
You're coming in with the knight.
Well, knight c5 is actually.
Ooh, that's it.
I want your bishop.
Yeah, if you get the bishop pair here, because the centre's so open, it might be a good long-term advantage. Okay, let's say Black. Like I'm going to get outplayed. Rook to d8.
Oh, thank you. Rook a to d1.
Yeah.
And then bishop b6 is coming. Knight c5 is also coming.
I can cover both those squares, but it's really passive for Black.
Yeah, but it might be holding.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Massive apologies, everyone.
I have been badly influenced by a certain David.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is, yeah, I mean, this type of position, there's still a lot of life left. Black is solid, but
yeah,
if we go back, it feels like he doesn't have too much choice here. If the immediate d4, I mean, firstly, there's no rush, but also if the immediate d4 isn't a big convincing breakthrough, then why not start with pawn to a3? You cover some squares, you force Black to make a big decision about whether to play a5. This is where a confident Ding, I think, would have played a3 within a minute, and Gukesh would be the one burning time on the clock.
Yep.
I think he's got everything he could hope for after the opening Ding.
Yeah, he's got the surprise. He's got a game which has got all the possibilities, but he just has to speed up and just come to a decision and not wait too long, because that might have an impact later on in the game. And there we see Ding in total silence, just pondering his move. Well, our very own Charlize, she did something a little bit unusual. She took us on a venue tour with some ASMR.
FIDE World Championship Match presented by Google. Ding Liren. Gukesh D. Chessboard. Clock. Score sheet. Pen. Fair play. Broadcast room. Lenzo. Google Experiential Zone. Search star. Spectator gallery. Arbiter.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is Dan, suggesting some places to meet up and watch the game tonight. But you know what's better than a list of places? Knowing how close those places are. Which is why you're just gonna ask Gemini to put these places on a map. Whoa, how's that for teamwork?
Why can't you just cool? Just let me cool.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world #1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
We are back in game 12. Ding Liren has the white pieces against Gukesh, and remember, Ding has to win one of the 3 remaining games. Oh, this one is really tense so far. Ding doing his normal things where he's just simply contemplating and thinking about what he's going to play next. But the clock has been his enemy, especially yesterday.
Yeah, especially in his 2 defeats. He lost on time in game 3. Yesterday, just already feeling the heat. Early in the middle game, it's got to be said, on the clock, Ding ultimately walked into a 1-move blunder and collapsed. So yeah, it isn't great that he's thinking this early in the game. We're only 10 moves in and he's spent 50 minutes. There we see that actually Gukesh has had the longest think of the game, just on this last move, but Ding has consistently been spending between 5 and 12 minutes there on his moves. And again, there's not too much to calculate. There's only one thing in the position to really hone in on every move. That is this pawn break. Pawn breaks are always those kind of game changers in the position. And d4 would totally change the nature of this middle game. It would blow up the center, result in a bunch of exchanges. But that's the type of thing you look at, you come to a conclusion, yes, it's desirable, or no, it's counterproductive, and then you move on. And there it's just about maneuvering pieces, improving, controlling squares, a3, h3, whatever it is, he's just got to move, decide.
Yeah, and do you think hasn't shaken off the ghosts of yesterday? Because
it's hard, right?
Yeah, well, yesterday was really heartbreaking for him, there's no doubt about it. And also, he might in turn be shocked that he missed such an elementary tactic.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, in this position, he's in a must-win situation where he's got 2 whites remaining. This is a good attempt as any to unsettle Gukesh. So we see him hesitating here. A3 does look very logical, but I'm just thinking that he's upset a little bit about yesterday and he's reluctant in the lines to push for d3, d4, because he was quite harsh on himself in the press conference. You know, he said he was calculating nonsense moves.
Yeah, I mean, we've all been there. We've all spent too much time on the clock when actually the practical thing to do would be to just choose a move and understand that the action is actually happening later. But yeah, the confidence issue's been consistent throughout the last 18 months for Ding, and it's become especially apparent yesterday, as you said. The fact that he sat in the press conference saying, I knew I was in trouble, I knew I was going to lose, I thought I was worse, and actually, objectively, his position was more than fine, maybe even better. So yeah, it's happened multiple times, actually, press conferences. He's saying, oh, I blundered this, I missed that. Yeah, he's very honest, which is nice and refreshing, but the more he kind of verbalizes that, the more he convinces himself that he's missing things and not playing his best, the harder it will be to come back.
Yeah.
I mean, we mentioned earlier, he blundered checkmate in 2 moves against Magnus Carlsen in a totally fine position in Norway chess. He managed to stabilize after that, managed to kind of come back and not collapse entirely. So, and we saw World Championship match last year. He fought back 3 times. Candidates before that, he lost, what was it, game 1 and still fought back. So he's the comeback man, Ding. It's just hard against someone as stoic as Gukesh to guarantee that you're going to be able to fight at the right moment.
Yeah. No, I mean, Ding is well known for his resilience. He became incredibly famous in Norway after falling off a bike, injuring himself. He had to pull out of that tournament. But then he went and played some of the best chess of his life in that year, 2018. He won the gold medal with his country, individual gold medal at the Olympiad. Yeah, incredible player. But he has to draw on that strength that he has.
Yeah, I mean, he broke some bones, but who cares, you know? He's just a fantastic chess player. He needs to remember that as well. I mean, he played so well game 1. There have been moments in this match where he's really impressed, especially when he's been playing speedily and in the rhythm. When he's confidently replying as soon as Gukesh moves, bang, his move is back on the board. But how about you, Jovanka? How do you recover from tough defeats or tough mistakes like we saw from Ding yesterday?
When I'm mid-tournament.
When you're mid-tournament, yeah. How do you find the drive and determination to keep going? To turn things around?
Somehow you dig deep. And I have this thing, it's like, you know, just you feel it in your tummy and you just decide, you know what, I'm not going to stress about the result. I'm just going to enjoy the game. I had a terrible tournament in France, and the reason I'm laughing is because they had like bets. It was an all-play-all, and every day they had bets as to what the results would be. And even my husband was betting against me. I know he did that.
Naughty Anna.
Yeah, he did. But anyway, it was within reason because I kept losing everything. But the last game, I was like, okay, I'm playing the lowest rated player, and I don't care about this tournament. I just want to learn. And yeah, I turned it around on that game. And what else did I messaged you. I messaged you. That was, do you remember in Reykjavik?
I do remember.
And I was at rock bottom there, and you responded. You went through my games. You were very kind, and that actually gave me a big incentive to fight the last few games.
I'm glad I could help. But
yeah.
I mean, Ding needs to do the same, right? He needs to speak to some friendly faces. He just needs his inner circle to remind him what made him so good and why he still is so good. And sometimes changing up the routine helps as well. In the meantime, A3, as expected, but it just took a long time.
Yes.
Yeah, big time commitment there. Big time investment by Ding.
And surely this hasn't come as a surprise to Gukesh, so I'm expecting a speedy response. Big decision though. Do you prevent B4 and potentially weaken the dark squares around your queenside, or do you ignore it and then just continue just solidifying the play in the center?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about bishop moves. We actually went through 3 different options here for black. I think 3 of the most natural moves: bishop out to f5, forcing the issue, but the bishop's actually quite vulnerable on the f5 square. It's loose in a lot of variations. Also, the white bishop gains power once the black bishop stops defending b7. Bishop e6 felt just too compliant, too agreeable here. Just the white pawn steps forward, big threats against the black knight. A5 we weren't too convinced by because of the holes on the queen side. I mean, even if the white knight were to just sit on the b5 square in those variations, I think it's a bit of discomfort for Gukesh. Process of elimination, I wonder whether his intention is to play rook to e8. I'm just trying to figure out why he spent a move on h6. I don't want to call it a waste. So to justify it, maybe rook to e8.
Okay, yeah, let's have a look. So 2 moves, the most obvious one being, let's play the move that that's now available, b4.
b4, and just because this pawn is vulnerable, the knight is about to be kicked away from its defense, bishop to f8.
Ah, this is very Lopez plan. This is like Magnus Carlsen's favorite plan. Rook e8, bishop f8.
Oh, it's irrelevant though. Gukesh plays a5 instead. I was just going to say, at least here you control this. And as you say, Magnus Carlsen, if it works for him, maybe it works for others. Knight b4 and d4, at least resource here. But okay, this pawn expansion does look like it favors white on the face of things, so it has been prevented. a5.
Okay, so a5, and we were only considering direct play with d4, which looked actually on a practical level quite promising.
Yep.
It's possible to wait with like h3 as well.
Yeah, we also considered h3, I think, and it's
we did.
It's just the type of move that throws the kind of ball back in the opponent's court, and very unclear, as we mentioned, what black's actually doing next. Maybe then Gukesh would start with that maneuver, rook e8, for example, and if white just, I don't know, moves the queen, bishop f8, and I really don't like black's position, I've got to be honest, after just rook to d1, but at least black has got everything covered for now. And yeah, likewise, this h3 move just so pleasant, just to no longer need to calculate knight g4, bishop g4, all of those moves. I think if this were a blitz game, Ding might play the move h3 in a heartbeat, and it looks like quite a strong one. He spent 17.5 moves actually on a3, Jovanka.
Yeah.
And it isn't the fact that he spent 17.5 minutes, it's the fact that Gukesh played the most natural, most obvious reply. That makes me think he should have something up his sleeve here. Ding. I often do this. I go into these ridiculously long things, but at least you kind of have an idea of what's happening in the next 3 moves, 4 moves, then you speed up. So it's like a 20-minute think on one move, but then over the average of 5 moves, you can kind of justify it. But here, it's weird to see him thinking again.
That's actually what Ding has been doing. We've seen him consistently get low on the clock. And then, come some certain point, he'd be like blitzing and finding really creative, ingenious moves. Here, I suspect his hesitation is to do with the choice of plans, because he does have d4. And it does have h3 waiting. He also has like a move that I've been eyeing for a while. I'm not sure it's any good. It might just be completely equal, but knight to d5.
Ooh, that's a cool one.
It's kind of cool, but I don't know if it's any good. It might just like accelerate the game to the draw.
Yeah, I mean, it's breaking the tension, but big questions. White's threatening to get the bishop pair, and then opening up the center. Opening up the bishops would definitely be profitable. So, okay, I'll ask the million-dollar question.
I'm glad you did that. Pawn takes knight.
Okay.
So now you have to take. And unfortunately, I don't see any tactics with the knight taking the pawn on e5. But there is knight to d4, which was what caused me some happiness.
And the black queen moves somewhere. She was hit. Discovered attack in the center, so she flees.
So this is why I wasn't sure about this knight, and then you have to go knight takes knight, cripple the pawns.
I could see this turning out well for white though. Rook c1.
Yeah, optically it looks good, but it might just release all the tension that there was on the board, and maybe black is okay after bishop b7.
Yeah, pawn down, but yeah, we're not risking too much with white. As you say, though, it's just a matter of whether he thinks there's enough life left here. I mean, white could start just ganging up on these pawns and probably full compensation. Question of whether it's not. It looks like he's ready to move, though, body language-wise.
Okay.
And we should mention that our neural network engine here, Lila Zero, has been helping us out with probabilities throughout the game, predictions. Here, Lila Zero is estimating that there's a 30% chance Ding could win this game, and only a 13% chance for Gukesh. So favorable, easier to play with white, that means.
Interesting. I wouldn't have put the percentages so high in favor of Ding.
Agreed.
And so low. I would maybe reduce that a little bit, maybe 20%, 13%.
or yeah, 25-20 maybe.
Yeah, something
Slightly
like
in white's
that.
favour.
Like,
This feels big.
yeah, it does feel very
I'm
big.
trying to figure out why it's so big.
Yeah.
I think
It's
Stockfish or another engine might just say 0.0.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I'm now curious whether every broadcast and Open should have this win, draw, loss bar, and so we can all test our positions against it.
Gives us a talking point at least.
Mhm.
You can argue for or against, but either way, yeah, there are pros and cons. The top players, they analyze with neural network engines these days a lot, just as much as they analyze with man-made engines like Stockfish or human-programmed computers.
Yes.
So yeah, it's fascinating. And Norwegian TV, they always have the percentages
Right.
on.
That's very
Popular
true.
there.
It is. But I was going to ask you on the question of engines.
Mhm.
So you mentioned that all the top players are working with the best engines. Is it necessary for your random person playing chess? I mean, is it enough just to pick up your phone and test yourself against that machine?
I don't think it's essential at all. I think it's a bonus. If you use a computer correctly, you can learn a lot. Especially in the openings, it's a way of bulletproofing your repertoire, just making sure you don't blunder early in the games. But I mean, actually, even now, I mainly use engines as a blunder check when I'm analyzing openings rather than necessarily a source of inspiration, because they're so hard to copy. And computers, I mean, AI is coming on leaps and bounds.
Yeah.
We've been talking about Google a lot this World Championship, Jovanka, but they still don't come with explanations to the moves.
Yes.
So it's still hard to get to the root of everything. There's a risk that it just overcomplicates the process.
And the way that I don't know whether it's quite unusual, but the way that I use engines is, first up, I'm not using these sophisticated cloud engines. Sometimes I might dabble.
Yeah.
But often I will come up with a line on my computer, and then I will bring out my phone and I will make my phone play against me, and my phone has to play my opening repertoire.
Nice.
So it's
So you figure out what you should be doing, and then you learn from
exactly,
that.
and then I learn from that.
You take what you like, and
Yeah, and I've noticed that the difference between the phone and, like, say, my computer cloud engine is minimal.
yeah.
It's,
That's why we have all these fair play checks here in Singapore, because even a phone nowadays is way better than the best chess player in the world.
it's better than Magnus, would you say? Your phone.
Probably. I'd back the phone. Pawn to h3 in the meantime, as again, one of the moves we mentioned, keeping the tension, just waiting, playing the waiting game here, Ding, but definitely an improvement of the white position.
Yeah.
Limiting black's options. Yeah, I know that's a depressing thought, but I think Magnus could hold his own for a while.
For a while.
And probably in quite a lot of games, but
Interesting. We haven't
computers
pitted...
never blunder. Computers never blunder. That's the
Exactly,
issue.
but we haven't pitted the world's best against our mobile phones. That should be maybe the next technological challenge.
Against my Nokia 3210. Yeah.
Next stop, the microwave. Yeah.
And okay, I like this move from Ding.
H3, waiting. I like it. Building the tension, passing the move back to Gukesh. Come on, Gukesh. You've got to think of a plan. So this is where we were considering bishop e6.
Bishop to e6.
But we had rook e8. Rook e8, bishop e6. Those are our two candidates.
Yeah, these two players have done very well in the candidates in the past. Candidates tournament, candidates moves here. Yeah, I mean, bishop f5 is another one, but we've come to the conclusion that's a very vulnerable square. And bishop e6, the difference is at least blocks the e-file, right, Jovanka? Yeah, actually, this bishop is vulnerable in several variations once white breaks through in the center. So yeah, actually, both of these moves cover that bishop. Let's try rook to e8.
Okay.
We've explored this one a bit less.
Okay, let's go there. Okay, so question number 1, which is the first question. Let's calculate the pawn push, d4.
You're not hiding your intentions here, Jovanka.
I'm not hiding. Okay, I feel like an amateur compared to the production team and David. I need to...
Sorry.
I need to up this pun game.
You're just biding your time before the puns come out. Okay, let's get rid of these knights.
There's a silent stream, by the way.
Yeah, there is a silent stream. You can just go and watch the players if you don't want my terrible, terrible jokes. I recommend that one, definitely.
Okay. Anyway. Okay. So
D4. Everything comes off the board. Do you want queens off the board as well?
yeah, let's we have our options. Go on. Yeah.
Okay. Queen takes. Actually, this is tricky because the queens come off. If black got 2 moves here, black is at least fine. Pawn to c6 and bishop e6. Black is totally happy, but now this, you can't play pawn to c6 without allowing.
Yep, my knight.
Yeah.
And bishop takes knight. Yeah, that's
Bishop
right.
takes knight. I'm not sure it's the end of the world for black. Yes, it's a bad pawn structure here, but 2 bishops.
Yeah, I kind of really like the knight though.
If you could trade off the light squared bishops and then get a white knight on f5, for example, that's the dream. But
Okay.
how?
How to do it?
Black's bishop on e6 will be nice and pretty.
Yeah. Okay, can we just take back the bishop takes knight because
c6.
I
guess you could go for the other plan you mentioned earlier.
yeah, knight to a4, but then you still go bishop to
e6.
e6,
Okay.
and it was a one-time offer with bishop takes knight. So,
Knight. I mean, we don't need to
Knight
rush in,
b-
actually. It's not a threat to take on c4 yet.
Okay.
But, okay, for argument's sake, knight b6.
Yeah.
Rook d8.
And then I
Wandering.
can't go rook a to d1 because the rook takes bishop.
Ooh,
Annoying.
Nice tactic. Whoops. Fork. One of the 2 pieces falls off the board. How about after rook d8, bishop c3? It's a bit greedy.
Okay.
Just
Okay,
reminding
okay.
black that they played a5 voluntarily.
Yeah, you have to go. You have to. Yeah. I'm liking it. What's there not to like? You're going to be a pawn up, David.
Exactly. That's every chess player's dream.
Yeah, but if you're forced to go rook a6, then that's a serious issue because you go rook a to d1.
Oh, but c5, is that a threat?
Oh yeah.
Maybe not actually. Rook d1, c5 could just
Bishop
take
takes
this.
knight,
Yeah.
and then
The coordination's cut between white's minor pieces, but you can save one. Bishop takes. Question is now knight to d5
knight to
maybe.
d5, and then
coming
you're
in.
threatening knight c7. Yes.
Okay, this looks good for white, at least minimal risk for white. Instead, we see the move bishop to e6 for Gukesh. So he's again arguing that d4 now is less desirable. At least this pawn will hang in various versions. Okay, but consequences. You've taught me a lot, Jovanka. Consequences
Queen
behind every
b3.
move.
Okay, and that's the first move we should calculate.
Yeah, my one worry for Ding is that it is kind of a repeat of what we saw yesterday with the clock. 58 minutes. He's made 12 moves. He spent over an hour on just 12 moves and nothing critical has happened. He needs to speed up. Gukesh is feeling the wind in his sails. He's feeling the finishing line in sight. He's been very speedy today so far.
Yes, and Ding has to start waiting in a concrete way, like queen b3 attacks queen b7, but we do have to calculate what's going to happen after queen d7, because you cannot take.
Oh, he's speed Ding up here. Ding, he plays king to h2.
But king h2. That's a sophisticated waiting move.
It's designed against your queen to d7, I guess.
Yeah, but still, queen to d7. There's nothing wrong with that. Okay, again, at every turn, you need to work out what's happening after d4. But now, I think black is feeling a lot more comfortable. Give me one move, and I'm going to go rook a d8.
Oh, yeah. I mean, black's mobilized, fully mobilized. Okay, d4.
Takes. Takes. And takes.
Queen takes, bishop takes.
Maybe queen takes, because then white can argue that if you capture the queen, you lost time.
You've gained a move, but is king h2 The life-changing move that's going to win this game and fight back in the World Championship.
You never know. I bet you 10 moves down the line, it's going to be really important that the king protect the h3 pawn.
That's true. If the bishop goes off on a hunt, then...
No, I'm just joking.
Yeah, you never know. Maybe you're closer towards the center in an endgame. You start racing, you play g4, your king starts entering, and then you look like a genius. I mean, this is where we were saying knight to a4, actually, and essentially he has gained a move. Although black is saved on rook to e8.
Yes, but still. So say, for instance, you went rook f to d8. Something that you drummed really into me was that the bishop can just drop back to c3 and there's no entry points.
Yeah.
And you can't take bishop takes c4 because of knight to b6.
Yeah, knight b6. Also now because the black rook is no longer on e8, as in the other variation, this bishop is still
Yes, it's
hanging.
still loose.
Still loose. Yeah, knight b6 looks very tempting as well. And yeah, at the very least now, this bishop, if it's blocked here, it could drop back if you need to support the c4 pawn. Okay, interesting. We might be about to see another queenless middle game, endgame, call it what you will. But yeah, we've seen a few of those in this match so far, and Ding hasn't been able to apply too much pressure.
Yeah, and there we can see on the live position, the evaluation bar, which is Stockfish's evaluation of the position. You can see it's staunchly 50-50. Maybe we can ask our AI assistant, Gemini, how do these engines come to their evaluations?
We asked Gemini, explain how computer evaluation works in chess. Here's Gemini's response. Chess engines assess positions by evaluating various factors. They assign a numerical score to a position, with positive values favoring white and negative values favoring black. The higher the absolute value, the stronger the advantage. Thanks, Gemini. Chat Chess with Gemini, your AI assistant from Google.
Yep, she's completely, I keep calling it she.
Charlize and Gemini, at this point, they've merged into one.
They have, her voice is just a perfect fit for Gemini, yeah. But yeah, excellent explanation. But King H2.
And Jovanka, you're a Gemini, star sign. I think Gukesh is a Gemini, both born in May. June. I knew that.
I know you're in November, alongside Magnus, Simon, yourself.
Yeah, Ding's November as well.
Ding is November, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, Gemini, it knows everything at this point. AI, it's scary how much it knows. The computer evaluation it was talking about, the fact that it's roughly 0.0 according to our eval bar, but the fact that it's also a higher percentage probability that white wins according to neural network engines, which are more AI-based. It shows that this one is not completely clear. King to h2, you did mention there that it's a bit of a mysterious move. I wonder whether he's ever going to go like g4, g5, put a rook on g1. One can hope, right? Go for the black king.
Maybe.
The center's closed for now.
I've seen stuff like that done in Sicilian. Not really done
here.
Here.
Yeah, there's too much happening, even if the center's not fully open.
Yeah.
You would think.
It doesn't. You see, sometimes one has rules that one should break, and sometimes one should live by them. And often, if you want to play on the wings, like taking advantage, like g4, then you've got to make sure the center is stable. And here, there's so much possibility. Queen d7, rook d8, and you have to worry about your pawn on d3.
Yeah. There's a lot happening.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, it's hard to find a useful move, though, other than queen to d7 for Gukesh. His knights can't really be improved. His bishops, likewise.
Can you go e4? Let's have a look at them. The most concrete move. We forgot about that.
Actually, looking at his eyes, he looks to be staring at the center of the board there at Gukesh. So e4. He's looking somewhere in the center. Okay, e4.
Okay.
Interesting. So trying to trade off black's strong but slightly vulnerable e5 pawn for the c4 pawn. I'll take this way.
And now bishop takes pawn.
Okay.
And that's as far as I got.
I mean, yeah, this is where we start evaluating, right? Calculating. If white could successfully break forward, open up his bishop yet again, then he's doing well. But I do fear that this might start to fizzle out slightly, as in pieces are disappearing. And the white pawn might be over advanced. Might be slightly.
Yeah, here you
lost control at least.
Yeah, unless you're going bishop to d2.
Okay.
I'd rather that the trade happen on white's term.
Yeah, actually, it's very hard to evaluate this type of position, because if white gets the knight out of the way, pushes a pawn to f4, like, I don't know, knight d2, push a pawn to f4, f5, then
it's dangerous.
Yeah. Dangerous.
Yeah. In fact, in the old classical games of yore, you know, like from Capablanca and Alekhine, they used to win games literally because of f4, f5, and white having a big pawn on e5.
Yeah.
So
check it out again.
Okay, so e4 is concrete.
It's very much up his alley. It's very much his style, Gukesh. Rather than sit and wait and not even suffer, just kind of slowly maneuver, he would rather the path become clear in front of him. And yeah, he definitely wants a position that he can calculate his way through, playing to his strengths. So d takes, bishop takes.
Okay.
Okay, say this time I go knight back, just because, as you mentioned, that's what all the greats did. All the former world champions.
Yeah, exactly.
Push their pawns.
And now, ooh, bishop back. I mean, I did want to put my bishop on d3, but I didn't quite know what it was doing, apart from...
It's either very strong now, or it might drop off.
Oh, it's just doing nothing.
Yeah. Maybe you're supporting the knight coming into c2.
Okay. Okay, that's good enough.
Always look on the bright side, right? But it is hanging in midair, this bishop, you're right. So if the white queen just comes out and somehow I get rook to d1, it's a bit scary.
Yeah. There is no knight jumping into d4, so yeah, no.
This one.
Okay.
Yeah, and if you have to go the other way, then, I mean, this is a position that Gukesh would have to evaluate, but it looks easier to play with white, at least, than it does with black.
Yeah, it's a dream for Ding.
Yeah.
No, this is not what we want. It's not what the crowd wants either, David. They want fighting chess.
Hey, everyone.
There's a big... I like the fact that they don't notice us, and then we get a delayed reaction.
Yeah,
where
there's
they're
like a 10-second delay.
Look. And okay, it looks like someone is giving a masterclass.
Yeah, they're meeting someone there at the front. I see Kevin, the CEO of Singaporean Chess, at the front. Okay, it looks like they're not focused on us, so we'll forgive them for not waving back just this once.
Yep.
And yeah, the position is just, it's so tense. It definitely feels like there's more people. It's not a weekend anymore, Jovanka, it's a Monday, but more people here than there have been in some of the days, at least.
It's because it's super exciting. We're only 3 games away from potentially deciding a world champion.
True. Could be 2 games, depending on results. Could be plenty more games if there are tie breaks.
Exactly.
Could be here all day on the Friday.
we could, you never know. But, well, it is a question of whether Gukesh can hold his nerve. He does have a 1-point lead. He has to just continue in a very solid manner, just making sure that he plays those best moves. So, yeah, we see Gukesh is not entirely that comfortable with his position. I think it's precisely because he has to wait for Ding's response.
Yeah, I mean, we've looked at maybe the one forcing move for Gukesh, and it wasn't too appealing. If you can't force the issue, you have to maneuver slowly, and it hasn't been his favorite form of chess. Of course, he's a very universal player, Gukesh. He's great in all departments, but he favors, yeah, those positions that he can illuminate the path forward. So, yeah, whether it's maneuvering the queen, whether it's slowly stepping to the side with the rook, there he's giving Ding a bunch more options himself. And Yeah, it's maybe his longest think of the game, or at least maybe his second longest think of the game.
I can see why he's feeling some discomfort, just because if he steps up with the queen on d7, it's Ding that holds the key to opening up the position with d4. If he goes rook e8, again, he will be calculating d4, and it's Ding the one that's in control of the pace of the game. And that's something that we've seen Gukesh always try to resolve as quickly as possible. And I just checked Ceci. Rook e8 is its top move. And second choice is a move that I never even dreamed about, a4.
Wow, a4.
Like, what on earth is happening there?
Never gonna happen.
Like, but why can you not take the pawn? What am I missing?
Yeah, and meanwhile, we saw Ding there snacking, fueling up. I was trying to make a pun there, but I couldn't think of one. He's tasting those nuts. No,
yeah.
I don't know. That. Yeah, he's. He's yeah, chilling out right now. As yeah, he often does actually. At least historically, we often saw him in his rest area in the previous World Championship match. I'm trying to buy myself some time to think about this move, Jovanka. Ding away from the board for the first significant time this game. He spent 95% of the time at the board. He's been only away for 5 minutes so far, and we've been going for an hour and 40 minutes. Gukesh away for slightly more time. And yeah, okay, we'll investigate some moves in a moment, but here we see Ding again, doing what all chess players should do. Fueling up, refreshing themselves. And okay, let's jump in. Pawn to a4, you mentioned. Crazy computer suggestion. Giving up a pawn for free. I see two ways to try and justify this. The first one being e4, your move from earlier. And now the problem is white cannot take as desired, because the queen's disappearing would mean that the white knight on the edge of the board suddenly has no more defenders and simply falls off. Black would win material. And yeah, if a4, knight takes pawn to e4, I don't think white really wants to retreat the knight, although it is possible, it is playable. Maybe the game goes on.
And then you would take.
Take somehow.
It's still very messy.
Very messy.
I don't think I would be even entertaining this one, because
the white knight can jump
exactly.
in or back.
You can fast see it going wrong for black. So.
And a4, it doesn't even need to be captured yet. The big fear is that you can't protect it on the next move either.
Yeah.
So if white plays a move like queen c2, you're like, wait, I've just lost a pawn. Yeah, I don't think that's ever going to happen.
I don't think it's ever going to happen as well. That's why I was very surprised that its second choice was knight. It was a4. It's okay. So we're waiting for Gukesh to consider a move. a4 is not one of them.
But right now, the correct move is eluding him.
Eluding him, yes. Yes,
oh, gosh,
very good.
Let's think of some Gukesh.
No, but Gukesh, we can't, it's difficult to do.
We need some fresh Gukesh puns.
Cash.
It's a mesh.
Mesh, but then we're coming in rhyming. We're not making the puns.
He's cashing in on his advantage. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, but rook to e8. I'm going to
rook e8. Okay.
Throw the ball back to white. Ball's in his court. King h2, not the most useful move. Rook e8, maybe slightly more useful.
Okay. So. Let's have a look at d4 then.
d4. Exchange of pawns.
Knight takes.
We've
been here before. I get this deja vu.
Had this exact position, except the black rook was on f8 rather than e8.
Okay, we have a move.
He plays rook to b8. That's one we didn't consider. Wow, it's actually a record low, it feels like, in terms of the focus flow. Gukesh has only spent 8% of this game with his eyes shut. We've regularly seen him spend 20-30% of games meditating. Rook to b8. Okay, he's defending this pawn preemptively, just along this diagonal, Jovanka, but does feel like an odd choice of square. There's multiple variations we've seen where this a pawn is actually sticks out like a sore thumb, can be attacked with or without the queens on the board. So Whoops, rogue arrow there. But I'm surprised. Like at some point we might see the white queen just jump up and start reminding Gukesh that, whoops, this pawn is a target. Maybe not yet because the black queen is attacking d3. But...
And can you... Again, I'm just getting kind of deja vu from different opening positions, which is when black has a pawn on a5 and the knight on c6. You can just deposit a white knight onto b5, and it's very difficult to chase it away.
Yeah, good luck chasing this one away. You've got to move the knight, but no safe squares for it.
Yeah.
And c6 is a distant dream. Okay, now I guess Gukesh would argue that d4 is less tempting, while the black bishop is eyeing up this pawn and therefore the knight after it. But now you could maybe just move the white queen again
this
somewhere.
is somewhere, and then rook to d1.
Yeah.
Everything is nicely protected, and you know that d4 pawn break is on the agenda.
Oh yeah, it's coming with force actually. If the black queen is stuck on the d file, I really don't like Gukesh's decision. It feels like he's trying to bluff Ding here. It feels like he's saying your next move is d4 no matter what. So I'm just making useful moves in preparation of that. So please still play it and I'll be ready. But if Ding calls that bluff and says, okay, I'm not going to play d4, then is rook b8 that useful? Unless he's going to put a knight on d4. But I love this knight b5 move actually. It just controls everything.
Yeah, but I feel like rook to b8 is some indecisiveness, or maybe some discomfort with the position. Yeah, he's not quite comfortable with the positions resulting after d4, and so he's just making a safety first move. So, well, it's now a big question for Ding. Yeah, my instinct is just knight b5, jump in. What is the... Okay, do you want to know what the sassy engine is?
Yeah, let's find out from the oracle. He plays queen to c2.
That was sassy approved.
Wow.
Yeah.
So sassy is stockfish. On I was going to say on steroids, but
I was going to say that many times.
It's a juiced up stockfish, essentially running on multiple cores. It's running on a supercomputer there, out somewhere in Norway. Normally analyzes Magnus Carlsen's games to high depth. Here it's focusing on the World Championship match and queen to c2. The best move. I like it actually. I didn't like it so much when the black bishop was still on c8 because the bishop could have come out with gain of time to this f5 square. Now it's going to cost black a bit more time if he wants to play bishop f5 and pin the white pawn. Simple plan as well. Rook to d1, pawn to d4.
Yeah, and you're getting ready for the break. And like I said, you can jump in with your knight to b5 at any time as well. And did you see Gukesh's reaction on the camera? I don't think he anticipated Ding just preparing d4. You're trying to catch him on the wrong foot.
Yeah, d4 now not a threat, but it will soon be yet again.
Yeah.
Just rearranging his pieces.
How to react to that as black? Like, I'm stuck.
Yeah.
Like somehow rook e8, bishop f8, this idea of defending e5, that doesn't really fit in with the bishop on e6.
No, I think that's off the radar.
Totally off. And then this whole idea of going queen d7, bishop to e6, well, you're literally pointing at a pawn that has been protected twice. And the queen on d7 is vulnerable to d4. And then the problem is that you'd also love to jump in with your knight to d4. But you can't do that because, well, maybe you can do it now.
Yeah, but again, it's this transition that goes into a Benoni structure, but the side with the Benoni pawns, the d3 and c4 pawns here, has traded off a set of minor pieces, and especially this bishop, which is problematic often. We saw it yesterday when Gukesh won, when he had the pawns as white himself. He later won because it was opposite color bishops, where he had his light squared bishop, a powerful piece. Black had a really bad dark squared bishop. So now I've got two choices. I can go forward or back. Even if I just drop back, attacking this one.
You have to go c5, nothing for it other to attack the pawn.
Come forward.
And yeah, now I have to do some big maneuvering like bishop d7 to go bishop c6.
I'm gonna start hunting.
But
that bishop.
I know. But what could I do?
Yeah, I mean, let's just think white's better. Simple as that. White could also have thought about going forward, knight to b5. Now, if you play c5, then I smile and I say, okay, I've got the most beautiful knight. You'll see this side of the ocean.
Yeah, somehow black's minor pieces are just not ready for the opening of the center like this. So I agree, you can't jump in with the knight to d4. So that leaves, and I'm struggling at least to come up with something.
Gukesh is not enjoying this position at all. This is what Magnus Carlsen often refers to as anti-young player chess, where you give them a bunch of options, no clear path forward, and they can't use their fantastic calculation skills to full effect.
I have one idea, and that's and I'm not even sure whether I have the courage to ask the question. It's literally knight h7.
Ooh, wow.
So the plan is.
For forward.
No, actually, it wasn't that.
Okay.
It was knight to g5.
To trade
because
off
to trade off some pieces, d4 is going to be happening, and I'd rather try to preempt all of this with some exchanges. So at least the queen has the f6 square to run to.
Yeah, I quite like this. So, for example, if white plays rook to d1, if you play knight g5 and we see everything come off, and knight covers the d4 square, as you said, the queen can often sit on f6. I mean, there's some, I don't know, it gets complicated, right? It's about whether white should or can even take this knight and maybe move the bishop and try to get greedy, taking a pawn. But this one gets very, very complicated. Black has great compensation on the light squares, of course.
Yeah. I would feel a lot more happier as black in this type of position, because the other one, there's no clear-cut path.
Yeah.
And you're just waiting for Ding to open up the center with d4. And I'm not a patient person. Do you think Gukesh is much more patient than me, right?
I mean, he'll meditate his way to finding patience. I know what you mean, though. I think it's not just a specific trait, it's a human trait, right? Like, we don't want to be waiting without a plan, and we're always taught from a young age, a bad plan's better than no plan at all, and all that stuff. So at some point, often even grandmasters, they settle on a plan knowing it might not be the best, but at least the next few moves are easy, and he'll maintain some advantage on the clock, perhaps. I think, actually, Jovanka, I'm going to predict that he's going to play queen to c8.
Okay.
And just because the queen on d7 felt clumsy, we said, with the rook coming to d1. And I think he likes to save time. He doesn't like wasting tempi, Gukesh. So if he's going to play queen d7 and have to move the queen off the d file anyway, he's going to... That's why he played rook b8, right? Because he was predicting d4, and he thought, okay, rook and b8, I've gained a move.
That's true.
Yet to be seen whether it's actually a good inclusion.
That's absolutely true. Because if you thought about the knight h7 plan, you would have done it before rook to b8.
True.
I don't actually know whether knight h7 is any good. Oh, third.
Is it?
Third choice.
Third choice move.
Yeah.
I quite like it, yeah. I mean, it would never be on my radar because I'm really bad at backward knight moves, I've got to admit. Like, I blunder quite a lot to these backward knight moves. But knight to h7, just retreating. And it also does hint at f5, f4, and that type of thing has scared Ding in this match so far. The thought of being attacked often forces him to play passively before he is actually attacked and forced to react.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but I'm not expecting that either. I'm not expecting knight h7. I'm expecting your move, because it doesn't make any sense what he's done.
Yeah.
But okay, let's...
It does feel a bit desperate, knight h7.
Yeah, it kind of feels like you're uncomfortable, you're not happy. So let's try your queen c8.
Okay.
And let's...
Was it one of the top two moves? You mentioned knight h7 was the third choice move according to Mr.
Sessi, which is, as David said, a juiced up stockfish, does not actually like queen to c8. Queen to c8 is actually a bad move.
Commentators cuts. It was a bad move yesterday for Ding.
Well, actually, this is really pertinent because queen to c8 is like a massive blunder along with knight to d7. sorry. Because
Thank you, Jovanka. Rub it in.
No. Because d4 is very strong.
d4?
Yeah. Because I'm also shocked at like why it actually is like 1.04 advantage d4.
Surprisingly, it's that big.
Yes.
Knight takes d4.
Knight takes. It might be just like modern day engines.
c6. This is the antidote we've been trying the entire time to blunt this bishop.
This is deep.
Bishop
Okay, it's the c5 apparently.
c5, and this is plus.
This is plus 1.04, which is like equivalent to a pawn.
Wow. If I had this position as black, I know I'm worse because white controls the center. White has the rook. White has a beautiful bishop. White has potential outpost for the knight. But I would think that with good play, I'd be able to neutralize this.
It's actually to do with the queen coming to a4, which is an idea that you mentioned.
And this pawn is very weak.
Yeah.
I would have thought as well, bishop to e5, hitting the rook, and then at some point sneaking in with the knight might be.
Also looks very good to my eyes. But the whole key is to see this c5 idea.
Yeah.
And that's deep.
That is deep. But you can definitely imagine a white knight posting up on b6, maybe even d6. There's outposts. Black is very passive. This position, we've always been looking at this pawn structure, Jovanka, with queens off.
Yes.
And maybe with queens off, black's less cramped. It's harder for white to maintain control. But with queens on, if you compare the queens, the black queen's very passive. So maybe that's why it's a blunder or a big mistake to put the queen on such a poor square.
Yeah. But then I don't understand why is like not the same issue with knight h7?
Okay, knight h7, at least d4 isn't possible, right? In the near future. The black queen keeps control over the key d4 square.
Yeah.
So maybe you can't blink, you can't get ready for d4, you have to literally try and prevent it.
Okay.
Can I ask the other two? Yeah,
rook e8.
Rook e8, okay.
Rook e8, and actually now it's moved up to knight h7 to second choice. Wow.
Oh, wow.
Sorry, I mustn't.
Forget Charlize bonding and like merging with Gemini.
I've had
you and Ceci are just...
No. It's insane. Right? The line is insane, David. I don't even know whether I should even show this because they're after rook e8.
Go on, I dare you. Rook e8. It's a good waiting move, but the fact he hasn't played it earlier means that he's unlikely to play it now, I would say. But let's carry on because it is a developing move.
Okay, it's insane. And I don't know, maybe this is actually running through the players' minds. Bishop takes pawn. Bishop takes h6.
What?
There might be a bug in my computer because I just literally refreshed the page. Let me just... I don't understand. Like, seriously.
I'm going to say that's a glitch in the matrix.
I think it's a glitch. It must be a glitch.
Bishop takes h6.
No, it must be. Okay, there's something wrong with my engine.
Because it looks like, okay, you get a second pawn, but doesn't look like enough compensation. Black knight can come in.
There's a glitch.
Okay.
There's a glitch, David. I cannot see it.
Okay.
And I trust my eyes. They do not deceive.
I don't trust my eyes, especially modern when modern engines are involved. But this one, I think we can trust that bishop takes h6 isn't a winning move. Yeah, it's just the fact though that it's something you mentioned earlier, Jovanka, I think really pertinently. The bishop on e6 blocks the rook on e8, and then you ask yourself, do I really need a rook on e8? Maybe the rook is better on d8. That's why I was suggesting this kind of this move, queen to c8. It looks like you want your rook on an open file or semi-open file, maybe to challenge white there or to stop d4. So rook e8, he would have played this 2 or 3 moves ago if he was ever going to play it. But maybe he'll just process of elimination, realize there's nothing else. Maybe knight h7. The more I think about it, Jovanka, I mean, you're the queen of predictions. Knight h7 would be a very cool prediction. And it's based on human ideas. It's getting rid of white's best knight, this knight on f3, putting pressure on black center. And it's potentially hinting at f5, f4, f4 forward.
Oh, wow. We've got a bird's eye view into the fan zone. And it's packed. What's happening? It seems like some activity has been organized where everyone is very keen, eager. It's Maurice.
Maurice Ashley holding court in the fan zone.
Okay. Well, there's a lot of excitement both on and off the chessboard. And we are going to go on a very short break. Oh, actually, no, not a very short break, but a break. And, well, Charlize, She's up to mischief. She likes to explore all the areas on the venues, including the broadcast room. So have a look.
There is a lot of effort and work from many people going into making this broadcast amazing for you. And today I'm going to give you a little behind the scenes glimpse of exactly what happens and how you're able to get the top-notch chess entertainment every single day. I'm joined here by Menno at the...
Hello, Denise. How are you?
I'm good, Menno. How are you doing?
Oh, we're preparing the broadcast of today.
This is where the magic happens every single day. You can see we've got so many wires. I don't know how you guys get confused.
Have a look at this machine with all the lights. It's really impressive.
What is that exactly?
Well, that's like a concentrator where all the video signals come together and we play them out in several ways. So you have like the regular broadcast, but also the broadcast from chess.com and other, like Chessbase India. And we also send those signals out here. So this is like the signal center of the whole event.
The big hub.
Yeah.
Let's see what's going on behind here. I see there's a very big TV here. Leonard, the man making it happen behind the scenes. Tell us a little bit about what's going on here.
Yeah, so like I think in the playing hall we have like, I don't know how many cameras, I would say like 12 different cameras. And like some of them you will see here. We also have like a camera in the fan zone. So here we can actually like switch between all the cameras to see how things are working with these super small cameras that are like looking through the pieces into the eyes of the players.
Yeah.
So that's what's going on here, and from here we produce a live show. So here we have like a connection with the commentators. And that's basically done by Sotiris from here. And my own role is basically like to automate a lot of things in the broadcast.
Yeah.
So in this event, we have like the win, draw, loss bar, and we have like all kinds of graphs that we're using in the broadcast. So that is something that I've developed and that I'm using here. Yeah.
You don't miss anything, right? Like any nose scratch, anything that happens here, you see all of it.
Yeah.
So what's the funniest thing you've seen in these cameras so far?
To be honest, like the funniest things are just before the start of the game. So, for example, like when you come inside to prepare to record your pre-game show, or like when the fair play officer is like scanning everything in the playing hall to look for any devices and stuff. Like we kind of like enjoy that, or like when the cleaning lady comes in. So that's like basically like we're also like we're spying everything, but
like reality TV.
Yeah, exactly. But like we're kind of like getting ready to potentially a tie break. So to have that fast action, that is something that really drives me, you know, like to really feel that action and to switch fast between all the moves and yeah.
Awesome. We move over here, a very, very busy space. This is the setup behind the scenes, by the way, with the bookcases and everything. Hello, I'm going to come up behind you with the bright lights.
Welcome.
And how has it been working with this incredible broadcast team? We're showing the viewers exactly what happens behind the scenes. So many wires, so many computers. A lot goes into making this magic happen.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Everyone here is so professional. They actually each do the job of like 5 people. I think we've both worked on events where there's dozens and dozens of people, but here it's a small team, but a close team, and they're all so good at what they do.
They're super lovely as well. You know, they come and they go, "You're doing great," and that's good enough for me.
Well, there you have it, folks. This is where you're able to view the best chess entertainment of the FIDE World Championship match. Back to the action.
Gemini, can you help me plan my 3-day vacation?
Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStax.
Hi, Gemini. Quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email?
Yeah, I can help with that.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world #1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
We are back, and it's been a tense game so far in Game 12 of the FIDE World Championship match. And whilst there have been a few moves being played during the break, maybe we can recap as to the situation so far.
Yeah, for those of you just joining us, we are in the middle game. There's a lot of maneuvering going on, a lot of thinking from both sides. And that is because it was Ding who chose a very flexible opening here with white. He started with the English opening. It soon transposed into a hybrid with the Reti, and black's move, d4, very ambitious by Gukesh. A bit of a mirror image of what happened yesterday, where Ding very quickly pushed his pawn as well as black to d4. We all know how that turned out. But Jovanka, after some very natural moves, the pace of the game slowed down. Gukesh was the one to release the tension in the center. And after pawn to e5, perhaps expecting Ding to go for it, to open up things. Instead, Ding took a timeout and yeah, just covering some squares. Very sensible play.
He started playing the waiting game, you know, just simply making some small improvements to his position there. You see a3 threatening b4. Gukesh didn't have to respond to it, but he chose to play a5 just to cover that break. And this is again where Ding starts playing really clever moves, because going h3, queen c2.
Yeah, really classy stuff. King h2 as well. This shows great prophylaxis, knowing that the queen and bishop of blacks might team up against this pawn later. He defends it preemptively, meaning he doesn't have to worry about that pawn later in the game. And this move you mentioned, Jovanka, queen c2, queen really c2. Classy. Just getting ready to occupy the center with rooks. And this soon happened.
Yeah, and we left this position here, but there were some moves. We were thinking maybe Gukesh could play knight h7 just to release the tension, to swap a few pieces off that way. But Gukesh does slide the rook towards the center, and this was quickly followed by knight to b5. The knight sees an outpost, in it goes. And here is where Gukesh just moved his bishop to f5, attacking d3, and now rook ad1, and that's it. We've caught up with the players, and once again, it's really cagey situation, because Gukesh, it's not that easy to find a constructive plan. He's simply reacting to white's threat of d3, d4, exploding open the position, and that's why Ding is just playing very, very quickly. And yeah, knight to d7. I really love what Ding is doing.
Yeah, he's been building up while avoiding any simplifications. It's very tense, and Gukesh struggling for a plan, I would say. He's lost a lot of time over the last few turns. He's moved his bishop for a second time. He played bishop to e6 just a few moves back, then bishop to f5. This h6 move looks maybe like it hasn't contributed as much as he hoped. And now retreating with his knight. I guess the plan is to up the ante, up the pressure on the d3 pawn. So the question for Ding is how to continue. This actually really reminds me of Ding at his best, when he was defeating some of the top players in the world, when he was unbeaten for 100 games. He was often finding himself in this type of position where he would just slowly kind of gather his forces. Not too much would happen, and then suddenly the fireworks, and he's the one who's more ready with his pieces. And it does look like the white pieces are ultimately more ready. The rook centralized, the bishop poised. The queen is maybe the one that could be improved.
Yeah,
I like the knight on b5 as well.
The knight on b5 is a dream piece. And I was also thinking the same as you, that of all the pieces, it was only the queen that needed to step out of the eye line of the bishop. So I wasn't that keen on queen c3 because of the move bishop to f6, resuming another pin. So I was thinking, what happens if the queen drops back to c1? And she has some eyes on that pawn on h6.
Ooh, yeah, be careful, just in case. This is a very typical tactic. If the black bishop ever disappears or this bishop gets sidetracked, white could suddenly switch angle, switch tack, and focus in on the black king.
And also, your idea that you came up with a few moves ago, which is going G4, Rook G1, it's there somewhere on the horizon. It will maybe be enough to worry Gukesh.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think I'd ever be brave enough to play it, but you've got to think about it, Gukesh. Especially moves like knight to d7. There's this saying, right? Like you go back, I go forward, and knight d7 is a retreat.
Could we also do a move like c5? You go back, I go forward. Because we were looking at the c5 idea.
Yeah, different position, but ultimately, if the center ever explodes, so for example, okay, I'm just going to make a very poor move for black just to highlight the point, but if after bishop to e6, if the center ever gets obliterated now, then white's knight is perfectly placed in conjunction with the c5 pawn, because now c6 is far less attractive if the white knight can jump in. So I like this c5 idea. I wonder whether black would jump back, Jovanka.
And say
C5.
consequences.
Yeah, now this is an outpost for the black knight, so maybe cost of 2 tempi, but it's possible.
It is possible. Yeah, and again, questions. What to do next? Well, well, it's a very cagey position. Also, let's not forget about there are two people playing. We've been exclusively looking at this position almost from the white perspective because it looks so pleasant. But is black's plan just to go bishop c5 or knight c5?
Yeah, I mean, I've been very impressed with Gukesh's last few moves, I've got to say. I've been wanting to investigate black's plans for so long, but it was a struggle, right? Yeah. We struggled to come up with them. It cost Gukesh a lot of time on the clock. Moves like rook to e8, it's hard to get excited about those, but in conjunction with a bigger plan. Like you said, knight c5 or bishop c5. It seems to be something about the c5 square, which is a semi-outpost for black for now, and it might get black closer to taking advantage of the backward d-pawn. Yeah, if white does nothing, if like, I don't know, bishop h1 or something, knight to c5 does feel a bit annoying at least.
I like the fact that the only move that you could come up with that does nothing is bishop h1. Everything else that actually does something.
Actually does something, exactly. It's not just doing nothing bishop h1, it actually actively makes white's position worse, because now h3 might be attacked in some variations. But just to prove the point, if black gets another move, actually on some chess software you can program the null move, which kind of just passes the move to the opponent, which is a very useful tool. But yeah, this pawn is overwhelmed. Take. And I think black's pretty happy. Full control over the outpost. So maybe it's a semi-threat, a positional threat from Gukesh to plant his knight on c5. As you said, Jovanka, maybe bishop c5 as well to equally viable trade off the bishop and then plonk the knight on the c5 square. Gukesh this time away from the board.
Okay. So first up, we need to calculate what happens if white says, do your worst. So say white moves the queen. Where were you thinking? I was struggling for a score.
Square, yeah. I was actually thinking of queen c3, and then you mentioned bishop f6, and I was like, oh, wait. Whoops. Yeah, let's not do that. Okay, let's try one of these. Okay, I'm going to say c3 anyway.
Okay, c3.
For argument's sake.
Okay, yeah, because at least it's clever, right? Queen c3 is much smarter than queen c1, because if you were to go bishop f6, then you go queen c1, and you've actively stopped knight c5.
You read my mind, Jovanka. I was going to reveal that as like my master plan.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's good. It's good. We're in sync.
Sorry, yeah.
We're in sync.
I like it. It's very clever.
It is weird, right? Because normally in chess, you never want to give up a move. But the black bishop on f6 now, unless the center comes open, which looks unlikely with black's queen being stared down, then yeah, the bishop on f6 isn't necessarily a great piece. Maybe white will pivot now and start like playing knight d2, knight e4 at some point.
Makes sense.
Black is very stuck for a plan, actually. The queen is especially awkward.
You know, it's so my style to go rook g1 and g4.
All right, Chakra.
Yeah.
No, it's quite tempting, actually.
It's very tempting with the knight stuck there on d7 and f6.
Yeah. How about if black now tries to go full out positional play, knight to f8. Try to occupy the outpost.
Okay, makes sense, makes sense.
Oh, is it time?
Is
it that time in the match?
Yes, it's that
Game
time.
12.
Come on, okay. We're analysing. Let's do it. G4.
I don't know. A bishop somewhere.
Okay.
G5.
G5.
Yeah, maybe it's too early in the
Yeah.
match for this type of recklessness. Take.
Knight takes.
Knight takes. Yeah, nice symmetry here with the white knights. It's hard to imagine any checkmate coming though.
That's
I mean,
true.
maybe it's more positional. Bishop on d5.
Yeah, but you do have knight to e6.
Yeah, knight to e6. White takes.
Rook takes, and then the bishop comes into d5.
Yeah.
And yeah, so it was all good.
Master stroke. And then
Rook to g1.
Rook to g1. Yeah, threatening rook takes bishop d2 a pin. Black can defend though. Knight to e7. Okay, this is far down the rabbit hole, but it's very complicated.
It is very complicated. So
Bishop e4, for example, it
yeah,
continues.
Absolutely.
Very tense. I mean, if this were the final game, if this were game 14, Jovanka, and Ding's down by 1 point, must win to stay in the match. This looks like it's not the worst thing in the world to do.
No, definitely. You got to roll the dice. As it stands, this is only game 12. Tomorrow it's going to be a rest day for the players. I guess you want to minimize the risk. You don't want to go all out. Because then
you've got to balance the risk.
Exactly, because if you end up losing, then you're in a must-win situation for the remaining 2 games. So yeah.
Ding hasn't been close to winning any games really as Black since game 1. You could argue yesterday, for one moment he had a promising position, but
yeah, it's not the time to burn the bridges.
It's not the time. Okay, so we're only focusing on queen moves.
Okay, so what else is there?
Do you know what I'm inspired by something that you said in the first half of this match, Jovanka, and it was an idea where you wanted to play knight h5 as Black, and I think your inspiration that time was Bobby Fischer.
Yes.
I'm going to say this, knight h4.
Okay.
I'm going to say I'm attacking your bishop. I'm clearing the path for my bishop,
okay.
And I'm trying to force the issue now. I'm trying to turn the tables on Gukesh. No more maneuvering.
Okay.
Dynamism. You go back, I go forward.
I go takes.
Yeah, well, I was hoping you wouldn't, but you saw it. Actually, I think takes is forced because, just to mention, after bishop to h7, there's this weird tactic. Bishop takes c6, b takes, and I can play knight a7. And I'm taking this pawn next no matter what, with a fork or at least a win of a pawn, because you can't defend it. So I think at least knight h4 would force a capture. It's probably just very good for Black, but okay, I'll take back.
Okay, and let's eat everything. So queen takes h4. No, but I see where you're going with this. Knight takes c7.
Yeah. It's a really weird position. White's position is riddled with weaknesses, but 2 bishops, but
you've
rook
got
on the
active
g5.
pieces.
Yeah.
You know, like you're pointing out, rook to g1, the knight's going to d5. Maybe one shouldn't take the pawn on h4, but I was afraid that the pawn would kind of sit there on h5.
Yeah. Also, I'm
rook g1.
going to start coming over here. Yeah. If I can ever blow open the center now with d4, the bishop pair might come to life, but ultimately maybe it's just too much. Maybe just knight to f8, and maybe I've just saddled myself with too many weaknesses. Knight to e6. Maybe this was a flash of desperation more than inspiration.
But it is a definite idea. Like, because you can kind of see, like, if the Black queen moves over to c8, then suddenly
this type of thing,
she's disconnected from the king, and you have this idea of going knight h4, opening up lines.
Yeah.
If the white queen were in touching distance, let's say, maybe queen c3, queen c1, and then, you have this knight h4 idea.
Then you've got ideas of that sacrifice you mentioned. Yeah. I was just trying to think of ways to blow open the king side without going the lethargic way. G4, G5 takes, and then move the knight back. And
can we fuse those 2 plans together? So let's go queen c3.
Okay.
You go bishop f6, queen c1. Well, knight. Yeah. Let's do this now.
Queen c1 as well, but now knight h4 maybe.
Yeah, this is what.
Wait. Okay, firstly, if the bishop moves, we no longer have this idea of bishop takes c6, because knight to a7, black can defend. Now that the bishop is no longer blocking everything on e7. But okay, let's pretend that black isn't a spoil sport and black acquiesces to the exchange of minor pieces. Now, yeah, if black plays knight f8, like we were saying in the other variation, now there's no pin.
You can go
f4 or d4. Or... Let's blow it open.
Yeah, let's go d4. Pawn takes pawn. You're going to meet that with knight takes pawn. There's a battery going on with the queen and the bishop pointing at g7.
There's a lot going on here suddenly.
Yeah. I know this position is getting crazy.
In terms of winning chances for Ding, I mean, this is a dream for him. There's two downsides, though. One, he's been expending a lot of, expending, I should have said, a lot of time. But secondly, it is that type of position where there's so much choice, it's easy to go wrong for both sides, but equally for Ding.
Yeah.
So it's balancing that risk that we were talking about with the desire to go for it.
Okay. And here we have some stats by Rakesh Kulkarni. And Ding Liren, whenever playing round 12 in his last 5 over-the-wall classical, well, he's won 3, lost 2.
Okay. Decisive, though. Very decisive in round 12.
Yeah, interesting. He's played a lot of, let's say, long-haul tournaments.
Exactly.
I think barring the old Olympiads, which used to be 14 rounds, I don't think I've played anything longer than 11.
Yeah, I mean, standard chess tournaments, Jovanka, they're either 9 or 11. I've always wondered why they're odd numbers. I guess if it's an all-play-all, you want an even number of players, therefore an odd number of games. But why do open tournaments have to be odd numbers?
Yeah.
Why can't it be 10 rounds or 8 rounds so you get 4 whites, 4 blacks?
Oh, we're going to have an explanation from our all-knowing production team. Odd number allows...
That's true.
Okay, it's to do with the colours.
Colours. And I guess even in an open tournament, you want an even number of players so nobody has to have a bye. Everyone gets a game. Yeah, okay.
No,
+2.
Yeah, but in opens.
Yeah. I once played an open tournament. It was a rapid tournament. I ended up getting somehow 7 blacks and 3 whites. And I was like, wait, what? How did that happen? And it was, I got double black, white, double black, white, double black. And I was just like, there must be a bug in this, this algorithm.
When I won my European Girls under 20, I got 3 blacks in a row.
Yeah.
Because I had played literally everyone on the top. And so they downfloated me to someone else who had double blacks, and one of us had to blink and get the 3rd black, and I didn't understand why it was me. I was like, I'm higher rated, I've got more points. Why are you giving me the black?
Favoritism.
Oh, it's illegal now.
It should be illegal. I agree. It should be illegal.
Do you know the best opening round in a FIDE Open that I've ever seen was when they decided to do it a drawing of lots. In the Isle of Man. I think Magnus, he pulled out and it was just like some 2100 from Iceland. And then Fabi came and he pulled out Vladimir Kramnik.
That was amusing, seeing Vladimir Kramnik down. I think he lost round 1, right?
And round 2.
Did he lose round 2? I think didn't he draw against Lawrence Trent in round 2? Which feels like a loss, I guess.
Oh, no, okay. Because I remember he lost to...
He later lost to James
Tarjan, yeah.
Yeah, American Grandmaster.
Because he was sat next to me, because I never forget that I was playing Ju Wenjun and I felt like someone was like taking up some space. And I was on the verge of kind of like shoving them and going, look, respect the fact that we're in the open and there's not that much table room. And I looked across and it was Vlad and I was like, oh, no. Don't say anything.
Yeah, world champions have a different aura around them. In the meantime, talking of world champions, Ding Liren plays queen to d2, a square we didn't consider.
We didn't, but okay, the idea is the same. He's preparing d4, got eyes on the prize on h6, one day, maybe.
Watch out.
Watch out for knight h4.
Yeah.
I've not given up on that beautiful idea. Maybe one day g4.
He's aiding all of these ideas.
Yes, aiding and abetting.
He's yeah. Yeah, we're not awarding any exclamation marks to this move yet, but it does have a bit of purpose. D4. Big question, Jovanka. Knight to C5. That was what we assumed Black's threat or next move would be.
Okay,
What's the big idea?
What is the big idea? D4.
D4. Uh-huh. Yeah, this is clever, actually. Just to mention, the other squares we were looking at, so if we go back one move, the big difference between D2 and C1 here is that if you'd gone to C1, after knight to C5, D4, you'd at least have to calculate the consequences of knight D3 with a fork. And maybe white can sacrifice the exchange in some way, but yeah, very unclear consequences. So queen D2, knight C5, D4. You can attack the white queen, but it's just a one-move hit. Knight E4, then you drop back. And likewise, knight B3, then you get hit. And wait, there's a lot to think about here.
Okay,
D4 is hit once, twice, thrice,
but
4 times.
But white is also defending it. Once,
twice, 3 times. I don't know why I keep saying thrice. I heard someone say it recently. I was like, that's a weird word.
It is a weird word, and it's a very old-fashioned word.
Yeah. That's old-fashioned guy. What
Yeah,
can I say?
it's like the song once, twice, it doesn't go thrice a lady.
That's true. Yeah, we don't say like thrice world champion. We would say 3-time world champion.
3-time world champion. Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah.
Yeah. Blink thrice if you need.
If you need to get out of here.
You need help.
If you need rescuing.
Okay, let's say we start taking everything off the board. Knight takes D4.
Okay.
A mop-up operation.
Yes. Let's indulge you. I'll coalesce. Knight takes.
Yeah, there's also knight takes this pawn. But anyway, let's say knight takes knight. Pawn takes.
Knight takes.
Knight takes. Knight takes.
Bishop takes.
Ooh. You're laughing your way to the bank. Laughing your way back to equality.
David. I don't know why I ended up being so childish.
No, it was terrifying.
But I think you can get away with it, Bishop F8.
Bishop F8.
Could you really?
Bishop A7. Now we see why Gukesh's move at Rook B8 is flawed with a double attack.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, this does look very good, I've got to say. On the out, kind of just without delving too deep into the intricacies like Gukesh will be doing. I mean, this is actually starting to look more like his type of position, Gukesh, where you can start to calculate concrete lines. But D4, how does Black get out of jail here? He takes D4 without moving the knight. But again, this doesn't look fantastic for Black. And now Queen D2.
Yeah.
Stroke of genius.
It is. Queen D2, great move. Just sidestepping Black's plans and preparing D4. Hang on. I've been assisted now, thanks to Gemini and our production team. So I've got loads of them, but now I'm like thinking, how can I even incorporate them?
Yeah, I'm applauding our production team
for
here.
blending,
blending.
for blending human minds and technology. And there we see our 2 players having played a very crafty move, preventing Gukesh from playing his desired knight move. Oh, for Gukesh, this is going to be very unpleasant.
And if you can't play the move you want, I mean, firstly, that's a huge psychological blow, especially in this type of position where he's been kind of spending his last 3-4 moves building up to putting a piece on C5. Everything he's done has been hinting that that's his plan. If you can't play that or don't feel that you can get away with playing that, then what next? It is a bit of a problem potentially for Gukesh. On the bright side for him, he does have 17 minutes more than Ding on the clock right now, as we are sitting on move 17. So Ding has 23 moves to make until the time control. Gukesh with 24 moves. It does feel like something is, I mean, we're building up towards something here, Jovanka. Feels like yesterday almost, where we knew as soon as the first few moves were played that something was in the air. And again, it feels like that type of game that could well go the distance, could well test both of the players to the max.
Yeah, absolutely agree with that. Ding, he's in his element here. And you can see that he's just quickened the pace. He has a very pleasant position. And again, he's finding those moves that will make Gukesh feel very uncomfortable. Gukesh now needs to play very accurately just to hold the balance. And how is he going to do that? I mean, we've seen that his main idea has been thwarted. So what next? He's in calculation mode. He does have over a 10-minute advantage.
Would you say Ding has been eroding Gukesh's confidence?
Yes. In this game, absolutely. No, this has been perfect opening strategy from Ding.
Great practical play combined with objectively strong chess.
Yes. He's presented Gukesh with a position he can't calculate his way out of. You know, and that's why we've seen some like small moves, h6, knight to d7, but it hasn't objectively helped his position, because what Gukesh needs to be doing is trading off those pieces. He wants to be maintaining control over d4, and he hasn't quite achieved that.
No, it's white with control over the all-important d4 square. It's a matter of pawn structures. For those of you at home who are wondering why d4 is so important, it's just a theme, I think, especially when there's a backward pawn. The d3 pawn is the heart and soul of this position. It's either a huge weakness, or if it breaks forward and blows open the center, it could actually prove to be a strength. The side who holds the pawn breaks, often holds the power, the momentum in the position. So yeah, if white can force through d4 at a favorable moment, Ding is clearly better. If Gukesh can hold on to this square, if he were, for example, able to put a knight on the e6 instantly, maybe with a bishop on the f6 square, just to hammer home the fact that d4 is impossible, then Gukesh is totally fine at least. But for now, not easy.
Yeah. So we saw that knight c5.
Although,
does it work? Knight
c5?
Yeah, let's try it.
Knight c5, Jovanka. I'm just trying to get inside Gukesh's mind, and we've been watching them for what feels like a long time now. We've been watching them for 11 days, 12 if you count today, and d4, definitely the idea. I'm going to pretend I'm Gukesh, and I'm calculating forcing moves. We've looked at knight e4, the white queen just slides. I think that favors white. The knight's actually of target on e4. Knight b3 didn't work out. We saw all the trades on d4, but...
Knight d3?
Yeah, knight d3, process of elimination.
And here, I was also trying to get into Ding's mind.
Yeah.
And if you look at Ding's best games, he loves to exchange. Loves to sacrifice the exchange in order to get dynamic play. So I was calculating here, or assessing the consequences of d5.
Wow.
Is this too much to ask?
You're blinding me with these tactics, Jovanka. d5. Okay, I'm going to take the rook.
Okay, rook takes.
Rook takes. And now this knight's actually trapped. Oh, sorry.
Is it? Oh, okay, yeah.
It's actually trapped other than d4.
Yes, I hadn't calculated that, but I had just...
This looks really good for white, though.
I just thought that with a massive pawn on d5, knight takes...
Now you have
bishop
choice.
Takes.
Yeah, you can take. You can actually maybe play bishop f4. You can take with the knight and then grab this pawn next when the black bishop moves.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, even if you get a position like this, like you've got two pawns. It's not just any old pawns. I mean, this one's a monster, like you said. I mean, huge pawn majority incoming. I mean, at least in a quick game, I would hate being black here because white's got easy moves. b4, c5. Maybe with a bit of time on the clock, you can find a way to like strike out, but okay, bishop e4 maybe is a good start just to trade off white's beautiful fianchettoed bishop.
Yeah.
But yeah, this looks at least like something Gukesh might do. I think he'd rather suffer in a position like that one, where he's got some material to think about, to cling on to, than just continue maneuvering.
Okay, so that's alternative one.
Okay.
Let's have a look at your plan, which is knight f8.
Yeah, knight f8.
And let's consider the most obvious move, d4.
D4. First of all, E4 is one automatic reaction, but even if white were to just move this knight, there might be alternatives here, but yeah, I mean, let's say knight G1.
Not knight h4.
Knight H4. Actually,
For the score.
Knight H4, I do adore. I'm a bit worried I'll get trapped, but apart from that. I mean, here, though, you start blasting things open, right? You start,
Exactly.
I don't know. Although C4's happening. Yeah, something's happening here.
Okay, but okay, I tricked you with knight to h4. You didn't need to do that.
I mean, it's tempting because just to point out for everyone at home now, I mean, white's going to start blowing open the center. C7 is still hanging. The black queen can't move. Bishop f4 is coming. Yeah, who knows? But okay, knight g1. And the point is that the e4 pawn is overextended. Bishop f4 is still coming.
Yep.
d5 is still coming.
d5 is still coming.
Even just like calm moves like knight c3 going after this
Yeah,
intruder.
looks great. So, okay, that was e4.
Coming back into the game. Okay, so e4. Okay, let's say e takes
not
d4.
so good. E takes d4.
Maybe e4 is best, but who knows?
Yeah,
E takes
yeah. I
d4.
mean, it does feel like black has just been maneuvering and not necessarily been too incisive to the point. Yeah, I've got loads of Gemini suggestions, David.
Well, yeah, I'll.
Well, but we have been given the instruction: don't overdo it.
Yeah.
Don't torture the audience like
on
that.
best behavior now.
Yeah.
I'm really sorry, everyone. I went to the water park today here in Sentosa, and I think there was a rush of blood to the head. I went on some roller coaster like water slides. I was trying to get in the zone. You know, I expected some action today on the board. So.
Yeah, no, but it's the path. In fact, I would recommend to the players, if they're feeling nervous, just go and do something terrifying.
Yeah, something just out of the routine. I mean, Ding's routine hasn't necessarily been working for him the last 2-3 weeks.
But have you ever done something terrifying? Like that's why they say like cold water plunges. It's so good because your body goes into like some minor shock, and when you come out, you get this massive rush.
Yeah.
Like I literally cannot stop laughing.
Yeah. I mean, it's pros and cons, right? It could be too much of a rush. It could throw you off balance, or it could be just the change up you need. Talking of doing anything terrifying, I mean, I've played the Caracan defense on occasion. I've done terrifying things after a loss. That's for sure.
Yeah, that was a good comeback.
I'm joking.
Actually, David's one of my favorite Caracan players. Like seriously, he doesn't know it, but I even stalk his online games.
Actually, quite a few people do. I saw someone publish a chessable course recently, and it was literally all of the suggestions based on what I do online in my Blitz games. But okay, this is besides the point. This position is so tense, Jovanka. Gukesh has been thinking a while. He's down to 45 minutes now. His time advantage slipping away.
Okay, and well, we were struggling to come up with a clear plan of what to do. Knight c5, with potentially jumping in with the knight to d3. That was one suggestion. I'm just going to check the engine just for clarity. Knight c5, followed by this knight jump to d3 is the best.
Oh, wow.
For black.
So it's not just Gukesh's style, it's actually...
No, this is absolutely needs must. And if he just dilly-dallies, then literally he's going to find himself in big problems. Like it says like +1 advantage for white, which is a 1-pawn advantage.
After everything else? Or...
Yeah, I mean, the next best move is a4, which is just... Okay, now I guess it makes a little bit more sense.
More than earlier, at least.
But
actually, this pawn is hanging in a lot of variations. So.
Yeah, and the reason why, if black is just waiting, white is just simply going to go d4, and it's going to be a big positional advantage.
Yeah, blowing open the center while white is clearly better prepared. Yeah, and also, as we showed earlier, just as soon as this black knight disappears, there's so much trouble. I mean, here white can take in any direction, but even just with the knight, just to highlight the fact that a4 might be necessary. At some point, you've got to move it. Yeah, okay, so key moment in this game in the World Championship, potentially. We're waiting for Gukesh to decide upon knight to c5.
Okay.
I could see him playing a4, you know, just out of necessity. He's really good in all sorts of calculation, but I've seen that, Ramesh has talked about this in the Indian School of Chess, and especially when it's process of elimination, that's where they're especially good. They look at all the options. I've seen Ramesh work with some of the younger players out there, and he's literally saying, scan the board, go through every piece. Does it make sense for the rook to move? No. Does it make sense for the knight to move? No. Knight, maybe. Bishops, no. And then eventually you settle on this move, maybe a4, and then you start comparing, contrasting. Then you go a bit deeper, evaluate, and then you're ultimately stuck with one move or the other.
But it feels like such a difficult move to see. And the reason being is that all the action is happening in the center.
Yeah.
And you're like fiddling around with a pawn on the queen side, which is literally like the only piece there. But it's kind of deep. The whole concept is that when white does open up with d4, you absolutely cannot trade that pawn. You have to lock the position down with e4. So a4 is more like a space grab.
Okay. Interesting. d4, e4. I guess it also makes the c4 pawn weaker. So, for example, if the white knight moves, there might be resources against this pawn a bit later. If the white queen ever moves, then you might be able to use the a5 square to go for this pawn. Yeah, this is actually quite a nice clamping mechanism in general. So it's a very positional move in what looks like it's about to be a tactical position, though.
Yeah.
I agree, Jovanka. I don't think it's natural. So surely his attention is focused on knight to c5.
Yeah, so let's dive into it one more time because, okay, and there we see Anish Giri. So far, this game reminds me of peak Ding, and I played him just engine stuff all the way.
He's stealing my lines. I said this with peak Ding as well. This is, I mean, I've seen a lot of Ding games over the course of time, and yeah, it's always so accurate, and it always looks so harmonious once you put it together. But often along the way, a few moves are quite mysterious, like this queen d2. But we've mentioned that this queen d2 that Giri is talking about hits a5, also stops knight to d3 coming with a fork. So it is multi-purpose. But the vision to see queen to d2 is difficult, and then to decide
especially because the white queen was on c2 first, and then she just tucked herself over to d2. But yeah, like we said, Gukesh has to embrace the complications, and let's see how appealing they are. So knight to c5. Let's jump with the knight, but also jump in on the board to investigate. Okay, Ding's hand is forced. I think d4 is the most logical move. Don't see anything else really. Just for everyone at home, taking this knight would relieve the pressure on d3, but now you lose control over the d4 square. And even like you could do the jump, which is knight takes e5. But ultimately, d4, knight takes c4 is happening, and
I mean, you might win the piece back if you sacrifice some material, but surely black would have some way of stabilizing. For example, okay, without doing any calculation at all, take, even moving the bishop, queen takes, and now knight d6, and you just get all the pieces off the board. I realize I've dropped this a5 pawn again, this blasted pawn. But yeah, okay, something along these lines to try and get pieces off and try and hold, which would be a great result for Gukesh. Okay, knight c5, d4 though.
Knight c5, d4, yeah. And now knight to d3.
Process of elimination, I think the only way. Again, opening up the center only helps white. Let's show this one last time. Double attack. Hitting the bishop, hitting this pawn on a5, white wins material. So you have to play knight to d3 in this position.
Okay.
So he's definitely got here in his calculation about 10 minutes ago, probably. He spent 20 minutes on this move, Gukesh, so far.
Yes.
He probably got here 15 minutes ago even, and he's trying to work out the consequences. So
okay. Yeah, so...
how to continue? Does white have to sacrifice the exchange? That's the key, I think.
Yeah, this is what I wanted to investigate. So let's have a look at your... You have a choice. You go rook e2, or you can go rook to g1. I bet you weren't expecting that one.
I'm honoured, Jovanka, that you're...
I'm obsessed. What can I say?
You're augmenting my ideas. I quite like... Don't try this at home, anyone.
Yeah.
Rooks belong on open files, but rook
Yeah.
g1, you're hinting that you might blow open.
Exactly.
And you've left e1 vacant for the knight. If, for example, black tries to close it, knight e1,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
trade off.
And then your idea of going knight c3 and actually I really like d5 and just grabbing space.
Yeah, d5 might come, knight c3 might come.
Mm-hmm.
I really like bishop f4 as an idea, just hitting some weak spots. It does look like white has the advantage. I wonder how much of an advantage is the question.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so white's not necessarily obliged to sacrifice. Although, okay, rook g1, can black do something else?
Well, if you take on d4, which doesn't make any sense whatsoever to me because you're not anchoring the knight on d3. It's not stable.
Feels really loose, black's pieces now. Let's say knight takes knight, knight takes again. The black bishop is hit.
Yes.
Going back somewhere.
And
a5 is attacked, but so is b2. Maybe the white queen just
yeah, queen c3, queen c3.
moves.
You're threatening
Although,
bishop f6.
I mean, these are long variations, but this is the type of thing going through Gukesh's mind, right?
Yeah.
He's trying to find his way through the fog, through the mist,
Yeah.
as we are.
Yeah, I mean, this position, you can't even stop here in your calculation. You have to continue because there are pins abound. So you have to kind of go work out what's going to happen after c5.
Good move. Just for everyone at home, you cannot really take this knight now because, yes, you've got two pieces for the rook at the end, but c5 wins back the material.
Yep.
Pin. So yeah, your c5 move, Jovanka. And this just looks really nice for white, unless black has a tactic. Now it is a big threat. Rook takes knight.
Yes. And if you move the knight out of the way, then you've got queen takes a5. So, well, you don't need to do that because of knight c4.
Yeah, but at the minimum, you the minimum you move this knight and you try and grab it at some point next move. Although now, why is the king on h2? Why is the king on h2? Check. Okay, don't move the knight. Yeah, this is weird. It's so hard to evaluate these positions, though, right, Jovanka?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a minefield. It's a labyrinth.
Totally. And just bear in mind that Gukesh will have to be thinking about this in his mind. And how many moves have we analyzed into the future?
In that position?
In that position, that would have felt like it was
that
past
was
5.
way past 5 moves
Yeah.
into the future. Having to scroll, and it's a long way into the future. Yeah, I mean, it's 6-7 moves in a lot of directions. That was move 23, 24, and we were going beyond it. We're currently at move 17, so... Yeah.
So that indicates to me that knight c5 is a little bit of an intuitive move as well. You got to, at some point, just stop the calculation and just feel your way.
It was interesting yesterday in the press conference with Gukesh. He said at some point he started to feel his position was good, and despite the fact he was trying to calculate, he thought he'd save a bit of time by just putting pieces on good squares, which I think is just a good advice for any player. You've got to sense when you're walking that narrow line, when you need to be 100% accurate, or when it's just good enough to put pieces on squares and be ready for whatever happens later. This is one of those where it's kind of a mix of both, right? It's a narrow line. He has to play knight c5 intuitively, but you have to back it up with calculation.
Yeah, yeah, you have to. Ooh, how much time has he used on the clocks? And now it's always the same situation. Ding goes into a long think. Gukesh catches him up. Now Gukesh less time than Ding.
Gukesh has 35 minutes left for 24 moves. So again, it's crunch time is approaching. About 1.5 minutes on average per move.
Yeah. And if Ding wins this game?
Wow, what a match we've got on our hands. If he wins.
Do you think that we're going to see the players just kind of knuckle down, play solid chess, take it tie breaks? Or do we think we're going to see more gung-ho chess?
We'll miss our flights, Jovanka, if it goes to tie breaks. Yeah, I think we're going to see Gukesh go for it no matter what. If he loses this game, especially tomorrow, or not tomorrow, but the day after the rest day, with white, when does he ever not go for it?
Yeah. Yes. Well, we are getting ahead of ourselves. Ding Liren has a great position here. Queen to d2, very accurate. setting up a big idea of just blasting open the center with d4. Now, Gukesh, if he wants to hold the balance, he has two moves, knight to c5, and he has to embrace the complications that are deep after knight c5, followed by a knight jump into d3. Or he has to play it very positionally with the really abnormal looking a4.
Difficult choice. I do not envy this moment for Gukesh. I think this is the first big moment of the game. There have been several small kind of fascinating moments, but a4 or knight to c5. I think he's going to play knight c5 eventually. He's just taking time to convince himself. No. Neither of those two moves. He drops his bishop back, inviting white forward.
Oh.
This could be a huge mistake. Of course, Ding has to prove it. Not easy. But Gukesh, I think that's the last resort. I think he was panicking. He'd spent over 25 minutes on that one move, and he was like, okay, I've got to be practical. I've got to just put a move on the board. And the bishop is much safer on g6, so he has improved the black position. But it's just about time, and talking of time, Ding doesn't spend any playing d4.
No, he doesn't, and d4. So let's quickly dive into what the choices are for black here. We've already seen in many situations that taking on d4 comes with great peril. Everything gets lined up, exploded open, and look at the queen and the rook. They are just pinpointing towards, or pointing towards d7. Well, e4 is another natural move, but then the pawn on e4 could be vulnerable. It is certainly decision time for Gukesh as Ding quickly accelerates the play, and it is definitely crunch time for the players. On that note, we are going to go on a very short break. When we come back, we're going to deep dive into the position and, of course, catch up with all the drama.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is a look behind the scenes of a heated Fantasy League group chat, where Gemini has already made an image of a quarterback with noodle arms, a running back that's a snail, a Swiss cheese secondary, that's a new one, and now coming in hot, some wide receiver gloves made out of butter. Oh, let's see how they come back from that one. Still anybody's game, or anybody that has Gemini.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world #1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Cliffhanger, because Ding Liren has stepped forward in the middle of the board with his pawn potentially exploding open the position, just breathing life into his pieces. And now Gukesh has a really unpleasant choice. He cannot capture that pawn in the middle because suddenly the queen, the rook, everything comes to life and they start pointing their cannons at that knight on d7. So he just has one move, which is just to close the position down, hope for the best. Hoping is never a good strategy in chess, but it might be the best he can do.
I loved your accidental pun, Jovanka, exploding
Oh.
the center. That's very much what Ding wants to do right now, but it's damage limitation mode. I've got to say, for Gukesh, he does play the best move, or at least the move we think is the most logical, at least with the previous couple of moves he's played. He's played bishop g6, and that doesn't help anything dynamically, so you need to play positionally, and e4 is a very positional move, trying to aiming to close things. I do expect the move knight to g1 from Ding, because I don't think you need any fireworks. He's reaching for that knight. This is the Ding we saw in game 1, where he sped up when he knew he was doing well. He went on to win that game. Yeah. And now the downside behind the black bishop placement is revealed. The white knight is actually going to go to e2 soon, f4, and gain a tempo against this bishop. First, though, Gukesh tries to gain a tempo himself by hitting the c4 pawn.
Yeah.
How to deal with that?
Well, you can't defend it with b3 pawn, with b2 pawn, sorry. I was thinking ahead. If you go b3, then you do open yourself up for undermining moves such as a4.
Yeah, and this tension not ideal. Unless
you can start attacking things ASAP.
Yeah, I was wondering, can you start going for it? You've given the black knight a beautiful square, though. I was thinking d6, but maybe not quite working. After black takes, the knight's still protected.
Can we steamroller in the center with the pawns? Like, having said A, instead of d6.
Instead of d6, c5.
c5.
Right? Yeah.
Let's go.
This is wild stuff. Hitting this knight. Okay, let's say black goes back.
And now, keep it going. Enjoy the party d6.
d6. Yeah, black takes.
Takes.
Takes. Black moves this. This one, where is the good question?
Knight c7 is happening.
Knight c7. Every move comes with a threat. I'm just reacting as black here.
But it might be good enough.
Yeah.
Because
at the very end,
knight to d3, and also white still has to deal with the threat of a takes b3.
Multiple threats. I mean, you could continue, like bishop a7 hits the rook. If the rook moves, then you've opened up an attack against this pawn.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, this is very forcing, and I mean, this is like a 7-8 move variation. It's all forced, so Ding could definitely easily calculate his way here. I just wonder whether there's any safer option rather than kind of breaking the tension immediately. Could he just defend this pawn?
Yeah, he could do that by just moving the queen. Where she goes is unclear because, yeah, I mean, queen c2 was my natural thought.
Yeah. I quite like that, just eyeing up this pawn. It's pros and cons, though. If you ever move this bishop, then there might be some problems on this diagonal. Okay, and trying to get inside Gukesh's mind. What's his plan? Is it just bishop f6? Is it a4 followed by knight to a5? Okay, I don't know. I want to get out of that steamroller that you're hinting at, the battering ram, the pawn moving, so the bishop can slide.
Yep. But you know what this position really reminds me of? An Alekhines defense.
Yeah. Me too. Like, it's these knights. These knights. I mean, total tangent here, but just to show the Alekhines defense to everyone at home. Okay, let's rewind the whole way back to move 1. Black, the Alekhine defense is knight f6, right? And e5, knight d5. We could see a pawn structure like this one, where after d6, c4, the black knight goes back, and okay, white can play a bunch of things here, but for example, f4, take, and now the black knight comes to c6, and it's these two knights against these two pawns. And if we go back to the game position, it's these two knights again against these two pawns. So great pattern recognition, Jovanka.
Yeah, but also it's quite worrying because in the Alekhines you normally get counterplay with a very flexible pawn strike in the center. Here the pawn is already on e4. There's no tension there. And one of the things that you're always vulnerable in openings such as this are those expanding moves like d5, c5, and just grabbing the space. I often have this general rule that if you get with the white pieces, a white pawn on d5, the plan is just to grab space. Not necessarily a queenside attack. Just be content with depriving your opponent of squares.
Yeah, these knights are misplaced unless they can jump, unless they can, for example, get in and take a pawn. And that's why if Ding just is happy to solidify, I think he's got a big advantage. Also, Jovanka, we see the eval bar slide up on the live board, but on the percentages, it's massive, 53.8% winning chances.
Yeah, and 11% for Gukesh. And for the first time ever, I've seen a very low drawing percentage.
That's true, lower than the other results combined. Wow, this is Ding's chance. This is the best chance he's had since game one. He's had kind of, I would say, half chances. It's like in football when like you can shoot, but you probably won't score a goal. He's had those types of positions quite a lot, Ding. I would say 3 or 4 times. But yeah, in terms of proper chances to put the ball in the back of the net and where you're the favourite to score past the goalkeeper, this is it.
Yeah, I wouldn't kind of say it's a penalty just yet, but it's like free kick, right?
Yeah, it's not an open goal.
Yeah.
There's still a goalkeeper and a very good, world-class goalkeeper in Gukesh who's going to try and make it as difficult as possible. But, okay, Ding just needs to defend this pawn.
Okay.
I'm wondering how big the margin for error is here. Maybe we can check. Like, is there a difference between the 3 queen moves, for example, defending this pawn?
Ooh.
Is b3
Interestingly enough, okay, b3 is not a good move at all because of this a4 idea.
It also looks unnatural.
Yes.
We were showing that as what not to do for white.
Exactly. But the weirdest thing is that the computers, this is this Stockfish, the most preferred move by far is to drop the bishop back to f1. And that wasn't on my radar at all. Another move it had suggested was going on the counteroffensive with bishop f4.
Wow. And Ding chooses neither of those.
Queen c3 is also great.
Yeah, I would say that's the human approach. I must admit, if we just backtrack to show those ideas, Jovanka, bishop to f1, I nearly mentioned it as a joke earlier. And I was like, you could just play bishop f1 if you're really desperate. And then the reason I didn't mention it is because knight to e2 looks like it might be your next move to come out with the knight, and knight e2 would break the bishop's protection of the c4 pawn. So I thought that's not natural. That's not human at all. Ding discarded that one. Bishop f4 wasn't on my radar at all, but actually looks very tempting. Knight takes pawn. I do wonder, however. And the queen is attacked, and yeah, I mean, if the queen moves, the black knight can go back.
Yeah, there might be some
tactics.
Knight takes c7.
Ooh, and pin.
And pin.
Yeah, this knight is pinned. This knight is pinned. I don't know if you're winning here as white, but it does look very tempting. Okay, Ding wants to avoid any positions where Gukesh could calculate his way out of trouble. I think that makes sense. So queen c3 keeps the tension.
Okay.
Very strong move.
It's a very strong move because still the ideas of d5, c5 still in the air, knight to e2 followed by knight to f4 also prevalent. Gukesh, 27 minutes, and his position is very difficult. How is he even going to generate play?
Again, I don't think he's able to generate any play at all. He just has to hope that there's no breakthrough. He has to make it as difficult as possible for Ding to play easy moves, to go for it. You mentioned d5. I mean, it looks like an immediate threat now because the white queen covers the e5 square. The black knight wants to use that square to hop. For example, if black, just wastes a move d5, there's no time to play bishop f6 anymore because of d takes c6 and counterattack against the black queen. Although, some calculation to be done there. So, okay, black obviously won't waste a move. It feels like bishop f6 is about to happen.
Yes.
But,
yeah.
Jovanka, there's still bishop f4 ideas. Black doesn't want to be playing like knight a8 to defend this pawn. I mean, rook c8 is still possible, but it feels like it's...
Well, he put his bishop on
crumbling.
g6. Do you think he wanted to go f5 and... and then bishop g5? I mean,
bishop g5.
Maybe do bishop g5. No, bishop g5 is going to fail to... No, you can do it.
should be g5. At least now after d5, there's this square, right?
Yeah.
Knight e5 and hop. That being said, if we do it in the right order, okay, bishop takes.
You have to take with the pawn, unfortunately.
Yeah. Queen takes, drops this one.
Mm-hmm.
So pawn takes. I wanted to take on e4 now, but actually this pawn's hanging as well. Feels so close to almost just winning on the spot for white, but still need a knockout blow.
Yeah. Yes. But I don't know. It feels like black is riding their luck on the edge. You know, even lines like bishop takes. Like bishop takes pawn.
True. This looks horrible.
It looks so scary because if you take the pawn,
or
then
either knight,
bishop takes bishop. That's triple pawns, otherwise known as the drunken pawns, and they're not great defenders of the king.
Yeah, I mean it's the leaning tower of Singapore here. But okay, he plays bishop f6.
Bishop f6.
I should have said the Liren tower of. Oh no.
Oh, that would have been the first one with the.
But the audience would have been Liren at me for all my puns.
I'm impressed. And if they don't appreciate fine British humour.
It's not even sophisticated, it's just cheap wordplay. But bishop f6, I think that's the most logical move, right?
Yeah. Stop d5.
Stop d5. Yeah.
Stop the expansion. Okay, so
you pin the queen, you pin the pawn to the queen, but the Val has changed again. 60% winning chances for white.
Whoa.
That's massive. Was this a mistake?
Maybe knight.
Just knight e2.
Knight e2. You'd back that up with knight f4. And do you remember you were saying jump that knight to d5?
Yeah.
You can jump around there.
Actually, yeah, these bishops are both targets, Jovanka. I didn't even see what black plays, first of all. I would play knight e2 in an instant. I think Ding, if this were a blitz game, he would play knight e2 in 1 second. But, okay, what does black even play? First of all.
I don't know.
Black is totally stuck.
Maybe step up.
Let's say black just plays a move we talked about earlier, a4. Just to clamp down, the pawn's not a target. Now knight f4 hits this bishop. It's, I mean, unthinkable allowing that bishop to be traded off. You drop it back. Now knight h5. Hit the other bishop.
That was a switcheroo.
Yeah,
I was expecting knight d5, but yeah, okay.
Just looks beautiful for Ding. We're expecting the move knight to e2. Looks like he has an advantage.
Oh, and there we see the game being set up, and I can spot the hands of Maurice, Ashley, and Charlize. Tell us, what do you think about the position?
We are live in the VIP area and I am joined by Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. We're going to do some old-fashioned analysis with an actual chessboard. I know you guys have been looking at screens all day. Maurice, I want to hear your impressions about the current position OTB.
Well, let me tell you, right now, I am so impressed by what Ding Liren has woven together, coming off a very tough loss, and now playing the type of position that really gives him tons of opportunity to come back. And you can see from the position, the central pawns for white are fantastic. And usually what you want to do in chess is to challenge a center. You never want it to just sit there because your pieces are restrained. As you can see, these pawns are controlling all the business squares in the middle of the board. And so black's pieces can't occupy any of these squares. And the threat is to always push a pawn, whether it's d5 or c5, to keep driving the pieces further and further back, and especially this d pawn threatens to land on d6 at some point. Of course, it's not possible because Ding chose for some reason to put his queen on c3, and we see this bishop sitting on the f6 square. But one of the things in the position too that's critical is this queen on d8. It's been boxed in for some time by the rooks. Now the bishop is finally given it a square to go to on e7. I saw this idea of maybe attacking it on c5, but that's not going to happen. The more critical thing, I think, is the presence of this knight on g1, going to e2, going to f4, and white's pieces are the picture of perfection, while black is really restrained. And I think this kind of position is a comeback type position for Ding, which would be remarkable.
Question is, will Ding be able to push through? We know we've seen him in good positions before, but now it's a little bit different. He can't just repeat moves. He has to go for the win. What do you think?
He's definitely going for the win, no question about it. You can't guess at anything, but this guy is a fantastic, fantastic player. And we may not have seen him at his best as yet, but don't count out and never underestimate the heart of a champion. And I think that he's shown before that he can come back. The last match he came back 3 times. So this is just one time he's being asked to do it. And he's got the position that he wants to be able to pull that off.
Thanks so much, Maurice. It's crunch time, and we're all excited to see how this game goes. Back to the studio.
Thank you, Maurice. Absolutely nailing it. Never underestimate the heart of a champion. And we saw Ding Liren come back 3 times in 2023. Today, he's got the dream position to do it. But he's taking his time. He's enjoying his space advantage right now. Bishop to f6. We were just discussing maybe white can just play knight to e2. And there's no maybe about it. Let's be assertive. Just get the knight that's not working on g1 and put it on its dream square, f4.
Yeah, when in doubt, improve a piece, improve your worst place piece, especially if there's nothing to calculate, and black has 0 threats. So preparing to enter the action with an extra piece at your side often is the best. Ding actually shaking his head there. He spent 5 minutes on this move. Suddenly he's slightly lower on the clock than Gukesh, both players around the 25-minute mark. What might be crossing his mind and what might be slowing him down here is the fact that white has so many tempting moves and very strong moves as well. Bishop to f4 is one we mentioned a bit earlier. Black has a weakness. c7 is the Achilles heel right now. But the f4 square, it's unclear whether your bishop really wants to be there long term if the kind of threat is prevented, whereas it's clear that the white knight wants to use that as a launch pad to fresher pastures. So yeah, I think...
What's he played?
He's played something else. He's played
Queen c2.
Queen c2.
Well, he's got his eyes on the e4 prize.
But strange, because his last move was Queen c3. So he's literally done a bit of a shimmy, a sidestep. He's gone to c3, then back to c2. What's the plus point behind giving your opponent a free move?
He wants to go d5. Let's...
d5.
d5, c5. Let's go.
Yeah. I don't know. I think a confident Ding, not second-guessing himself, would have played knight e2 and only later decide. Maybe he's just keeping this up his sleeve, but ultimately it does look like a loss of a move. I think earlier we mentioned the move Queen c2, Jovanka, and we were saying black's best move is bishop f6.
Yes.
Although we did also mention bishop g5 in some circumstances, so a bit confusing.
But it is
still better,
asking the questions, though. Is d5 a massive threat in the position? And if it is...
Scary.
It is very, very scary, because it's going to be backed up by c5. One idea that you also mentioned was, again, knight to e2. You can keep that one in reserve.
Okay, if I'm Gukesh, first of all, no obvious moves for black, which is a bit of an issue. Dilemma here. I'm going to try and call the bluff. It might be a huge blunder, but what if he ignores the threat and plays a4? Because, again, consequences, the white queen no longer defends a5. If black gets one more move and hits c4, then maybe back in the game.
Okay. So we have, let's look at d5.
Okay. Calling my bluff. Okay, knight e5.
Yes.
At least you've given me one square.
I have given you a square. So I'm just going to work out a few things before I come to a decision. So I could jump in. Oh, he
plays a4.
Plays a4.
This is, really critical moment now. Ding has to justify retreating his queen. He has to go for something along the lines of d5. Otherwise, he's just wasted a move for no reason at all. The eval bar creeps back up, though. 61% chance white's going to win this game.
Well, he plays knight e2 now.
Knight e2 now?
That was something that we said is always a possibility.
But, okay, he needs a good reply against knight to a5.
Well, he's got c5.
Greed is good.
Yes.
Wow. This is my biggest flaw, Jovanka. As a chess player, I forget the anti-positional moves sometimes, even if they just win material on the spot. I was like, wait, you can't defend this pawn anymore. You have to step forward, give black a beautiful square on d5. But whoops, I'd forgotten that. Simple is good. Grab a pawn.
And you have problems defending the knight on a5 as well.
And if it goes back, I mean, white can start just kind of dropping back, start pushing pawns, pawn up.
Yep.
Ding's trying to transform his advantage to something easily manageable, extra pawn.
And, well, both players actually, they're low on time in the fact that they have approximately a minute per move to make until they reach move 40. Remember, the players are not getting any time bonus per move. What you see on the clock is what they have until they reach move 40. Then they get the half-hour time bonus and a 30-second increment per move.
Yeah, it's not just the fact that Gukesh is clearly worse on the board. It's just the fact that there are no obvious moves, right? If it's not knight a5, then what was the point of a4? If it's not knight a5, then what else simply? And even if you play that move, you're just a pawn down for nothing. So I think that might be the lesser evil. Give a pawn, at least get one square for your knights. These knights are really struggling for air. But Jovanka, yeah, I mean, Ding, the one thing that could trip him up is this abundance of good moves. Every move he's going to be choosing between clear advantage or clear advantage. At some point it might get a bit blurry, at least from my experience. Sometimes the position is too good, and that actually slows you down.
But do you notice how Ding has sped up? He took some time out, and then knight e2 came instantly. There was no pause there.
Yeah. He's a great middle game player. Like he trusts himself here at least.
And he's got great instincts as well. Gukesh, and you can see the chair bouncing. He's nervous.
Very, understandably. And he knows he's suffering on the board. He knows, I mean, this is the first time he's ever been ahead in a World Championship match. It's a total different mentality being ahead in the match compared to chasing or feeling like you're about to make the big breakthrough. Suddenly you've got something to protect. I think it's that animal instinct. It's like as soon as, I don't know, a bird has a family and lays some eggs, you want to be, you know, protecting that nest, protecting what you've kind of created, and you've got an extra point in the match. Suddenly you're happy with the draw. That's enough. You start making some weird decisions, and suddenly that lead might disappear.
Yes, it's been seen time and time again. You start inadvertently visualizing the future as well, because a draw for Gukesh takes him that one step closer to becoming 18th world champion. A childhood dream would be realized, and it's within grasp. And
so
you've got to fight yourself. You've got to really fight every instinct you have just to not to think about the future, focus on the present. But maybe the fact that his position is quite treacherous, that might just cause him to refocus and find those defensive moves, which are very, very difficult. He's now under 20 minutes on the clock, and we've been struggling to come up with a single good move. He has to calculate what happens if white goes knight f4, what happens if white goes d5, c5.
d5, c5, what happens if white plays bishop f4, tickling this pawn on c7? What if at some point white puts a knight on c3? Yeah, not quite yet because of the c4 pawn, but yeah, so many options. I mean, we were talking about history, right? And actually the last two times a match after 11 games was 6-5 in favor of one player. It was actually the side behind who ended up winning. Ding last year against Nepomniachtchi won the match despite being behind after 11 games. Kramnik beat Leko despite being down after 11 games.
Yeah.
Tie breaks needed in both cases, but still, it's not over at all.
No, it's certainly not. Knight to e2. And we cannot find a single move. I mean, Gukesh is now in an unenviable position. I think he just has to roll the dice and just accept, come what may. He needs to activate his pieces, and those knights on b6 and c6 are just not working.
Yeah, this is where there's no good moves, so you've got to be intuitive. And I think most top players, I think Magnus, for example, he would be like, okay, it's gone wrong. And I would play knight 8, and he would play knight a5. Give up a pawn, at least he's got one square and he's not getting knocked out immediately. But bishop to g5 instead by Gukesh, and the eval bar rises massively in Ding's favor.
Yeah, and and Gukesh, he played bishop f6, now bishop to g5. Before it was bishop f5, bishop g6, knight f from f6 went to d7, went to b6.
Yeah, his position just hasn't improved at all in the last 10 moves. Ding, meanwhile, has mobilized all of his pieces. I mean, bishop g5, to my eyes, makes, I don't want to be harsh, but it makes zero sense. White's going to block anyway. White's knight wanted to come to f4. And getting the bishop pair here is like gold dust. It's such an open position. Why is the bishop here? Okay, knight to f4 is the move I'm expecting. Maybe there are options. Again, d5, your move.
Yeah. No, maybe he just was afraid of bishop to f4 and thought, why not trade off bishops? Maybe he's just stuck for a move. I mean,
quite possibly.
To be fair, we were also stuck for a move. Ding chilling with 99.1% accuracy in such a pressure game. And that's a tweet from Shubham Dutta. And remember, if you want your tweet to be shown, then please tweet us tagging at FIDE.chess and also using the hashtag Ding Gukesh.
Yeah, I mean, Ding's been playing fantastically well this game. It's got to be said. It's his type of position. That's the first success from the opening. We said it, right?
Yeah.
Gukesh could not use his calculation skills. It's a very vague position where it's about piece placement, about general feel and intuition. Is the idea after knight f4 to actually take, maybe?
Maybe. Let's have a look.
Because this knight is so strong, it hits this bishop. Either you lose yet another move. I mean, you've literally just gone bishop f5, bishop g6. Now you have to go bishop h7. Or you take this bishop.
Bishop takes, and then are you going to go e3?
If not, I think black resigns because this pawn is dropping. Let's try e3.
Okay.
With a discovered attack against the white queen.
Queen will... yeah.
Queen maybe just moves.
Yeah, but then there's e takes.
Yeah, e takes
f2.
I kind of want to protect this pawn more than I care about the f2 pawn. Let's say trade.
Queen takes, and then you're going to take on c7.
Unless you're coming in.
No, I think you can blockade. What's wrong with bishop takes c7?
Yeah, I mean, nothing, probably. Maybe it is resign time for Gukesh if this happens.
Well, maybe this is the best he can get. You know, at least his pieces get active. Like your queen e2, just
e2.
rook f.
Attacking the rook.
Bishop. No, bishop f3, you play
bishop f3,
f1 check.
Check. And table's turn. But, I mean, there's two moves here that come to mind. Queen f3 or just rook to f1, as you said.
Yeah, rook f1, I thought maybe you could just play with abandon, knight takes c4.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Bishop takes rook. Just throw in the knight to e3 or d2, wherever it wants to go.
Yeah, this isn't clear, actually.
Yeah.
This knight hangs as well. Gukesh has to... I mean, maybe he's angling for something like this. It's really desperate and probably shouldn't work, but under the right circumstances, he could confuse Ding. And he definitely confused me in that variation, Jovanka. Wow. Crunch time.
Yeah.
Approaching.
But also remember that white isn't obliged to go knight to f4. You can, again, strike out with d5, c5. c5 would win the a4 pawn.
I think I'd play knight f4, Jovanka. And then if you take, just g takes. Who cares? Pawn structure, pawn structure.
Rook g1.
Yeah.
Hey.
Finally open the g file. But more importantly, d5. Now the e5 square is taken away from the black knight.
That's true.
The only question is whether black can just in time to play knight f5 or not. But
that doesn't matter, right? You can take the bishop if you want, but you'll simply recapture with the pawn.
Yeah.
And there's no problems.
No problems at all.
The only thing is that you can't be too adventurous and go pawn hunting. Like bishop takes e4 would be a bad move. Yeah. Or bishop takes b6 would also be bad because you need your defender of f4.
Yeah, this one just feels wrong. I didn't immediately see the refutation, but feels all wrong. Knight takes, rook takes. You might walk into a pin, though, and live to regret it.
Yeah.
Even if Ding's quite chilled about pins in general.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go back to the game, though. Knight f4 is one option. As you mentioned, d5 has always got to be calculated. The one pitfall is maybe spending 10 minutes calculating d5, realizing it doesn't work or not liking it, and then you've left yourself with less than 10 minutes to make 18 moves. Ding does look a bit panicked every time the clock ticks down, I've got to say, Jovanka. Anytime he reaches about the 10-15 minute mark, you start to see him move back and forth. You start to see him looking at Gukesh a lot. That's where the blunder arrived yesterday.
I'm feeling the nerves. I'm getting his goose pimple time. I'm really feeling the edge because there's so much at stake in this position. Okay, so can we look at whilst Ding is thinking?
Ding's played knight to f4.
Oh, he's played knight to f4. He's going to go for your move, David.
again, it's intuition. It feels right. We didn't find a win for white actually in those variations, but it's the move he wants to play. And if he can then back up the move with calculation and make it work, then why not?
And look at the evaluation bar right at the top, the win, draw, loss. Get this, it is 76.7% chance of Ding winning.
Yeah, forget Ding chilling, it's Ding winning.
It is. Wow, we would get chess drama at its finest here if he wins. So the bishop isn't going to step back, as David's mentioned, so you have to go bishop takes knight.
Yeah, I mean, unless one Gukesh type of thing that might happen is he calculates bishop takes knight, bishop takes bishop, for example, is winning for white, and then he might be forced to kind of bite the bullet and play a move he really doesn't want to, bishop h7. But I think he's reliant on bishop takes f4, the only justification I can see for his last move. This is weird. He's trying to fall by the sword. He's trying to test Ding, and I don't know, he could have given up a pawn and the game would have been guaranteed to go on another 20 moves. So very strange decision to my eyes. Okay, let's play bishop takes bishop, the more ambitious of the moves.
Okay, only move, e3.
Yeah, I'm going to play queen to e2 this time.
Okay, and e takes f2.
And actually, maybe I shouldn't have played queen to e2. Yeah, I wanted to cash in here, but after an exchange of everything, now c7 isn't such a big deal. Rook e1 is coming. Okay, Jovanka, I'm going to take back time. Queen to c1 this time.
Okay. Well, this is really not that much black can do, so e takes f2.
E takes f2, and now I will take.
Now queen takes rook.
Now I will take with the bishop, and I'm arguing that I've defended my rook, so queen to e2 is not such a big deal.
Also, you're defending the c4 pawn.
Yeah, defending this one, defending this one. Queen to e2, I can actually even meet with bishop to f1, and no more threats. Although, queen f3, bishop e4. Why does it never end? Okay, instead of bishop f1, though, I think white can very safely just take this knight and piece up. Yeah, everything guarded.
Nothing is threatened.
Nothing threatened at all. It's an illusion, actually, black's pawn being dangerous. Bishop takes c7 would just win the game on the spot. Gukesh has seen this, I think. That's why he stayed his hand. He hasn't captured on f4 yet.
Okay.
Okay, let's say black plays the ugly move, bishop back to h7, losing more time.
Well, you've got loads of moves here. You've got h4, would again ask the question, what have you been doing with your dark square bishop?
And here he might have to accept defeat and just say, okay, I've lost like 3 or 4 tempi with my 2 bishops.
And what we're looking here at knight h5, knight d5.
Knight h5 just looks so glorious. You remove the dark squared protector. And then, I mean, this position plays itself.
Yeah.
This looks fantastic for Ding. I think Gukesh, he needs to set some traps here. I think that's the only way he's going to save this.
Yeah, but how? The white king is so safe. And the problem is that the knights on b6 and c6 are completely misplaced. So maybe he can just accept that knight takes bishop. What's he got? He captures.
He removes Ding's knight. Ding instantly takes back with his bishop. Double attack now on c7.
And did you see Gukesh? He gave a grimace there.
He knows he's in massive trouble.
Oh.
How is he going to save this game? If e3, we said this was the only move. In practical terms, I think, it at least asks white some difficult questions. But if it's as easy as, okay, queen to c1 and white wins due to the c7 pawn collapsing, then it's maybe not the best question to ask. But what else?
Well, the thing is that the pawn on c7 is on prise. So, I mean, your option is go e3 or go knight a8 or rook to...
Rook to c8. Whoops.
Rook to c8. Yeah, okay, maybe rook c8.
But, I mean, this is looking disastrous. Maybe even just the really mundane capture on e4.
Well, then you can capture on c4, so you can make all the trades.
Okay, so rook takes. He does play rook to c8, so this is very relevant. Now the question is, if you take, can you take on c4?
Because of d5.
To d5. You can protect your knights. superfluous knights, but holding together. Maybe. I mean, if this is the best bet, then Gukesh just has to try it. But yeah, I think Ding reluctant to take this pawn at least because that opens up some avenues of Gukesh potentially saving this, some simplifications.
Yeah, I think as white, I would be more tempted to play d5 and c5 and then cash in with bishop takes pawn.
I think I would play queen c3. I know the queen just came from there, but now there's no dark square bishop staring it down. And queen to c3 stops knight to a5, you cover that square, stops knight to e5, because after you push, you cover that square as well. And you're just setting up this monstrous threat of d5.
Yeah. He does it, David. He does it. Wow. Queen c3. That is a classy move, depriving the knight of any squares. Incredible.
Yeah. I mean, I've played enough positions in my life with bishop pairs that you put your pieces on the color complex that your opponent has given up their bishop on. Actually, I only win positions these days when I have the bishop pair. I literally don't know how else to win chess games. And I think Ding here, the fact that he's got the center, the fact he has the bishop pair, and the fact that Gukesh has no moves, all of those combined adds up. And Gukesh, I mean, this is positional domination. What's he do? d5 is a killer threat almost, just blowing open the center.
Beautiful, beautiful play by Ding Liren. He's played with perfect control. He's not put a foot wrong. You know, from the dancing with the queen, from queen c2, queen d2, queen c3, queen c2, queen c...
You're right, actually. Wait.
Yeah.
Wow.
If there was an MVP, and now, of course, she slides up one square and reveals her potency.
Her Majesty needs a crown. I'm going to give her the golden crown here. Beautiful maneuver.
Yeah.
You're right, actually, thinking about it. Move by move, if you count the number of times she's kind of danced around, you would think, okay, that's not logical, but he's reacting to what Gukesh plays. He's playing the position step by step. And this is exactly what Ding maybe has been trying since game one. He's been trying to get a position where it's about zero calculation. It's just, I improve a piece. Good luck finding a useful, productive move. He hasn't achieved that. Gukesh has been amazing in kind of his match strategy, his opening choices, giving himself positions where he's got a purpose, where he can calculate and use his strengths against Ding.
Yeah.
But Ding unable to use his weapons now, finally striking back.
Absolutely. And it's sending a message quite loudly to the Gukesh camp. He is here to stay. He wants his title. And as Maurice Ashley say, you should never underestimate the heart of a champion. When he needed it, 3 games yesterday. I remember discussing it with other players. We were thinking 3 games. It's difficult to strike back, especially when you consider the depth of preparation that both players have put in and the tenacity. And yet Ding just showing his class right when it matters. And there we see Gukesh deep in thought. How to even contemplate coming up with a move here. You cannot move the rook on c8. It's guarding the pawn on c7.
You cannot really move the black queen. You cannot move either of the rooks. The knights are frozen. The black bishop is frozen. I mean, I can't see a single move. I mean, maybe you move this knight because it's about to be hit anyway. But retreating it looks so miserable. White's going to step forward.
d5 is going to come, and you even see d6 as a possibility. Just
maybe f6 would be a very Gukesh type move, just to give the black knight a square on e5. Maybe it's the best bet. It's miserable, but now d5, at least you can hope and pray that your knight comes to e5 and closes one door. I mean, d6 just looks really strong for white. It's got to be said. But what else?
Isn't that like almost winning a piece?
Yeah, I mean, d6 in that position. c6 maybe.
c6 keeps the game alive somewhat, but at the very least, knight c7, and maybe you can Yeah, difficult position for Gukesh. And he's ticking down to 9 minutes. And the players are only on move 25.
Yeah, including including this move, he has 26 moves to make.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, not 26, I can't count. 16 moves to make in 8 minutes. So it's literally 30 seconds per move on average at this point.
Yep. And I'm being told that f6 is actually Black's best bet.
Oh wow.
And the line that we just had on the board, where White gets the knight to c7, maybe we can
show that once more.
Show that once more. f6, d5, knight goes to e5, d6.
Yeah. If you take it, knight takes at the very minimum with a fork.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, maybe rook takes as well, very strong, but c6 and knight in.
Knight in. And now you probably, as Black, have to just throw some material. It's just completely winning for Ding.
Yeah. Fork town if the rook continues to move. And that's the thing, again, Gukesh, every player's greatest strength is their greatest weakness, and he's realized now, he's calculated that variation, he knows he's losing. And I think ultimately you just have to make a move, but he's looking for alternatives because he knows how bad that was, and knight to b8, that is not a happy sight for that knight. Okay, first instinct, Jovanka. Knight a7 traps this rook. That's the very minimum. Maybe d5 as well.
Yeah, do you want to exchange your amazing knight on b5 for a rook, which is not doing that much, but
even the worst rook is pretty valuable later in the game.
Okay, I accept that. Okay, and then now knight to d7.
Knight d7. He's lost a rook just like I'm losing my voice. Sorry, everyone.
Yeah. Knight takes
c8.
Knight takes c8.
Queen takes. Okay, he's alive at least.
Well, it's come with great cost though.
Heavy, heavy price to pay. d5 now is met by the black knight jumping into some squares. c5 met by the black knight jumping the other way. So at least he's slowed down White's progress, but
you know, even the idea of going queen c2
the dance continues.
The dance continues with bishop takes e4 being lined up, and if you go e3, we still have that same business now, queen e2.
Yeah, with a pin.
Yeah.
That looks very effective.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm impressed by the self-control of Ding here. He has just under 16 minutes. He will have spotted instantly, surely, that the black rook has trapped itself. But he's looking for more.
Well,
he's hungry.
Look at this, the win, draw, loss bar, 95.5% win for Ding. And yeah, according to Ceci, I'm just reading here, you take the rook, you play knight a7, you get greedy, and then you can just calmly play the move b3.
Mm-hmm. Open lines, why not? You have an extra rook compared to the opponent. The black knights don't have outposts yet. Yeah, and take. Now you're threatening c5 because your queen covers this diagonal.
Mm-hmm.
You can go a4, a5.
Well,
this is over. And 1% though. Even a blunder is possible, especially with the clock situation. 1% feels a bit low for black.
Yeah.
But Ding massively in the driver's seat.
But yeah. But you know, this portion of the match has certainly delivered. Oof. We had 7 draws in a row, and just like the first portion, we now suddenly have a situation where we're going to see the players just swing back and forth, punch, you know, with these punches, and then it's going to be even Stevens, 2 games remaining.
Yeah, it's like all the best movies, right? The start is catchy, it draws you in, it sets the scene. The middle bit, okay, it builds the tension, and the end is explosive. And it looks likely that is going to continue.
Yeah.
Ding with double the time of his opponent, just putting the finishing touches on, we think. Or maybe he hasn't spotted knight a7. Knight moves sometimes tend to be blind spots for players.
Yeah, but maybe he's also feeling some reluctance to cash in this beautiful knight for a rook that is in essence quite useful. But a very quick response there from Gukesh. Queen to d7.
I must admit, I'm shocked Ding didn't play knight to a7. Now the black rook can at least move. So your advantage is still there. It's still massive. But surely transforming the advantage into something tangible, like an extra exchange, rook for knight, and keeping the center and keeping the bishop pair. At least you kind of you kind of pocket some money, put it in the bank, save it for later. Here, you're still in charge, but what next?
D6.
D6.
D6, C6, knight C7, power through. And then C5 is coming. I mean, the knight on B6 is loose. If I can destabilize it, I might even try and win it.
Is this knight going back to A8? The other knight went back to B8. Why not?
Yeah, actually, that might have to be done.
Okay, so D6, we're thinking is Ding's plan. The idea being that now, everything wins. Rook takes, it's a double attack. This wins on the spot. Knight takes is also a fork. This would be over, so C6 must be the plan. Or C5. But now knight C7, Jovanka.
Yeah, knight C7, hit the rook. And
wait, this is... Oh, wait.
No, knight takes C4.
Knight takes C4. Not that one. Don't blunder, Dave. This one.
And then you go knight to A8.
But it's covered now. I covered.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wait, knight A8. Wait, knight A8. Knight takes, knight A6. You can get out.
Knight to B6.
Yeah, this is attacked, but knight B6 saves the
yeah,
the day.
This is... Let's just show it because... Okay, knight C...
Yeah, knight C2
or knight D3.
And the white knight comes back, and we do a quick count at the end. Even if white just takes back, white has a knight and a bishop for the rook, and this pawn is a beast. This is over.
Wow.
So, okay, instead of C6, maybe he's going to play C5 just to stop.
But you can still go knight C7.
At least the black knight has one square. Okay, rook to D8 to save that one.
He's gone for it.
He's playing D6. We're on the way. C5 instantly by Gukesh. Again, only move, strictly, to stay alive.
Yeah.
I do wonder whether Ding missed this move, though, C5. Maybe he thought it was an immediate knockout.
But there's also, you can be very materialist as well. So knight C7, I think that's excellent.
Hitting the rook.
And now after rook to D8, we can just go bishop takes pawn. Deal with that one.
Forgot about that one. He does jump in.
He does. In he goes.
Yeah, you're right. Again, though, it feels like Scandinavian architecture, minimalism. It's like you walk into a house, there's literally no furniture. I mean,
but that knight is a spike, right? No furniture, maybe, but it's enough.
It's enough. And yeah, now the difference is the white queen cannot use the b4 square to track down this knight. So queen to a5 is the other move to hit this piece, but knight takes c4 is possible. So you do not win a heavy piece, at least. You might win a pawn. But Jovanka, is this actually that clear? I mean,
and then you have to go knight c6.
I'm covering this square.
And there's now bishop takes h6.
Ooh. I missed that, and it's beautiful because...
But f5, you're going to play rook e7.
Yeah, nice spot. Pawn takes, rook check is the idea, and the queen will swoop in with a checkmate. Oh, Jovanka, you've been doing your tactics.
I have been doing my tactics, actually.
5, rook e7, and interference tactic. The queen can no longer defend g7 without being lost. This is lights out. Bishop takes. Maybe he has to meet it with knight to c6 then.
Yes.
Allow the doubling of his pawns.
Yeah, but the bishop on f4 is so good as well. You can just keep on building your position. You don't have to rush with this at all.
Drop back and
drop back. You're
smile.
A pawn up.
Bishop pair.
Yeah. The knight can also come to d5, b5 can re-centralize itself.
Actually, he's a pawn up with the compensation, as they would say, with all the positional trumps. And yeah, knight d4, you never have to worry about. Or I was going to say...
You can just take it. That's Ding style.
Ding style. And yeah, just as he did against Dommaraju.
Yeah.
In one of his decisive games there. Not queen takes, though, because maybe rook takes c7 might muddy the waters and the rook gets active. But maybe you just go the other way.
Queen b4. Game
over.
Yeah, rook to e7 is coming. Ooh.
Ouch.
Okay, well, but he just has to hold his nerve because they're on move 28. And still... has to make the time control.
And again, too many good moves. That's the one thing that might slow you down on the clock. 12 moves to make, still plenty of time. I think Ding, if he's feeling artistic, can maybe even play rook takes pawn because the bishop pair is so strong. But ultimately, yeah, time to be pragmatic. And there we go. Bishop takes pawn played. He's a pawn up. He's got a winning advantage. He's got a bit more time on the clock. If Ding doesn't win this, I don't see him coming back in the match. But he's got to be a favorite, massive favorite.
Yeah, I mean,
to convert now.
Look at him. He's back to his majestic best. Knight c6. Plenty of moves. You can step back with a bishop. If you want to, maybe you can even take the knight on c6.
Yeah.
Push forward. Try to get a rook on e7. If you want to, you don't need to do these things.
And he's going to drop
he's
back.
Drop back.
Yeah, there we go. Bishop to g2. I quite liked f3 because you were going to g4, but
yes.
But bishop g2. He's going to go h4. Maybe.
Yeah.
Black just can't move, Jovanka. It's like that famous Disney movie, Frozen.
Yeah.
I mean, what are you going to move? Your rooks can't challenge for the open line. Your knight on b6 is stuck. Unless you're going knight a8, then white will say no trade. This knight cannot move without being happily captured.
Okay, the only thing that I can see is that you just go bishop f5. You try to get the bishop to e6, if you're allowed. And
he
plays rook d8. Okay, he might as well.
Yeah. Okay, at least he's giving the move back to Ding. Ding needs a breakthrough. That's the one lingering question.
Can he go knight to d5?
Yes, he can.
Knight d5, and I have a sneaky idea. So if you decline the trade...
Back.
And then bishop takes h6.
You're obsessed. No, nice tactic, nice spot. And pawn takes. Check.
Yep.
And soon checkmate. And or winning the queen. Okay, black has to take then.
Okay, and then again, maybe not the most positional move, but you can capture with a pawn because I was thinking just get a rook to e7 and just force. Oh yeah, and you can take the pawn on c5.
We think differently, Jovanka. You want to attack. I just want to grab pawns.
No. I approve of the grabbing pawns. I stand corrected.
No. Here, I think I would be landing a rook on e7 too. But okay, both strategies work pretty much. Queen takes pawn. The only downside behind queen takes pawn is that this one might come around. He does play knight d5.
Well, we might be seeing this. Bear in mind, he doesn't have to capture and take with a pawn. But no, he does.
Good call.
We are predicting all the moves, David.
Yeah, it's only down to 94.9% there. It's dropped, so maybe not the best, not the most clinical way to victory, but very human. Why sit on the advantage when you can add to it?
Yes, and yeah, I love your move. Knight d4, queen takes c5, knight to f. Now you can go rook to e7.
Wow. Always look one move further right. That is beautiful, Jovanka. Knight takes rook. And it's fitting that this pawn, Delroy the d pawn that's now become the e pawn, ends the game. That is, I think Ding's seen it. Ding has seen it.
Yeah, the way that he played these moves so quickly, he's just in his elements.
Yeah.
He's been at his absolute best just when he needed it the most.
Yeah, just like last year. Just like 2023, every time he fell behind, he struck back.
You can hear the excitement from everyone. You know, both of these players have so many fans. Okay, and so a very quick move there from Gukesh. Rook c8, attacking the queen.
Yeah, I wonder whether we'll hear an eruption similar to yesterday, where there was cheering, there was banging of the feet, there was a lot of shouting, jubilation out there in the halls of this playing venue. Okay, he's got to move his queen, Ding. He's not going to be thinking about anything other than converting this. That's one thing that has haunted him for the last 18 months. He's got a lot of winning positions. He's built up things perfectly in several games before not quite finding the killer moves. But here it just looks so automatic. Bishop pair, 2 extra pawns, 2 thorns in the black side.
And it's not just that, a rook is swinging its way over to e7. It is complete domination from Ding. You have also rook e7, follow it up by bishop to e5. I mean, there's so many things, so many directions that Ding can go.
Yeah, and we should mention we're now at move 34 for Ding. He has 6 moves to make in pretty much exactly 6 minutes. We see just under 6 minutes there for Ding. 1 move per minute. If he gets to move 40 with his advantage intact, the game won't continue much longer. Ding will wrap it up once he gets that extra 30 minutes. So the time is the only thing that can trip him up. Gukesh, meanwhile, with 5 minutes to make
In it comes.
6 moves, but the rook
Rook
lands.
is that, and a very quick queen to b5. And now, what is the killer blow? You can push your d7, d6 pawn. You can also line up a battery, bishop to e5. You can go bishop to f1, ask questions.
Yeah, looks nice too. I mean, you can combine all of them probably in some order or other. I quite like d7 somehow, although it is a bit risky.
He goes for it.
He plays it.
Pawn is 1 step closer, and now rook c4.
Take it? Take it?
Yeah, you can take it.
You can take that rook. Queen takes rook. The queen recaptures, and the white rook steps up, ascending to victory. Removes the blockader, and white makes a new queen. No way of preventing that. Ding can win on the spot. He senses it.
He doesn't.
He doesn't need to play it though. That's the thing.
But this is good enough. The rook is going to come to e8, and the d pawn will promote.
Gukesh playing a couple of final moves here. He's not threatening anything significant, but he's got to at least try to scare Ding. So planting a rook in Ding's camp.
Bishop f1 is good enough. Bishop f1, just drive the queen away from the protection of d7. And then you can just continue with rook e8.
Yeah, you can play anything. The dark squared bishop can land on d6 as well with huge threats.
Absolutely.
Yeah, just to point out, bishop d6 as well, setting up rook to e8, overwhelming this rook. Bishop to f1 just closes the door on black's queen. Yeah, everything wins at this point. Rook to e8 is maybe the one move you don't want to play because black's queen will come back and take this pawn now. He needs to deflect that queen away first. But he can sense it. He's got 4 minutes. That should be enough. He's got 3 moves to make. Unless he blunders in the next 3 moves, this is over. Look at the percentage, 99.1% chance Ding is going to win this game now.
Yeah. He's going to do it. And he goes for your move, bishop d6, setting up the killer blow of rook to e8. There is absolutely nothing that Gukesh can do to meet that threat.
Beautiful. Look at this, the pawn sandwich of the bishop in the middle. And yeah, rook to e8 is going to end this game. Gukesh has nothing to do. Can't create a single threat. White's king is super safe. Ding has plenty of time to convert this now. Jovanka, it's going to be 6-6.
I know.
2 games to go.
And they have, of course, Gukesh will start with the white pieces. Then it will be Ding. It's so close.
Then potentially tie breaks, just as Ding had last year against Nepomniachtchi. And if he goes to tie breaks, he'll see that as a massive success, Ding. If he can maintain this level of chess, it's going to be a real scrap, a real fight. Gukesh hasn't played badly this game, I should mention. Gukesh hasn't done much wrong. But Ding has been on fire.
He's been exceptional. And Gukesh just coming to terms with the fact that he will be losing this game. The match will be equal. We have to hand it to both players. They have provided us with all the entertainment, roller coaster rides, thrills and spills, you name it. This match has delivered.
It really has. And Ding provided us a lot of entertainment last year. There were 6 decisive games in that World Championship. Here, this will be the 4th decisive result in classical chess. The players no longer writing down their moves. You don't have to after you've dipped below the 5-minute mark. But final tactic, Ding gives a check, sacrifices his rook. He wins. Gukesh resigns. The scores are level yet again. After 12 games, it's 6-6.
David Ding Liren has done it. Everything back on the line. Chess drama at its finest. What a game and what a match so far. 6 points apiece. And now, what can we expect from the remaining 2 games?
Oh, I think we can expect more drama. If it's anything like the last 2 games, there is more blood to be spilled. There are more twists and turns ahead. Gukesh looks devastated. He had a lead for the first time in a World Championship match, but it only lasted 24 hours.
Oh.
This is the most heartbroken we've seen him. He needs a few moments to compose himself. We see the arbiters just waiting for the score sheets to be signed. We will get a press conference with the 2 players, but Gukesh fighting back tears here.
Yes, you can see how emotional the players are getting because these results, they are affecting them. And Gukesh had to take some time to compose himself. He was so close to his dream of becoming world champion. But now, it's anyone's game.
Yeah, and this is the first time that anyone has won when Ding has had the white pieces, the first decisive game there. And boy, what style it came in the end. There was a time scramble, but Ding was so impressive, handled everything perfectly, the clock, the board.
Yeah.
Very impressive.
Everything went his way from start to finish. Now Gukesh will have the rest day tomorrow to reflect on this game and to compose himself, because the day after it is back to business. Gukesh will have the white pieces, and once again we are going to see a full-blooded fight on the board.
And we see the players have departed now. They will be making their way over to the other building. This was the final position. We will break it down, but Jovanka, game 12 is done. Ding Liren started with the English opening, and what a game it was.
It was quite the game. I mean, it had us entertained, kept us in suspense from start to finish. And it all began with the English opening, and Gukesh reacted in a very solid way. And then when he pushed the pawns forward on the light squares, we anticipated a very solid opening. But it was here that Gukesh played the rather bold, very ambitious d4, seizing space in the center.
Yeah, and just like Ding in the previous game, pushing a pawn to d4 early, this comes with a lot of responsibility. It means you have to back it up with active play. Black, though, is slightly behind in development after white castles. And a few moves down the line, we saw a committal decision by Gukesh. He captured a pawn on e3, allowing white's bishop to develop with gain of time. White now has this backward pawn that might step forward to become very strong, but the whole battle actually revolved around this little guy.
Yeah.
D3 square.
Absolutely. I mean, it was a game of cat and mouse because black was trying to prevent white from breaking open in the center, whereas white was trying to get the most favorable version of it. So if we move forward after the players continued with the development, rook to e1 slid over, and I was roundabout here. I would say that Gukesh perhaps showed some hesitation, some uncertainty as to what was the correct plan. Bishop e6 had been tried in the past, but h6 was Gukesh's idea.
Yeah, and maybe a bit slow with his plans here. Ding pushing a pawn, any queenside expansion was blocked. Ding pushing another pawn, but here Ding is showing that white can play slowly. White has full control here. The threat being stronger than the execution in terms of breaking open the center. And Gukesh, yeah, this move, rook to b8, very slow, unclear what the plan was here. And it was when the white knight jumped forward, and now the white rook's mobilized. The queen started dancing, and this is where Ding cemented his advantage.
Yeah, Ding really just showed his finest here. The queen did start dancing, but everything was geared at preventing Gukesh's play. Gukesh wanted to jump in with the knight to c5. That was prevented because d4 is the move that was planned.
And perhaps this is what Gukesh should have done, now planted his knight into d3. And we were discussing here whether the white rook needs to move. White could have sacrificed material. It would have been chaotic. Favorable for Ding, but at least not one-way traffic. Instead, Gukesh didn't bring his knight forward. He continued very passively retreating, but it was time for Ding to finally break.
Yeah.
Pawn to d4.
He certainly did with effect. It broke open and there was nothing for Gukesh to do except close the position down, e4, driving the white knight backwards. But it was only temporarily backwards because look at white's center. It is just incredible.
Yeah, these pawns are beautiful. The black knights tried to undermine these pawns, but Ding showed great control, great self-restraint here by simply defending the pawns with his queen. There was a pin against one of the pawns. Again, he dropped his queen back, and it was here Gukesh maybe had more resilient ways to continue, but instead pushing a pawn, The white knight coming forward, bishop to g5. This gave white the bishop pair, and Ding never looked back, Jovanka.
Yeah, he certainly didn't. Just watch how he keeps on pinpointing those weaknesses his opponent has. E3 wasn't necessarily a big threat because the queen could just simply move out of the way, and the threat remains against c7. So Gukesh decided not to do that and instead to grimly hold on, but this was ultimately insufficient.
Yeah, the black rook slid across. The white queen stepped up, another really classy move, controlling the dark squares, stopping the black knights from ever jumping forward. Look at the dark squares and the control that Ding gets. Knight back to b8. Ding here, very impressive. He, again, refused to cash in on his material advantage. The white knight could have come forward and bagged this trapped rook. Instead, no, it was the d pawn that did the damage.
Yep, and sure enough, the d-pawn does some more damage, and now just Ding jumps in and it just starts to mobilize all of his pieces, cashing in on the extra material as he grabs that pawn. And now all that's left is for him just to find a way just to power through and get his rook to the e7 square.
And he did this by retreating his knight, eliminating both of the knights, or kicking them away at least from their defensive posts. Now a capture with the pawn, forcing this knight away. The knight stepped back yet again to the b8 square, back where it came from earlier. Ding here captured another pawn, and it was this moment where his rook entered, Jovanka, where we were 100% certain that Ding would win.
Yeah, absolutely. And here the black queen has to just move out of the way, but Gukesh really cannot save his position any longer, as well as Ding just advancing his d-pawn.
Yeah, the pawn stepped forward, the black rook moved. There's plenty of ways to win here. White could even give up the queen in order to bring the rook to the back rank, make a second queen, but no, Ding, in consistent style, kept control, stepped back, the rook moved, bishop into d6, threatening to lift the rook up, get rid of the blockader and promote, and now the finishing touch, Jovanka, after pawn to f6.
Yes. The rook came and sacrificed itself for the g7 pawn, but the whole goal is that the rook will fall on f8 with a check, and that d-pawn is one square from promotion, and it's going to be a new queen. A beautiful finish to an absolutely wonderful game by Ding Liren, just pulling it out of the bag just when he needed it the most. And this really has set the cat amongst the pigeons, because it's going to be a rest day and then the players are back in action for the final two games.
Yeah, we're guaranteed now to go the distance, to go 14 games. This match will not end early. There might be tiebreaks as well. A lot to look forward to. This is the schedule. Rest day tomorrow on Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday are action days, game days.
Yes.
And potentially Friday is the day of tiebreaks.
Wow, there is a lot to chew on at the minute, right? So many things have happened. There we see the playing arena. If you could just be here in Singapore, you would understand how chess fever has absolutely gripped Sentosa. We heard cries of elation from the Ding Liren fans. We heard the cheer. I mean, it's absolutely spectacular to see how involved the fans are.
Yeah, it's noisy out there. We can hear everything abuzz, and that's because of the atmosphere, because players are cheering for their favorite players. And yeah, it's nice to see chess being a real sport where the fans are getting involved, the fans are backing their players, giving them energy. In the meantime, press conference about to begin.
It's goodbye from us, and we're going to go straight to Maurice.
Conference for game 12. The match is now tied at 6 points apiece. I will ask Gukesh a few questions and then open up the floor to the journalists to ask him some questions as well. And then we'll allow him to go in and collect his thoughts while we then ask Ding Liren to answer some questions as well. So my first question to you, Gukesh, after the opening phase, when did you feel like there was some difficulty for you in the game?
I thought I was quite comfortable out of the opening, and then I guess after Queen D2 I was really not sure what to do.
You felt fine all the way here?
Yeah, I mean knight c5, d4, knight d3, d5 was kind of tricky for me.
You said knight c5, d4?
Yeah, knight d3 and d5 I thought was quite tricky. So I was thinking what else to do to stop d4, and it was not not that easy, and I just bishop g6 was just a mistake because of because I missed d4 e4 bishop f4. Yes. I mean d4. If I take on d4, he has bishop f4, which I missed. So after e4 knight g1, I think it was already a bit difficult. Was this something inside of your preparation, or were you surprised by the opening? No, I was prepared for a few moves. I didn't really exactly remember all the details, but yeah, I was aware of this position. You won yesterday a very big game. This is a reversal, not easy to react to, but still the score is tied. Your feelings about the new situation? Yeah, I mean obviously it's not pleasant to lose this game, but at least I mean yesterday I could have also gone either way, so I guess it's fine. At least the score is still tied, and there are 2 more games remaining. So yeah, let's see.
Opening up the floor to reporters to ask Gukesh some questions. Who has the first question for Gukesh?
Hi, my name is Atreo. I work for Rev Sports. My question is for Gukesh. Gukesh, winning and losing is part of sports, but how? I mean, how do you take this? How do you take to this setback?
Yeah, obviously this game is a bit of a disappointment. Yeah, luckily I have a rest day tomorrow to recover. But it's nice to know that the score is still tied, and this game is not a huge blow for my chances. We're still evenly matched. So yeah, I've just tried to play good games in the remaining rounds.
Thank you.
Next question.
Hi, I'll be asking my question in Tamil. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Vanakkam, and despite your failure today, I think we are still very excited for the rest of the games. Just wanted to ask, இந்த உலக சதுரங்க வெற்றி விழாவில் வந்து இரு ஆசிரியர்கள், அதாவது ஆசிய நாடுகளை சேர்ந்த இருவர் விளையாடுற முதல் விளையாட்டாக இது இருக்குது வரலாற்றில். அதை பற்றி உங்களோட கருத்துக்கள் என்ன? அண்ட் ப்ளஸ் ஒரு சில டெக்கேட்ஸ்க்கு முன்னாடி சோவியத் ரஷ்யா எவ்வாறு வந்து இந்த விளையாட்டை டாமினேட் செஞ்சதோ, அது மாதிரி விஸ்வநாதன் ஆனந்துக்கு அப்புறம் நிறைய இந்தியர்கள், முக்கியமாக தமிழ்நாட்டிலேருந்து பிற இளையர்கள் நட்சத்திரங்களாக சதுரங்க வீரர்களாகிறது ரொம்பவே நம்பிக்கை ஊட்டும்படியாக இருக்கின்றது. அதை பற்றி உங்களுடைய கருத்துக்கள் என்ன? அண்ட் டு ரெப்ரசென்ட் இந்தியா அண்ட் ஆல்சோ டு கம் ஃப்ரம் அ சவுத் இண்டியன் பேக்ரவுண்ட், அதை பற்றி உங்களுடைய கருத்துக்கள் என்ன அப்படின்னு சொல்ல முடியுமா?
May you translate that question for us, please?
Sure. So I asked that in the history of the game, for 2 Asians to come up and compete in this world arena, it's one of its firsts. And having his Indian and also South Indian background, what would he like to say to the rising stars all over India, especially after Vishwanathan Anand's era?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Now, in the match, ரெண்டு ஏஷியன் பிளேயர்ஸ் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டைம் நடக்கிறது லைக் இட்ஸ் ஒரு ஸ்பெஷலான மூமெண்ட் தான். ஏன்னா ஐ திங்க் ரீசெண்ட் இயர்ஸில் நிறைய ஏஷியன் கண்ட்ரிஸ் ஆர் ரியலி லைக் நிறைய டேலண்டட் பிளேயர்ஸ் வராங்க. இந்தியா, சைனா, உஸ்பெகிஸ்தான், நிறைய கண்ட்ரிஸ். ஸோ இந்த மேட்ச் ஏஷியாவில் இன்னும் செஸ் பாப்புலர் ஆகும்னு நம்புகிறேன். அண்ட் ஆனந்த் சாருக்கு அப்புறம் நான் சவுத் இந்தியா, ஐ மீன் இந்தியாவிலேருந்து வரது எனக்கு ஒரு பெருமையான விஷயந்தான். ஸோ இட்ஸ் கண்டிப்பாக ஐம் வெரி ஹாப்பி டு ரெப்ரசன்ட் இந்தியா அண்ட் சவுத் இந்தியா.
Just one more question. I will also translate it.
I'm sorry. We can only limit it to one question.
Okay, sure.
If
Thank you so
you have
much for your
time at the end,
response.
we'll bring it back up. Bring it back up. Okay. Thanks.
Mike Lang with chess.com. Obviously, my question is for Grandmaster Gukesh. We talk a lot about momentum in sports, and obviously, you just lost this game. But in the second half of the match, objectively, you've been the one pushing and maybe even had more chances. So who do you think has the momentum in the match?
Yeah, in the second half, I had chances in many of the games. Today was obviously a bad game, but I wouldn't draw too much from it. I mean, bad games happen, but if you look at the second half overall, I think we are both playing better than the first half. But yeah, I think I had more chances in the second half. So yeah.
Thank you.
Hi Gukesh, commiserations for the loss. This is Rajesh from Trinity Mirror. We have seen this World Championship battle being a very much a roller coaster. You said in the previous game that the game itself was a roller coaster. So your thoughts on how you would categorize this battle? What were your expectations before the match? Would you have taken 6-all scoreline? And do we expect a different mindset going into the final 2 games?
I think, 6-all is overall a fair result, but yeah, since I was leading after yesterday, it's a bit disappointing to lose this game, and about whether it'll change my mindset for the next 2 games, no, I don't think so. It's still about playing good chess. Yeah, right now I'm a bit disappointed in the game, but I have time to recover and start playing well. Yeah.
My name is Radha from the Singapore Chess Federation. My question is to Gukesh. What is the best piece of advice that helped you through the championship?
I did get a lot of advice, but probably just to take one game at a time and give it my best.
All right, if there are no more questions, we would thank Grandmaster Gukesh for answering those questions. Thank you so much, appreciate it. Good luck in the next couple of games. And we'll turn now to the world champion. And I'll start with a couple of questions. Obviously, yesterday was a pretty tough game to tolerate. How is it that time and time again, though, we've seen you do this 3 times already, last time in the match, and now, once again, after a loss, you bounce back. Where do you find that courage and strength to be able to do that?
Just by chance. Yes, yesterday was a difficult game to deal with, since I was much better at one point and I just spent too little time on the critical moment. I spoiled a very good position. But after that, I just continued the normal routine and just have dinner and to sleep earlier and be refreshed for this important game.
Talk to me about the position itself. When did you feel as though you had the position under control?
And only after knight a4, I realized my position much better.
Not before this, because it looked very positive even before this.
Yeah, before this, after knight v5, I'm very optimistic about my chance. Maybe here, and yeah, there are many details. For example, here, if we go knight g4, which looks very good, I would like to play bishop c1. If knight b4, I play bishop f1. I don't know what will be better here. And he played h6, looks too slow, and I calculate a lot by playing this. But maybe he's just in time to defend. If I take, he cannot take with rook, I can both take with this pawn or this pawn. I can take with bishop, and it's just nothing for white. position too simple, and bishop is restricted by his pawn structure. So I had to come up with some ideas to play slow. And with this, I weaken his b5 square. But if I play knight b5 here, he can go knight g4. There are no knight e4 after bishop c5. And here, yeah, this move came as a surprise for me. I was expecting queen d7. I'm going to play queen b3. And I don't know if he can go this. If he can put the queen on c8, I think his position is very solid. Or maybe I can take here. If I go here, I go take. If we take, then my calculation stop here. I don't know if white's better or not. After this, here is another critical moment. Maybe he can play this to change the structure. But I have maybe knight e4. He takes maybe c5. I don't know. Maybe it's slightly easier to play for white. And he
This seems reasonable, at least, compared to what he did, right?
Yeah, he allows knight b5. So here maybe I should play knight b5 already to stop knight d4. But I'm very happy to play knight b5. And this idea came as a surprise to me because he wanted to play either knight c5 or bishop f6. Here I don't know where to put the queen, d2 or c3. If queen c3, maybe here, I don't know. If they take and bishop g6. It seems white is also better.
His pieces seem very bottled up in this position. They're fighting for squares, his pieces, while yours seem very harmonious.
Yes, after this, my rook is so well placed on the center. Will control two open lines after d4 break, queen c3, d4. And his rook, one rook is very passive on b8, and the queen not so idly placed on d8. And here, yes, as he said, I was expecting this. If he take, I take, and I have this version. I have 2 pawns for the exchange, and I take this pawn, which seems good enough. Also, e4, it's very complicated, but maybe just better for white. So here, he can also play bishop f6 with the idea e4, but also knight g1, something similar to the game.
Your center pawn seemed to be rolling and holding his pieces back. There's some mention that it's sort of like an Alekhines defense, where black's knights were funnily placed on b6 and c6.
Oh, some Sicilian?
Out the Alekhine, I know this is reverse the same, but out the Alekhine, when the knight finally ended up on b6, but there's no pawn on e6 to control your center. Your center just seemed to be ready to roll at any moment.
I have very strong center. And here I'm deciding where to put the queen, to put on c2 or c3. I put on here, since if after this, after some exchange, I can, if we put knight, I can play some d5, d6, with the queen in better place on c3, but I missed the bishop f6, which is a very important move. If I go here, he played knight d7 with idea c6. Suddenly the knight is has no square. If I go here, maybe you can repeat the moves. I'm very happy to find queen c2. Maybe still there are not so much difference between bishop. And if he go here,
Apologies. Tech guys, just in case, we just hold for a moment, please. All right, here we go. I believe you were back.
Before. The knight g1. Yes, here. If you go here, I have d5. If knight f5 looks straight, but unfortunately I can take his pawn. It seems white is better here. I'm very happy to see A4 since I already realized no, this idea not so strong since I always have C5 after knight A4 and his knight misplaced on A5. And here, yes, my first intention was to play H4, but it's a very bad move. When I saw this, I thought my position is much, much better.
So this is where you're getting a lot of confidence, and of course, the game was dominant after that. Is this one of your best games, can we say that, or one of your favorite victories?
Yes, it's a very important. It's an important 12th game. Yeah, it's maybe the best game I've played in recent times.
All right, we have reporters lined up with questions, please.
Michael Rahal from FIDE Media. Ding Liren, first of all, congratulations on a fantastic game. You mentioned yesterday that last year you also won the 12th game against Nepomniachtchi, and you went on to win the title. So what I want to know is, how did you recover emotionally and mentally for this game? Could you give us 2 or 3 of the things you did, and also give advice to those players who struggle after losing a game, going on to win the next game the following day? Could you tell us a bit about your mental and emotional process last night and this morning, please?
Well, last night I guess I slept well. I slept earlier, and yes, it gave me a lot of energy. Also today I take a cup of coffee before the game, which helped me feel much more energetic. And yes, also I spent some time in the players' lounge to take some snacks and to rest a little bit, just to maintain the energy level during the critical moment. Since here I think I did the last important long think, because if I play this, I might also spoil this very good position.
Could you mention to us what the variation was you saw after H4?
This maybe he can take, and maybe not so good for white. Maybe still good, but not as good as I have knight F4. Yeah, I just put pressure on my opponent throughout the whole game. Did not sleep like last game.
Leoncho Garcia from El País. Please, Liren, let me insist on the same subject that my colleagues Maurice and Michael. Today, you looked like a totally different person than the one we have seen here for the last 2 weeks. So, can you elaborate a little bit how can you be able to produce such a self-confidence today, when, in my view, lack of self-confidence has been your weakest point along the match so far?
At first, I changed my experience a little bit. I did something on my hair. And yeah, considering the chess part, yeah, because I have no way to retreat, I have to push for a win. And I was caught by surprise by my opponent in the opening, and I have to find some ideas to pose problems for my opponent. And I think I just played the very good games, find some good moves, and yes. Yeah, I think there is no chance to spoil it after such a good position.
This is Charlize asking on behalf of your fans on FIDE social media, this time from follower Chess Razorblade. Given the loss yesterday, what words of encouragement did your mom and GM Rapport give to you?
Rapport sent me a file we name streak back, and it happens. And yes, my mom gave me confidence. She said, "I did it last time. I can do it again."
My name is Ahmed. On behalf of Kazakhstan Telegram channel, Честно говоря, Dean, congratulations on your win. We have a question. In the last match in Kazakhstan, the 12th game became a turning point for you and you won against Jan. Do you believe in the magic of numbers?
If there's a lucky number for me, I think it's 17, not 12. But there are no 17th game in the match.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kyla, representing the local organizing committee. First of all, congratulations. I can only echo the praises that everyone has been singing of you. Secondly, people have been saying that for most of the match, even in games where you have gotten an advantage, it feels like you just settle for a draw, and that this is the first game in a long time where you have an advantage and you actively continued pressing. Would you agree with this opinion? And if so, do you regret not pressing harder in previous games?
Yes, in first game, the advantage is not so clear. I think I'm also in some dangers of being worse. But today, I just I try to play the best moves, and at some point, I suddenly realized my position is much, much better. There is no way to draw. Also, I saw this. As I mentioned, this variation, which may end in 3-4 repetition, I reject it due to the match situation.
Okay, thank you.
Congratulations, Ding Liren. Once the game was already completely over, you rejected knight a7, which seems like the practical way to win. You just win the rook, and when you're low on time like that, I'm wondering why you didn't take the simple way. d5 was actually a better move, but we're just kind of curious why you didn't pick the simple win.
Well, the reason is simple. I missed knight a7. You can chip the rook after knight a7.
Okay, somebody in the...
Yeah, maybe he should play knight a6 after d5.
I'm sorry, it's just for clarification. You didn't see knight a7, is
Yeah,
that?
I didn't. I missed the knight a7.
Okay, that explains it. Thank you.
Abhiraya from ChessBase India. The position what you played today in the start, it was similar to a game played between your seconds, Richard Rapport and Ni Hao, who are also present here. Was it their idea by any chance?
Yeah, after the game, he told me it's similar to their game, but I don't know the exact move order of that game.
Ding, could you explain to us why is number 17 your lucky number?
Oh, because I'm the 17th fortune.
And I have a wish. Could you show us the rest of the game from your perspective?
After knight f4, here, I forgot what to do. Maybe here. Because if I go d6, he has. Yes, if I go d7, he has some counterplay with a very powerful knight on d3. What's my idea? This looks not so strong. I forgot what my idea. Yeah, but I'm very happy to see queen d7. I can take on e4, and here I think the last chance was to take on e4. If we play knight c6, I can take on h6. Maybe f6. And I'm calculating take and 96. It's crushing. F5, rook e7. He played this after I just retreat the bishop. It's obvious no counterplay for black. If we play this, I can rook e7 and simply take the knight. And dominate on the queen side. And here looks knight d4. I also take on c5. I have 2 pawns and compensations. The rest is easier. I found the bishop in d6, which is the last killer move, with either rook e8. Upper rook. So the rest is easy.
Maria for the chess. First of all, congratulations, Ding, on a wonderful game. Just to follow up on what was already said about the prep. So was this particular file prepared for this situation when you need to win the game?
I was caught by surprise by his choice. I know something, but not this specific line. So I had to work over the board.
Okay, so there was nothing specifically prepared for situation when you are behind in the match.
Of course, I prepared something, but not this line. Yeah.
Okay, and follow-up question as well. Why is that you play so much better when you are in a must-win situation? Is it because you have nothing to lose, or you are so angry and you just compose all your nerves?
I think it's, I don't know the reason. If I played e6 instead of g6 yesterday, I'm also playing a very good game. And today, maybe the position suit me quite well.
Thank you.
One last question from me. In terms of handling mistakes and handling loss, a lot of people get angry at themselves or kick themselves. What's your advice for all the people out there much lower rated than you are for being able to handle a loss and take it in stride?
Well, if I cannot win today, also if I cannot win the last 2 games, maybe I'll just lose the title, which I also accept. So, yeah, sometimes I perform very well after I lose, like the online tournament held 2 years ago, where I sometimes lost the first one, sometimes even with white pieces, and I bounced back in the last 3 games.
All right, well, tremendous comeback. Congratulations and best of luck in the next 2 games.
Thank
you, everyone. We have a rest day tomorrow. There's a follow-up you want? Okay, Alala, sure.
Hi, this is Rajesh from Trinity Mirror. Question for Ding. We have seen over the past few matches that you have found yourself in time trouble. But today, like, you handled the time much better. So was there a conscious effort from your team to focus and play faster in this particular game? And at one stage, the accuracy was shown as 99.1, which is brilliant. So congrats on that. And your thoughts on the next 2 matches and the strategy change in terms of opening preparation for you going forward for the last 2 games?
I think it's a normal situation where I was long time in the first half of the game, then his time catching me after some long prolonged thought by him. So it's just a normal. But today I spend I think a lot of time, some important time on I think Queen C3, Queen C2, and Knight F4, which are quite important. Which is I take a lesson from yesterday's rules. I should still think carefully, even if the time is not so much.
Would you allow another question?
Thank you for indulging another question. So you mentioned that you had a cup of coffee earlier and that helped to give you more energy. So I have to know, how do you take a coffee?
Oh, it's a small cup of espresso.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you.
And with that, we conclude the press conference. Again, a rest day before the very important 13th game. Thank you, everyone, and have a good night.
Gemini, can you help me plan my 3-day vacation?
Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStax.
Hi Gemini, quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email?
Yeah, I can help with that.
Welcome to Academic Labs, the pulse of innovation where the horizon of education is expanding beyond our wildest dreams. We are the architects at the intersection of transformative technologies, fusing the power of adaptive AI, the solidity of blockchain technology, and the versatility of non-fungible tokens, or NFTs, to weave an unparalleled learning paradigm.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world #1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.